friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, who is a business development and channel leaders, and he's working for a security company based in San Francisco. Welcome to the show, Ramesh.
Hey, good evening, CK. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Yes, Ramesh. In fact, what I feel is that this lockdown situation that is affecting the globe has brought people together even before what we were. And look at you, both of us. We are talking after a decade.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. First of all, thank you for reaching out. It's been ages. I think it's been 15 years, more than a decade and a half. When we last, we were colleagues, and we remained in touch. But I've been back here for quite a while, and it's nice to see you. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to talk to you.
Same here. You're looking as energetic and as jovial as ever, Ramesh. Please keep it up.
Well, that's very kind of you. It's still only 8:30, 8:45 in the morning over here. Give it a few more hours. I mean, after I, get through the day and, do a little bit of things on the weekend, maybe at that time, I don't know about the energy part. One has to maintain a sense of humor about a lot of things. So thanks for saying that. And you look very well, man. You don't look like any different than what I have seen you. It doesn't look like you've aged at all. I mean, I lost all my hair, but
Yeah, so I think I can share some secret. I do cycling to work about 60 kilometers every week. I That's my routine. So I have made my routine, and even in this lockdown, I have a cycle at home, so I keep cycling. And from when we were together, I was working for you as part of your team member. From that point, I've lost about 17 kgs.
so we have something in common. Saturday mornings, I normally do a bike ride between about anywhere from 30 miles to about 50 miles. It's going to rain today, so can't bike. So I love biking, bike all the time. So that's my excuse for not biking. But there are other things that you do. I have a big park right behind my home where I live, and not too far from. We're about 40 miles south of San Francisco. But as you know, I live in these days. The entire planet is kind of in a situation which we have never been confronted, and for some of us, working from home has been pretty business as usual. You remember, I used to have a home office, back when you and I were colleagues. I mean, and so for 20 plus years, I've had a home office, and work from home has been part of that regimen for me. So the work from home is not new. But what's new is that now the work from home is actually a shared work from home, right? I mean, so like everybody else, I have a family. My wife is also a healthcare professional who works for a large hospital locally, and as a researcher. And then my daughter is home. Her schooling is now all online. So there is always, now it's a shared work from home. So everybody's got their vantage points. We've got to share not just the living space, but also the bandwidth. I mean, and these days bandwidth has become kind of the most precious commodity for a lot of people. Everybody's on video calls, so obviously, it puts a lot of strain on the network. And then when you take breaks, and especially if you have a teenager, I mean, they do have their little social interactions with their friends, and plus Netflix is a big thing, right? So they consume that. So it's kind of brought a very new way of sort of the work home work life balance, in terms of how people are taking their day-to-day activities. So that's the most interesting thing that is going on. I do not know if you're aware. I live in Santa Clara County, which is one of the largest counties in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we were the first ones to go into what is called a very restricted shelter in place directive, which means the schools were closed. I mean, all educational institutions, anything that is non-essential was pretty much closed. So none of the malls are open, etc. And so it's a very different. So we just completed our third week in shelter in place. And what we have seen is that the social distancing, and I'd say it's actually more of physical distancing. I think socially people are becoming far more active. Our own example, we have connected after 15 years. Um, well, we should have been connected before, but did we do that because the world is going through a shutdown, lockdown? It's called different things. It's all the same thing, right? I mean, we are all pretty much in a very restricted physical movement outside. But what it has done is it's restricted the physical distancing, which is a very good thing. Socially, I think people are coming more closer together virtually without being face to face. So that's what's really going on. And in Santa Clara, what has happened is that we had to do this first because we were the largest number of the virus incidents, number of reported cases, etc. That actually came out in the Bay Area was in Santa Clara. So we had to do this first. But the good news is because we shut the county down first, even ahead of the country, our curve and the, I don't want to call it a trend, it's only 2 week data. So it will become a trend over time. But right now, the sign is that we seem to be on a flatter curve relatively versus other parts of the country and even other parts of the world. I don't know. How has it been for you?
Uh, yes, so in India, it is a very strict lockdown. In fact, we have cops patrolling the streets. There are very heavy fines, and there is a new law which is imposed, which is a disaster. I mean, there is a new law which is now running, which is which is applicable during the disasters. So nobody is allowed to walk on the street, but things are coming to us. So life is not changed. Essentials services are running smoothly. Um, but I think I would like to ask you, because you have a 3 decades of experience, and none of us have seen this kind of situation ever in life. At least our generation. My parents have seen the lockdown during the war, but I think none of us have seen it. Neither you would have seen this kind of a situation. What do you think, from your point of view? Will this change the way we do business, or do you think that life will become normal after a few days?
I think it's a matter of perspective. So I was a little child when that last aggression in India happened. And as you know, I was raised in India. And, when we had what was called blackouts, and if you talk to your parents, they will tell you we had to black tape, we had to put this black paper, like a cardboard paper on our ventilators, in the homes. And in Delhi homes, we used to have a ventilator which was all the way on the top of the ceiling and all that. So the cars going with the half blackened headlamps actually started at that time. So we used to have a lockdown from 6 p.m. in the evening till 6 a.m. And there were trenches dug in every park. So if you talk to that generation, they will tell you. And I was a little child, so I do have memories of it. But like you said, the world hasn't seen anything like this before. See, there it was a very different thing, right? I mean, you had an identified physical aggression that was happening. Right now, what has happened is that there is a virus that is out there which is not discriminating based upon the color of a person, or the race of a person, or the culture of a person, or border, where this can just pretty much now permeate itself into the ecosystem that we broadly call the globe, right? So I think we are faced with a common enemy, which is the virus. I mean, and it has been a wake up call for the entire planet. And for a change, there are pluses and minuses. The good thing is that there seems to be at least a coalescence of ideas globally in terms of how do we beat this. There are countries that are sharing their data, it's out there, and how many people have been affected. Countries are shutting borders not because they don't want to trade with others, they just want to prevent the further proliferation of this virus. So I think it is causing a lot of anxiety for a lot of people, just because it's uncharted. These are really uncharted waters for a lot of people, for the majority of the globe, irrespective of how old or young you might be. And I think to your question, is it going to change the way we do business? I think here's what's going to happen, right? I mean, we do not know for certainty when business as usual, or business as we knew it, or life as we knew it, is going to go back into into that particular approach or that way of living, right? A lot of ways, if you look at it more from a sort of soul searching or spirituality perspective, you say, well, did the human beings do this to the planet by so much growth and such rapid, sort of expectations, or trying to grow beyond a certain rate? And does it have to really be that? I mean, can we not um, sort of contain some of that, and so that we can be a far more cohesive global community? I mean, take an example, for instance. Prior to coronavirus, what were we hearing? We were hearing about bad incidents happening all around the world, whether it's got to do with a small minority element that goes and decides to either kill some people or whatever it is that they do. um, I think that type of heinous crime is completely, I don't, we don't hear it. I mean, can you even tell me where, on which channel that you can go and hear something like that, right? So I'm not saying that this is the antidote to killing things like terrorism and all that, but my point is that I think it's, I get the message, if I were sitting in other parts, I would say we can actually work with each other despite the differences that we have, so that we can bring down the incidence of any kind of border aggressions and what you have, but just sort of simply working with each other. I mean, so that's maybe the positive that has come out. Now, will it change the way we work in the future? I think this will definitely have an impact on how we go about doing our daily business. uh, you know so, and I think from a family structure perspective, I think a lot of families have started enjoying this time together. I mean, they are carving out family time versus work time, etc. So maybe this is in a way more social integration within a family, a nuclear family. It's also more social integration, keeping in touch with friends with whom you might have never spoken for 10 years or 15 years or whatever. That, on the social side, that would change. What do
Yeah.
you think?
So, in my opinion, I feel that this is going to continue for some more time because the virus is not going to vanish so soon. And but my more pertinent question is that if the virus is not going away, then we will always suspect the other person. We can always say because of the social distancing, but we can get into virtual closeness, because we can't talk to the other person or meet the other person. So there could be some opportunities or new way of doing business or new application opportunities for uh, various organizations and stuff like that. That is what I feel.
Well, so two things, right? I mean, for a large portion of at least the technologies and the industries that I have been and you have been, um, we conduct a lot of business. Like, for instance, my job is global, and I don't travel all the time to go meet somebody who's sitting in, say, Asia Pac or Africa or Middle East or Latin America. A lot of times it is through a video call or a phone call. I mean, the thing that has changed is there are more video calls now than there were before, only because there is that closeness. You see, the visual impact of a conversation is actually far more valuable than just a pure, voice that is at an end of a wire or wireless or whatever you want to call it, right? So I think a large portion of the technology world, at least, and a large portion of that large global business has been conducting itself virtually for a long time. We've just not been so aware of it. Now that the situation is forced on us, we think, oh my God, I mean, like, what is this? We have to do business this way. Actually, it's not that. It's just more that we are using the virtual technology real time to conduct business, right? I mean, we've always done that. We just never mentally thought about it, right? This is making us think about it.
Right.
The other thing I'll say is I'm a glass half full guy. So you have to hold hope. So this is not going to be a permanent situation. We all know that. There are vaccines being developed, which will not be available this year, but will definitely be available next year. So if you think that people are going to avoid each other because I don't know that you have the virus or not, you got to think about it. The world overcame smallpox. Okay, how did the world do that, right? How did we do that? By through a vaccine, right? I mean, so when there can be mandates, like India has done a great job, I think, in terms of locking down the entire country, and there is a discipline around it, right? And would you imagine that a billion plus people can actually do that? Well, you are living it, so you know it. It's different, yes, in the rural area. I understand that there is a challenge with the migrant workers and all that, but despite that, there is law enforcement that is actually helping people without sort of going after somebody, right? And adhering to the rules. So I do believe that people will not be that hesitant to shake hands. As you develop a vaccine over time, it may take us time. I'm not saying this is going to happen in like June and July or end of this year. I'm saying that there is a long-term view that we have to take a look, right? Where people will get far more comfortable with each other in terms of the physical interaction along with the social interaction. I don't think that'll be so much of a challenge, but it will take time to get there. Yeah, will there be hesitation for parents of young kids to send their kids back to a daycare? Yeah, you can understand why. We are all parents. You know, the research thus far shows that this is only targeting a certain age group. I don't think so. I don't think a virus really cares. I mean, maybe the child has a greater immunity to it, and that's a different matter. So, it can be debated. There are a lot of science. There are a lot of scientists and doctors who will tell you, no, children are not, they have immunity, but they cannot be immune to everything, right? So, I think there will be a slow kind of trajectory in which that will start happening. I don't think it'll be that bad though. I don't think people will avoid each other and things like that over time. But we don't know. The challenge is, how do you predict when that will happen?
So let's hope that this gets over soon. In the meanwhile, if there are new opportunities, there are entrepreneurs who are thinking of doing new innovations. They are most welcome to do innovations to help public by and large. But more important, I would like to say that it was such a great pleasure talking to you, Ramesh, and hearing your voice after a decade, or maybe more than a decade. And really appreciate your advices and your insight on this issue. So
Oh,
thank you so much.
no, my pleasure too. Thanks for reaching out. And I agree with you. It's going to create a lot of innovation for a lot of people. Out of necessity, out of crisis comes, ideas. And they always say necessity is the mother of invention, right? So I'm sure there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who are going to come up with some amazing technologies and ways of doing business, even non-technical, etc. And I'm very positive that will happen. I appreciate you reaching out. It's good to hear you, see you, and chat with you. And I look forward to more interactions in future.
Certainly,
Thank you.
certainly, Ramesh. I think we have lockdown few more days left. Today is day 12. There are a few more days left. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you to check out how things are, because your county has done already tremendous job to contain the virus. We'll check on you after a week or so again.
Sure, we are locked down till May 3rd at least, if not longer. So we have a long way to go.
I will always catch you here.
Take care.
Take care and be
Stay
safe.
safe.
Be positive.
Yeah. Same here. Stay safe and be well. You too.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and this morning I welcome you graciously to our show called Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Good morning, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and I graciously invite you to our show about skills gap that exists in India. And today we have very eminent personality on our show to discuss about this particular aspect. That is Mr. Naval Gant.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today in this episode, we have a special guest from Chicago. And she runs her own organization, Sanjeevni, where she helps people from loneliness. Now, I have come across people who say that I am not being understood by people. I'm surrounded by those kind of people who don't understand me. So that is why I'm lonely. But on the other hand, I also know people who say, thank God I'm lonely, because in this case, I can concentrate more on myself. But between these two ideologies, there's a finer line where people are lonely and they seek, they need help. And here Sanjeevani plays a vital role. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will know more information how to get help from Sanjeevani. Especially this episode is for those people who are out of country, out of India, and where Sanjeevani can play a vital role. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak, and today we have a special guest, Mrs. Pramila Kumar, who is based in Chicago. So I would like to welcome her today. So how are you, Pramila? Welcome to our show.
Thank you so much, Kanchan. I'm doing good. Thank you for Akulma Munch to invite me back.
Well, today, we had been discussing about some traits which are very, very harmful when we talk about the personalities and human beings. And now, when you are based in Chicago and people travel to America, they have some challenges like loneliness. So, how your organization Sanjeevani really help these kind of people in a foreign land?
I'm going to just speak about USA, which is it's becoming the land of immigrants. And when South Asian or Indian immigrants come here, they are mostly young in the age group of 25 to 35. Either they're coming here to study or they're coming here for a job with young families. Over time, what has happened, Kanchan, that they have received a green card and they have also invited their families, parents, in-laws to come and stay with them. In this land of the twittering youth, there is a very large population of aging seniors. And they are fending off loneliness and isolation, which accompanies when they have moved to this country from India. And all of them are kind of hidden. And they call themselves the 0.5 generation. And
so actually, definitely that is a problem because some senior people who really go out from one city to other city in India, that also become a problem. But then we are among our people, we understand the culture, we know the people. But definitely when somebody is traveling outside the country, and that is a major problem. So what kind of case which you can discuss about this loneliness?
The biggest thing which comes in is isolation, loneliness, nobody to talk to, nobody to go, because if we are not able to drive, it's very difficult to travel here, again in USA. So they're confined to their homes, and because of language barriers, they're unable to speak to their neighbors or other people. The biggest part, Kanchan, is also culture differences. In India, you can talk to the milkman, to the helper, go to the shop, and just step out of the house. There's tons and tons of people there. But in USA, that may not be the case with most of these aging parents.
So, how you really help with your organizations and Sanjeevani to these kind of people? Because you say if somebody's a loner and he's talking to you, doesn't mean that he's happy. Because we have to really identify that he is a loner and how we can help. So, how you really initiate this help?
So nowadays, in the last few years, a lot of organizations have come up, small groups, which is only geared for senior people. So if you're 70 or above, you can join. And the good part, Kanchan, is this makes it possible to connect with people who are of their own age. Talk of their home back in India. Maybe talk of their sons, daughter-in-laws, and so on and so forth. Talk of the grandkids. So these kind of social groups have started coming in. And these are based by areas. And these senior citizens not necessarily have a disease. It's not that you need to give them medication. What you need to give them is that they are welcome, they are needed, and there's someone to talk to. So these small, what we do, we try to connect them to these small groups so that they can facilitate, socialization. It's like a, seniors date, like we do the kids' playtime. So it is a playtime for senior citizens.
I also really add one thing here, because you see, when anybody in any point of life leaves the purpose, so then that is also one thing which initiate a loneliness, and um, people don't know what to do, and so I think they need to have a purpose. So really, you guide them to have a purpose or passion.
Yes. So the Kanchan, the thing is, in general, what I will say, when we are, when people are young, they're busy with their families or their work. So, if they're working, either they have a business. So until 60, 65, they're so busy with their careers and family. But once the children step out, it seems I have nothing to do. What do I do? Do I watch TV? Do I do this? So two things we always recommend, to all Gen X, millennials: have a hobby, number one. Have a hobby, have friends. These two things are going to keep a person go a long way. But the challenge is, Kanchan, most seniors, they come to a stage, they cannot pick up hobbies. They do not know what to do with them. They do not know what talent they have. And friends, if you don't make them early on, it's a big, big problem. And you're right, purpose is important, but you have to develop the purpose early on. It cannot happen at 70. Well, it's a challenge to have at 70.
Well, when we are talking about the Sanjeevni, suppose the one critical case comes to you. So, what are the process and procedure you follow to guide the senior person to come out of his shell, come out from the loneliness? How you do that?
So no one case is similar to the other. Every case is different. And if they have reached to Sanjeevni for help, we have a process to identify, what is the concern? Why are they reaching at them? Is it a short term versus it's a long term issue? And then we involve them in talk therapy. They can call every day. They can call, whenever they feel lonely. And over a period of time, we have seen that psychotherapy has helped certain citizens. But Kanchan, the most important part is for anyone to agree to say, I am not feeling that well. Let me call someone. Let me reach for help. That's the first step.
So, in the last, I just want to ask you your message to people who are aging, and how they can, if they are not lonely, because most in India, especially, most of the people, they live in joint family. So, loneliness is hit by a very low percentage. But when somebody who's outside of the country, and this is not country centric, actually it's not a continent centric,
It's global.
so what is the message you want to give these people? Sometimes young people are also lonely, so what you want people to do to come to be away from loneliness?
One thing in the first part I will answer that, we're all going to get old. It's only going to be increasing. So we have to understand that our body is not going to remain the same what it was in 20s, 30s. So once we recognize and we accept, maybe I'm not that agile, I'm not that fast, I do not remember things often, I cannot work that faster. That is the first acknowledgement. Your body will change. The faster you understand and accept the change, the easier it is for you to take it forward. And yes, have a purpose in any life. You can find purpose. Do some volunteer work. Step out of the house. Make an effort. Even though even though people live in joint families, that person is responsible for his or her well-being and happiness. It's not easy to find that. So have a purpose in life and make it move forward. And don't dwell about the past. You say, when I was 30, I was doing this. When I was 20, I was doing this. No, I'm 80, I can do this. That's the message what we would like to share. Have a purpose in life, accept, acknowledge that your body is not going to remain the same as we age.
Well, this is something very good and very good guidance to people. And I just want to say congratulations to Sanjeevni to keep on doing good work. And as usual, Pramila, it is so lovely to talk to you.
And thanks once again, Kanchan, for having me here.
Yeah, see
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live, and I'm Chandrakant. There has been a new missile system tested by China, and that has created a huge buzz in the global strategist's mind because they don't know what to do now. And if you look at the missile system, we have very sketchy information available, but this is supposed to be called the hypersonic missile, which is 5 times the speed of sound, which is 5 Mach, or it could be higher than 5 Mach. So the missiles which are which are hypersonic basically flies 5 times the speed of sound minimum, and it could be 8 times, it could be 10 times, sometimes it could be 12 times. So these are all hypersonic. Below hypersonic speed, which is below 5 Mach, up to the speed of sound, it's called supersonic. And this is a picture which is available, very bad picture, but I think this is what the media in the US have posted. They have got the picture of this new missile system, which is sort of hypersonic. Even though this missile went to the space and then strike back, and it was off by 20 kilometers its target, but if you put a thermonuclear device 20 kilometers 1 degree here and there won't matter. So this is created a big headache for the global strategic thinkers and strategy community, because now they have to think of new balance of power, because the whole thing is now getting into a cold war, and the cold war is not like a real war. It is basically balancing out each other's power capabilities, and you need to find out if the one block has one capability, what is the break for that capability. And this really started in the 40s, really 50s, where there was a cold war between US and Russia, eventually between Warsaw and NATO alliances. And one of the balance which was created was using the ICBM. Now, it is wrong to say that this is the first time that the Chinese have tested hypersonic. Hypersonic has been around uh, for last many decades actually, and ICBM, as you see, is one of the examples here, which is intercontinental ballistic missile, a very large rocket which goes to the space very high up into the lower Earth orbit, and then strike the target on its entry. When it enters the Earth atmosphere, it is actually at hypersonic speeds. So this is not a new concept where you have a hypersonic missile system. It has been around, and there are countermeasures also in place, developed by Russia as well as USA, and they are keeping track of activities of both countries for last so many years, and different blocks are monitoring what is going on, and that is what the balance of power. With this new test, the balance of power is a little bit shaken. I will explain to you much more in detail. But as I said, the high-speed missile systems are not new. India has its own missile system called BrahMos, which is jointly developed by Russia. So BrahMos stands for Brahmaputra and Moscow River, named after the rivers, great rivers in respective countries. And these are all supersonic missiles. That means they travel at the speed of 4 times. And BrahMos especially is a short-range missile, which is it has a range of 300 to 500 kilometers. So when it is flying at supersonic speed, which is 4 times the speed of sound, the reaction time for activating your countermeasures is negligible. That is why BrahMos type of missiles are very, very deadly, because it will reach target in less than a minute or minute and a half. So you can actually configure the target and fire it, and it will travel at the very, very high speed. Not hyper speeds, but still very high, because it's a short range. And India is also developing its own BrahMos 2, which is a hypersonic, which is going to fly at 8 times the speed of sound, or up to 10 times. This is going to be really comparative missile system what China has developed, but it is not out yet. It's under testing right now. So, this balance of power thing I think we need to discuss a little bit more in detail, and I'll tell you exactly what is the difference between these missile system. Now, if you look at the intercontinental ballistic missiles, and since there is so much of deterrence already built up across the world, all developed countries have developed it, and they have put the countermeasures already in place to counter ICBM threat. And moment these missiles are fired, the computer on the other side will be able to plot its trajectory. So what I'm trying to show here is in the red line, where if enemy nation fires a ballistic missile on you, you will immediately know that a ballistic missile has been fired, and your computer will be able to give you a trajectory. The trajectory will be very predictable, and you know that what is the target at the time of firing of that missile. And your countermeasures will be able to fly within less than a minute, and it will intercept this missile in space itself. It will not allow it to come near your area. So when it comes to ICBM, even though it's hypersonic, it depends, the success of your countermeasure depends on how quickly you identify the threat and eliminate it while it is still in the space. So this is how the countermeasure works, and that is why there is a lot of countermeasures across Russia, across United States. Some are in China, some are in India, some and many are in UK as well. So the countermeasures are already in place, and it is very easy to detect ballistic missiles, even though those missiles are always been hypersonic. The second category is a cruise missile, which I already told you by giving example of BrahMos. And there are many cruise missiles America has, and these are short range, very difficult to pinpoint. And especially with the latest technology, cruise missiles can change their target in flight. So these are very deadly. However, we know that there are cruise missiles. We already know that there are ballistic missiles. The problem is happening because the China has come out with a third type of missile, which is also not new, but this is changing the balance of power. The third missile type of missile is shown by, if you see the green line, it flies like an ICBM, and then it stays in the lower Earth orbit till the time the next command is given. And when it gets the next command, it will keep gliding until the time it gets the next command. So it is very difficult to predict where it is going to hit. Unlike an ICBM, where you can predict the trajectory at the time of the launch, in case of the new hypersonic missile system, it is very difficult to know its trajectory, where it is going to strike. It will just go to the space, remain there, and then attain hypersonic speed to hit the target. So it can come very close to target, and the other side will not even know where it is going to strike, because it can change, and within like less than a minute it will strike the target from the time you start giving command to the missile system. And because of that, because of these features in the new missile system, the strategists, the power strategists have a very tough time understanding the deterrence system. And because of this, now the world will start spending money in coming out with new deterrence systems which can track these kind of threats. There will be more money spent, because whatever deterrence you have built, measures, countermeasures, are not going to work against this new threat, because you will not be able to predict where this missile will hit. And the current countermeasures are built on predictability, because you can predict 10 minutes in advance, and 10 minutes is a very good time for you to initiate your countermeasures. This one will give you very less time. So 90% surprise element has been brought into this missile system. This is why this has become such a big pain for the global strategist. We will keep following this story. However, China has denied testing it, because that is what the large countries want to take this position. They have denied because they are saying that it is a routine testing of the vehicle system, And even though they had announced this particular type of missile system in 2019 itself, but at this time they want to remain in denial. We will keep following this story, and let me know, friends, what you think about what I've just said. If you have any opinion, just do write in, and I will respond to each one of you. And I will catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. And you know that the entire world is reeling over the pandemic, and there are so many patients. The hospitals are overrun by patients. Uh, there are more patients and there are less doctors. And because of that, there could be some communication gaps between doctors and patient. So this is exactly what we want to discuss. How do doctors or patient improve their communication skills while everyone under pressure? Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. She's joining us from London. Her name is Dr. Neha Sharma. She is very popular. She is also a beauty pageant. And today we would like to discuss about the role of smart communication, specifically between doctors and patient. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha to you.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I'm very excited to speak about how to be an effective communicator, and which is a key for any healthcare professional. And I think this topic is very close to my heart because of the obvious concern which we see on a regular basis on the social media, how much it has impacted, like how much to what extent the doctor and the patient relationship has been impacted. And somewhere I feel that this is a very hot topic, like how we can improve those things. And I feel like that communication is one of the key, which if it is being improved from both the patient side as well as from a doctor's side, then a lot of things can be prevented. So that's the whole idea of talking to you today about how to be an effective communicator.
Well, Neha, actually, the issue here is that, especially now when there is so much pressure on the medical system and a lot of patients are reaching the hospital, doctors usually are very polite. You know, they understand the problems of the patient, they listen to them very politely and give solution. But right now, I think everybody is so much stressed. So my question would be how doctors must still stay calm, maintain their cool, and respond to the patient in a proper way. You have any tips, guidance for the doctors?
Definitely, CK. I think the most important thing at this current moment is like this global pandemic has hit everyone equally. No, it's just not the layman or the common population. It's equally very challenging and very traumatizing experience for the entire medical fraternity. And currently, if you see the situation, many doctors, many nurses, many healthcare professionals, or the key workers, they have died serving the patient, and it is very challenging time to meet the expectation of the family when we know that situation is really very badly hit. Even in India, we can see that complete medical fraternity is right now in a situation where they're struggling. And obviously, the expectation of the patient and the family is also very high because they are concerned about their near and dear one. At the same time, there are medical concerns, there are need for hospitalization, there is need for more strict observation in the hospital. But at the same time, it's really difficult because we are running out of the resources. We are massively in manpower crisis. A lot of doctors and nurses, they're isolating as well at the same time. And those who are working on a regular basis, like, in order to cover the shift for their colleague as well, it's equally very difficult for them. So my most key or important advice for any of the healthcare professionals or even to the patient is try to be a good listener. And that is a key to be an effective communicator. And what I mean is that unless until we are proactive in terms of active listening, we can't be a very good or effective communicator. Only once we know how the person in front feels about his or her current condition or about his or her relative who is being brought to the hospital or to the doctor, unless until we know their genuine concern, unless until we have a habit of actively listening about their feeling, we can't give them comfort and we can't give them any further advice or suggestion which can make any change in their life. So I think the first key important thing is to be an active listener.
Well, Nehaji, the issue is that if there are many patients together and everybody's life is important and everybody needs to be saved, so the doctors are getting a lot of pressure from all sides, the lack of medicines, the lack of working staff, and more number of patients. So, what is that, they should do? But after all, end of the day, they're all human beings. They get distracted, and while your advice is to be a good listener, but I think when there are so many things happening together at the same time, how the doctors must train themselves to cope up with this situation.
I think CK, like one of the key fundamental thing for the doctors is like obviously you have to listen, you have to be empathetic, you have to build up that rapport and trust when you're talking to the patient. You are very right in saying it is difficult, specifically if that same kind of thing is not there from the patient side or the relative side, because you can see everybody is impatient. Everybody want the treatment to happen proactive, like very quickly. They want the result. They want everything to know, but it isn't something a rocket science. It takes time even to know exactly what are the condition, what are the cause behind the suffering, or why this patient is brought here, whether it is COVID positive or is it a COVID negative with some other comorbid condition. It takes time to come up to that conclusion that this is the diagnosis and this is the treatment for that. I think right now the major issue is nobody has got patience, and that is the main thing which actually puts this doctor and patient relationship into more vulnerable situation. And I think it has to develop from both the side. We have to have a patience. At the same time, I think when a lot of people are coming at the same time and they all are talking, obviously we have to take a step back and we have to request them, see, this doesn't make any sense to us. We need to understand, but let's sit down together. Let's listen what is happening right now. Let's have an on table discussion about what's happening right now. What are the things and possible differential diagnosis here, like for the patient, and what will be our strategy to address this current condition. So I think it has to be in that way, but that will only come up when we have a mutual trust and when we are ready to listen to each other and to make a concrete plan in order to benefit our patient. But that has to be from the both the parties. It's not just something from the doctor's end, it has to be from the patient end as well.
Well, Neha, this is something like a crisis situation, and suddenly it has extrapolated, or I would say exponentially aggravated, and nobody is prepared for this. Doctors are not prepared for it. Patients are never having a lot of patience as we speak. But I think there is no time for training. There is no time to learn. There is no time to waste, and it's a matter of life and death. So in such a situation, I think the communication is very, very critical. But I know I've been to hospital recently for my parents, and I've seen the doctor being so calm, cool all the time. Patients will say whatever they want to say. They will vent out on the doctor. Doctor will not react. But now, for past 10 days I am seeing a different totally different attitude from the doctors, and there is no time for training. So how what is your two letter mantra for the doctors they should follow?
I think it's very hard for me to say, CK, because the situation is quite individual, like it's quite different in each scenario. I think it is a very challenging situation for everyone, and everyone is human being, and it's just not about patient being feeling like vulnerable and in a situation where the things are completely out of control. Even as a healthcare professional, at this current situation, we feel being helpless as well because we wanted to help the patient, we wanted to save their lives, but many things are not in our hand. We are trying our best, but at the same time it is impacting us, it is impacting our mental well-being as well. And even like it's not something easy for us to have every day facing this thing for last 1 year and still being very positive in our attitude, still being very calm and composed. It is something which is like very very draining kind of experience for everyone. But at the same time, the things which helped me, CK, which I'm saying on my personal experience, like I don't know about the other my other colleagues, but the thing which has helped me is um, I do regular meditations and yoga. I do regular exercise, and I do listen to spiritual leaders on a regular basis. For me, like I hear BK Shivani ji on a regular basis, Gaur Gopal Das ji on a regular basis, Sadhguru on a regular basis. And these three people, apart from my parents and some of my very close mentors, these are the people with whom I'm speaking regularly and I'm sharing my views, like, this is how I feel. And my husband as well, obviously, because I'm here with him for 24 hours. So it is important. It is important, even as a doctor, even as a human being, no matter what side of where you're standing, whether you are standing at a receiving end or at a giving end, to share your feeling, to share your emotion, how you feel like. Even as a doctor, it's important for you to say that, I don't feel okay with that. I don't, I'm feeling traumatized. And a lot of, I have seen even in the healthcare professionals having that post-traumatic stress disorder after seeing so many deaths in the hospital. And it's not easy. We all are equally vulnerable. But the only thing, CK, which can prevent us is being open, being honest about our feeling, being very clear and concise in terms of our thought process, even when we are giving any sort of message to the patient, being very, very clear what is the situation, how the things are, making them realize that this is the realistic thing on the ground right now. This is how the things are going. And once we have that kind of trust, mutual respect, and a clear message exchange between the two parties, I think a lot of things can be prevented. But the first and the most important thing for any healthcare professional, I would say, is please don't ignore your mental well-being. And that is very important because if you are mentally strong, which is very, very hard in this current situation to maintain, please be open, please share it with somebody whom you are close. And if you think you're still struggling, get a right help, because there are a lot of people, there are specialists, there are psychotherapists, there are psychiatrists as well. There's a lot of people who are there around you, or maybe your parents, maybe somebody whom you're close to, maybe your partner, maybe your close friend. But just share your feeling. Don't just keep that negative feelings to accumulate within yourself, which will impact your mental well-being. And I think this is the hour of the need, that we have to be careful about our mental well-being, at the same time not losing our hope, having a positive attitude in life, and spreading the right cause. This is what I feel, CK, that can prevent many tragedies in future.
Absolutely, Nehaji. In fact, I think we can expect a lot from the medical, industry, especially doctors. We sometimes feel that doctors can do wonders, but we do not, we do not remember. Their end of the day, they are also one of us. They are also humans. They are also affected by emotions. So my appeal to everyone today, because these are trying times, we must develop patience, and some of the guidance that the Dr. Neha Sharma has given to fellow doctors, I think that is applicable for everyone. We must calm down, take the whatever wrong is going on in a positive stride, trying to make sure that we don't overshoot our emotions and vent it out on medical professionals or doctors. I think that is my learning from you after talking to you, Neha.
Thank you. I think God has given us one mouth, CK, and two ears. So that is for a reason. We have to listen first, we have to hear more, and we have to speak less. But at the same time, there is a difference between When we say that somebody is a talented communicator and somebody says that he's a very effective communicator, there's a difference between a talented and effective. Okay. And the main difference is an effective communicator is the one who is trustworthy, who is empathetic, who is a good listener, who understands and who believes in resolving the conflict rather than actually supporting the conflict. So if these things are there in any of the individual, I think a lot of things can be changed.
Absolutely. I think we are still reeling over the pandemic, and it's not over yet. I think we will discuss this subject once more again in future sometime, and also much more interesting subjects with you in the programs which are going to come in future. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, CK. Pleasure is absolutely mine.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live. We all know that India, the Indian part, the peninsula, was connected to Africa 200 million years back, and for certain time it was an island. Eventually, it hit the European Asian belt to form Plateau of Tibet and also the Himalayas, the legendary Himalayas. As we know, the Himalayas are the youngest and the world highest mountain. However, we have found that this record is going to be broken very soon. How? The other part of Africa, which is after the Rift Valley, there is a Rift Valley in Africa, and that whole portion of the Eastern African continent is breaking apart. However, the topmost portion of that belt, which will break apart in future, there is a country called Somalia, the current day Somalia. The Somalian part will hit India, and this will create a situation where a huge mountain range will be created on the western coast of India, and this mountain range is now dubbed as Somalia, and it is going to beat Himalayas not only in terms of the length of the mountain, but also in height. And there is going to be dramatic change in this entire landscape, because one side we have Himalaya still forming and increasing in height, and on the western side there will be another landmass, and in between India current landmass and this new landmass, the much bigger mountain, much higher mountain is going to form. So we don't know exactly how it will change the geography of this region, because currently we have monsoons and whole lot of weather system which is controlled by Himalayas. But when this happens, we have no idea right now, or very difficult to predict what will be the changes in terms of weather systems, in terms of geology, etc. But one thing is very, very clear, that when this happens, the current western coast of India will be buried almost 50 kilometers below the Somalian belt. And then eventually Somalian belt will rotate to form these mountains. So it appears, friends, that this is a very exciting information. And, I will meet you with more stuff, more information in the next video. But if you have any comments, do write in and I will respond to each one of you. And I will meet you in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Uh, as you know, that India is very badly hit by COVID second wave, and because of that, a lot of people must be having issues with regard to their economy, business, etc. So, in today's discussion, we will basically talk about how we can collaborate with each other and amplify our energies and also our offerings together and then take it to the market. So this is something that we want to discuss. It's a very very important subject, especially when we are working independently. Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello, friends. Let me introduce my guest today. Her name is Farida Charania, and she joins us from Singapore. She is the CEO of a very, very fine boutique company called Career Zoom. They are doing very well. And the topic of discussion today is how do we collaborate in the wake of the new wave which has now hit the world, which is the corona wave. And I think it's more important now to collaborate rather than working independently. So without further ado, let me present Farida to you.
Thank you, CK. As always, a pleasure to be on your show, and thank you for inviting me again. Um, to our viewers, I do sincerely hope that all of you are keeping safe and everyone is taking care of themselves. So thank you again, CK. Look forward to this discussion.
Well, Farida, a lot of solopreneurs, a lot of entrepreneurs are using digital media. So I think that is all given. We have already spent 1 year or more than a year globally using the digital media, embracing it. Maybe there is a requirement for new type of digital media, which is having a lot of these automation tool incorporated or AI incorporated. But while we wait for these new tools to come in, how we as individuals must collaborate with each other to maximize our opportunities. So would you have any suggestions on that front?
Yes, I think I do have quite a bit of experience, given my past work. And I do sincerely feel that, alone you can grow, but to scale, you still need to collaborate and you still need to do it together with others. And even so, more now when everything is online, everything is digital, people are not really meeting in person, etc. So, collaboration is the key. Therefore, to scale any kind of business, it's good to actually work with a team of people who are complementing each other in terms of their offerings. Now, very large companies, say like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they actually have their own programs where they offer, for instance, Microsoft offers ISV, Independent Software Program, so it's, if the vendor actually comes on board, they get access to the entire ecosystem. But Microsoft is very big, capitally, very heavily backed. Now, the thing is, not every entrepreneur or service qualifies to be a Microsoft or a Google or a AWS partner. But what can be done at a local level, think of this as a community. Um, suppose somebody is let's look at businesses. Now let's not talk about physical businesses because that's not my area of expertise or experience, but let's talk about businesses which are services, for instance. So there is someone who's offering, say, marketing services. Now the same person in today's time could be a solopreneur, because they do not want to, one, tie down themselves with the whole bulk of having too many people on their payrolls, etc. And secondly, timing is such that you can't uh, assure anything in the next 6 8 months, 1 year. So this person is a marketing person. Now they already have an established client base, and along with marketing, they may need lot more services, like, say, email marketing, or videos, other marketing collateral, and this person might be an expert on two or three things within that space. There is someone else who's probably an expert in other things. Now what happens is the client will go to someone else because they will kind of want these services, and they will engage two or three people. But how nice would it be that all of these people who are offering these different services within marketing, if they come together and offer it as a consortium? That way you keep the client, you get more clients, because each one of them has their own network and own set of clients who would want other services at some point in time. And that way you have access to a lot more clients, and the client has access to all the services that they need on one particular call. So there is one point of contact, and they are able to leverage everything. So this is one way of collaborating, because again, it's like the food sector, which is so unorganized. Most businesses are very unorganized, specifically in very large countries like India, Indonesia, etc. But if there is collaboration, even at a community level, if you just like take one particular city, and all the service providers in that particular area have collaborated and worked with each other, there is so much more business that can be done, because end of the day, now you are not really meeting your clients in person. You are doing everything online, and life continues, so all of these requirements are still there. So that is one such example. I think we do a lot of collaborations at our end, and Singapore is a very collaborative market as such. So most people actually work together because you have access to so much more, right? But I do not see similar things in very large countries where there is a lot of talent, there are a lot of services, and there is a lot of opportunity in terms of clients. I don't see too many collaborations, and probably there is no better time than the current time, which is unfortunately very sad. But at the same time, anything that comes with a lot of heart pain, that also actually comes with a lot of opportunity.
Well, Farida, from my point of view, there are two important aspects for any collaboration. One is the attitude towards collaboration. I think that is lacking. If you don't want to collaborate with anyone and just do it on your own, that is one thing. And the second thing is packaging. So even if a bunch of guys get together, who will take responsibility of packaging it? I think these are the two factors which also have to be kept in mind. So I would like to ask you these two questions, actually, one question, but two parts. One is, how do we improve our attitude towards others, and in the digital world, have faith on other and collaborate with him? And second is packaging, because without packaging, nothing will be able to sell effectively. Your opinion, please.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and this is something that I wanted to talk about as well, and you asked, so that's fantastic. The thing is that, look, attitude is something which is a drivable behavior, and it changes over a period of time. This is something which will not change quickly. Maybe there will be some kind of tailwind because we have been in this pandemic situation for a year plus now. This We are in the second year of the situation. But the thing is that every solopreneur and world is moving more and more towards uh, achievement of what is to be done, rather than task based. So a lot of things are anyways moving towards goal based. So The thing is that attitude is something that cannot be taught, but it can be developed, because most people who are solopreneurs and who are, earning because they are delivering a particular service, probably have realized that they need to be open to working with others. Because, and this I'm not just saying out of thin air, but I've spoken to a lot of people in my consulting work, and I do see a certain openness which I did not see 3 4 years back. So I think things are changing. So in a way, yes, I mean, if you do not keep an open mind, you might lose out on opportunities. So it's good to keep an open mind. The more important thing is packaging. Now everyone is a little territorial, because they do not want clients who are only looking at their own service to, kind of work with others, because they are afraid that they might lose that client. Or even in terms of packaging, somebody has to take that responsibility, and who is the person who will take that responsibility? So the ideal way to do this is that sit down together. If there are three people who are collaborating to provide different services within the same stream, they need to sit down together, and one, work on a plan as to how they are going to position their services together. Is it going to be informal where they tell the clients, or is it going to be a consolidated website where they have all the information? And it's good to consolidate that on, because then that brings some uniformity as well. So that's step one: consolidate and agree what are the services which will be provided, what are customized sections and what are off the shelf sections, how does the commercial work, what is the pricing, and if the client is somebody else's client and comes to this person, what is the revenue split? So agree on all of these aspects first. And then it's also important to kind of regularly audit and see what is working, what is not working, because nothing is cast in stone. You made those rules, you made the plan, you can always change it if it's not working. But the thing is that you want to make sure that you are not trying to show people what you want to show. You are trying to show people what they want to see. So you need to make sure that you are packaging it in that particular fashion, and you are showing what is available as a collaborative service, as a joint offering, rather than your own individualistic offerings. So that is step one. Auditing is very necessary, because you can weed out components which probably are not giving you revenue, and they are just occupying mind space, and that extra trouble of managing it. As a you can always add it back later if you see that more businesses coming in there. So when I mean audit, and when I mean say you need to kind of keep assessing what's working, what's not, it's to get to a stage in some time where you know what exactly is working, and what are the components you need to keep as customized, and what are the components that you could actually just offer off the shelf.
Farida ji, there is a new paradigm shift also in the way we do business, considering that the United Nations organization called World Commercial Organization (WCO) is trying to standardize the commodities world over, and that is why gone are the days where you could do anything, you could sell anything, you can change instantly. I think a lot of entrepreneurs need to decide what is that they want to sell, and the business associated with that, and a growth plan associated with that offering or a product line. So considering that, your explanation of packaging becomes very, very important. And a lot of people don't know how to do all this packaging, because 10 people can come together. There are so many forums, I will help you sell. There is a small and medium enterprises forums and all that, but it is just a posting mechanism. I'm selling furniture and here is my post, and what happens to that post, nobody is bothered. So would you like to tell our viewers how your company or yourself can help them packaging it better, so that it is a tangible offerings?
Sure. So yes, in our consulting work, we do work with companies to, one, help them do a few things. One is, package their offerings, because a lot of companies make the mistake of selling the features rather than the benefits to the consumer. So we that is step one, where we help them. Step two is, once you have packaged it, how is it actually performing? Um, so there are quite a few steps to it, but what I can say is that this is my way of giving back to the society, that the first couple of companies which actually write to us with an aspiration to collaborate with others in their space, I will do a 1 hour of free consulting for them, and I will help them to take the first step. And then if they want, they could implement those areas, and then they could track them as well. This is no strings attached. No need to go commercial with us. This is just one free consultation to just get you started.
Excellent. I think people will benefit a lot because of this. And your background is awesome. I think you are the best person. You have built companies from scratch. You have moved out of companies, transition it. I think you have so much experience and rich experience of working with variety of different things, different businesses. So you are the best person to guide budding entrepreneurs, especially in India. And you are the person who can help them team up together, package that as one offering, and then take it to the world. So thank you for making an offer, Farida ji.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, because it's not just about using my experience to help them, also tell them to not make the same mistakes that I have made and sometimes repeated them over the last 20 years. Gosh, it's been 20 years since I have been working, and I have made a lot of mistakes. So at least I can help people to kind of get started. So it would be a pleasure, and anything for your viewers, CK.
Well, viewers, this is a great offer from Farida Charania, who's the CEO of Career Zoom. She is willing to help first two companies who approach her for free and guide them in various marketing initiative, and most importantly, how do you basically package it and take it to the world. So I think make use of this opportunity. Please write in as a comment, or write in to the email which will be published at the end of the video. We will make the connection happen, or you can reach directly to Farida. Choice is yours. So Farida ji, it was wonderful talking to you after almost a month.
Right.
So please stay indoors, be safe, and we will catch up in the next episode.
Thank you, Siki, and thank you all the viewers. Have a very safe, journey from here on, and my best wishes to you and your loved one. Stay safe.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and we are very honored and pleased to have a very distinguished guest on our show today. Her name is Aparna Ranadive. She is the woman entrepreneur of today. She is actually wearing three hats at the moment. She is CEO of a company called Practical Magic and Advisory Services. She is also co-founder and CEO of the Gateway to India, and she is also executive director of Global Chambers of Commerce, Mumbai edition. So I wonder how she is wearing so many hats at the same time, and how she shuffled between changing over one hat to the other. But I think we will know her journey of leadership. So without further ado, let me present Aparna to you.
Hi, CK. Good afternoon, and thank you for welcoming me to the show.
It is our pleasure, Aparna. I think your role and profile is really amazing, and I think there is a lot of learning hearing from you. So, what is your life lesson that you would like to share with the viewers and with me today?
Well, I think, like I was telling you some time back, I call myself Destiny's child, and right from a young age, fate and destiny has sort of guided me. But nonetheless, I guess if you don't take learnings from whatever that we've experienced, that experience itself is futile. So from that perspective, I'd like to share the very first organization that I worked with and the experience that I sort of had from there. I started there straight out of college. I was a microbiologist by vocation and had absolutely no knowledge of the commercial world. And it just so happened that I managed to join this place as a management trainee. I should not name the organization, but nonetheless, it was one of the largest organizations back then, and even today. As a management trainee, one was expected to go through the entire functioning of the organization. There was a 1 year training period that you had to go through each and every function. And there came a time, I handled every possible function that was there. So right from the commercial, the non-commercial, the external customer facing, and the internal customer facing as well. There came a time in the life cycle of the organization where it had to go through a tough phase, and the regulators had come down cracking on it. And by then, my entire team. So I was the youngest in the team, of course, all of 1920. And my boss and I, we were the only ones remaining in the team. The rest of them had all sort of either resigned or had been laid off, or something or the other had happened. And there was, so while my boss was handling all the strategic aspects of the regulatory shutdown, or the regulatory aspect that had come through, I had to manage people, I had to manage the operational aspect, and that's where the real core HR work really began. And the point I'm trying to drive home is that if we treat every experience as a learning experience, there's so much to take back home. And we cannot really typecast ourselves to say that, oh, I'm an HR professional, so I will only be doing HR, or there is something else that I'm doing, so only sort of sort of put yourself in that kind of a bracket and do that alone. So during this journey, there came a point where I had to lay off about 800 odd people between Bombay and another place, 2 units in Bombay and another place outside of Bombay. And there were all these people who were in the age groups of 45 upwards, 47, 50, all upwards, knowing fully well that there is a high possibility that these people may not get a job again. Because they were not all that qualified, and considering that there were just two of us manning the entire fort, I was literally put in front of them to manage their wrath and to kind of take care of what was happening with them, to convince them if possible, and if not possible, then to ask them to take that kind of initiative that the company had offered them. But there came a point where they all felt that I was also a management stooge, because I was running between that company and the parent company, trying to work the best deal for them, and in terms of numbers. So from a learning perspective, I think it would have been one of the best learnings possible for handling of crisis, to maintaining your mental agility, to maintaining your emotional balance, um, to being able to be diplomatically suave and smart, so that you maintain the secrecy of what was happening back in the management team, and at the same time ensuring that the message does not get diluted and the work gets done the way it is supposed to get done. So I think from that perspective, for a 19-20-year-old, there could not have been a better learning than that. And I sort of treasure that, because while doing all of this, I was also dealing with the topmost management of the parent company. So they were all bigwigs who had spent 25, 30 years in the organizations, very well known in the industry, and names to reckon with. And they were sitting across the table with me saying, Aparna, you need to do this MIS like this. You need to be, looking at these numbers. So I treated that experience as a learning experience from the word go, because it was not very easy. You had to keep your feet on the ground, and on your head, on your shoulders, showing fully well that you were in control of the situation as well. Because otherwise, they could have easily, taken me off and put somebody else who was smarter there, and ensured that the job got done. But I needed to be there. I had taken that responsibility on my head. Um, so it was all today when I look back, I think that was one of the sort of grounding lessons that I had in life, my very first job in my career. And that came in very handy when I was doing as I was growing through my career in life, and handling many more stressful situations as well. So yeah, I think brilliant learning.
Well, Aparnaji, I think this is a great story that you have told us from just one of the leaf from your illustrious career. And I know when you speak like this, I know I can relate to myself also, and many people like me who would have gone through this such a experience. Seniors sometimes throw you in cauldron and ask you to fix the issues, and then you have to think on your own, find solution, and find a balance. Um, and right now you are basically a very well accomplished professional, but obviously you did not become what you are today overnight. You have gone through the grind, and this is one of the story of a grind which you are sharing with our viewers. So, what is
Right.
the major learning you think you got at such a early, young age and early part of your career?
So I think first and foremost, like I was saying, that the presence of mind, your emotional and mental balance, because you should also remember that so I'm a very as an individual, as a personality, I am a fairly sensitive person, and I tend to episodes in life, they kind of remain, they make an impact on my mind and my heart. And sometimes I do take decisions based on certain emotions that play in. So my father had been he had faced with a similar situation when I was still in college, or rather I had just about started working. And the moment I was sort of signing off letters or having these conversations with these 800 people, every time my father's face came in front of me, that I don't know what he must have gone through, looking and thinking about two young daughters who were there, and a relatively sick wife to take care of, and to have gone through an episode like this in life. I think it's not just socially, back then it was nothing to do with your social image, it was more about sustenance, it was more about so I had to keep all of that aside while that was still playing on my mind. I had to keep that aside, and I had to think about these people there, and think like a professional, make sure that what the parent company was giving them was much more than fair, because like I said, they would not have possibly got jobs after that, or some of them did get jobs. Making sure that they got recommendation letters right, they making sure that everything that was being promised to them was delivered to the last T. And to top it all, imagine the kind of emotional stress that one goes through, that a building, an organization that has given you your first 3 4 years, you've given your first 3 4 years and your learnings, you have to actually walk out of that door, and you're the one who's putting the lock on that door. I think in terms of emotional duress as well as emotional strength and mental strength, I don't think there would have been an episode stronger than that, or more fierce than that, to have taught you that what needs to be done in life needs to be done. What professionally you have to do, you have to do. Everything else is secondary. At that point in time, your karma is what you're supposed to be dealing with, and doing it. Later on, of course, I went through my own piece of emotional turmoil and all of that, but at that point in time, I could not have possibly shown it to anybody, neither the people on the floor. And at 19 20 to do that, I think was in itself a huge thing. So from that perspective, I think the learning that one gets is definitely resilience, definitely endurance, definitely presence of mind, and your mental and emotional agility and strength.
So, Aparnaji, when you are working for the US companies, and I used to meet a lot of these people who are specialized in firing people. They're always in the flight, and they are going from city to city firing people. There are specialized people who are doing that, And in the States, we don't get to do it ourselves. If we have to
Correct.
fire our team, we don't get to do it ourselves. We have a specialized person who will come and fire that person, whoever that person is.
Right.
That person can be CEO or it could be anybody. But in
Correct.
India, we are we have to do everything. We have to wear many hats at the same time. Uh,
Yeah.
did this episode very early? Did it change your attitude towards ethics, work culture? Did it help you in shaping or made you little hard towards professionalism and other people? What was the impact on you?
I must say it did have a lasting impact for the simple reason that one is it definitely hardened me to that extent. But having said that, I still remained pretty sensitive about the fact that you are dealing with a person, and I think as an HR professional, this does become an integral part of your job, because at every point in time, you are called on to either be the announcer of bad news or the executioner in so many ways, whether it is and you have to, whether you like it or you don't, sometimes these tough decisions are what you need to take for the better good of the company, your team, or the business, and what have you. So I think this episode in itself had a lasting impact. I did realize that this is going to be a part of my role if I do decide to take on HR further ahead, and be an HR professional. And unfortunately or fortunately for me, this did keep repeating time and again through various businesses and through various points in time. But having said that, despite having swung the axe on many an occasion, I must say that the people who did get affected as well, they still write back to me, or they still connect with me and say, we still talk about the happy notes, we still talk about the good things that we did together. Those were decisions that both parties understand was required by the business at that point in time, and there's no animosity as such personally. But I think that also goes to show that there was a sensitivity involved, and I did maintain that sensitivity there, and I did not sort of come across as a cutthroat, mercenary or a cutthroat professional who's only out there to fire people. There were certain times that we did take those opportunities to outplay certain people, to give them my own personal contacts and make sure that they did get opportunities elsewhere as well. So I think it did teach you quite a bit, even further on. And yeah, so that's how it went.
So literally, it prepared you for life. So I'm sure since you have so many activities right now going in your professional career, uh, I think you are very cool with asking people to, leave. Probably if they are not adding any value. I'm sure you can do that now.
Well, I hate doing it, but yes, I make no bones in. I make sure that I give opportunities enough for people to mend their ways. But if there is, when you see that despite opportunity, despite guidance, despite that uh, coaxing, despite all the kind of cajoling that you can do, if the other person is not willing to pull up their socks, is not willing to deliver as per a requirement, then unfortunately that's the last resort left, and you have to do it. And if you have to do it, you have to do it. So there's no other way to looking at it. And I can't say it's easy. Even now, it is very difficult. Even if it means firing, asking the maid at home to go back and not come from the next day onwards, I think I find it extremely difficult doing it, because then I keep thinking, should I have been more patient? Should I have, been a little more tolerant, or should I just have what I did was right? It plays on my mind for quite a long time. But at the same time, I know what ultimately I have done is the right thing and the best thing to have been done in that point in time. So yes.
Well, I think there is a lot of learning for the viewers, and personally for me, I think hearing this incident, and you mentioned very powerful words that you are in touch with those people who you had to lay off very early in your career. Obviously, when people are in their 30s and 50s and 40s, they know exactly it is not you who are, you're also one of the employee, and you're just carrying out the objectives of the organization. So I think that is why the animosity is not there, and you are in connections with them, and you carried out your responsibility as a professional. So I think the learning for us, all of us, is that you got to do what you got to do. You don't want to shun away your responsibility which has been given to you. And as Aparna ji said today, karma. So it's also the Krishna said that you do your karma, and you don't think about anything else. So it was pleasure talking to you today, Aparna ji, and catch up with something more interesting very soon in the next episode.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much for making this discussion as interesting as well.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello, everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today, the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible. They need to be digitally savvy. They need to be open to, remotely working. So be able to work by themselves, not really kind of, be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of, being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally. They probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. Uh, there is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates. So where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So, as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So, what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges, they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, you know, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually, bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because, like, for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah. So where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question, we all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital, they have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear, they can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of like a mechanic or like a chef or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented. You acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this batch, current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Give learning outcome has to be very very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. You can give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because um, if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. A chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, uh, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to for instance say create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become
Yes.
chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually recognize somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity really.
Absolutely.
In real sense, what really happens is you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration. You have to do billing. You have to welcome the guests. You have to clean the bathroom. You have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who could do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are trained to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CP is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we will do. There are some flower arrangement things which we can do teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. Um, for instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also, in order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena. For example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020.
and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that hand-holding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up and COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right? Either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Faiza's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also think there's always is there a shift in the operation system also, like Faiza quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain, so you can pick up any of the job or time, train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities are available in the health sector, maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that but you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses, start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction, so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you, to orient you in the right direction so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Legal Matters. And friends, as you know, that we invite distinguished jury, judges, and lawyers to our program, and we discuss about the legal aspects which affect the general public and people of India and citizens of India. So today, graciously inviting my friend Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad. Jeet is also a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Jeet, welcome to our show, Legal Matters.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure to be here. And I'm looking forward to having a discussion with you on this very interesting topic today.
Yes, Jeet. In fact, what we want to discuss with you is very, very interesting, and everyone. In fact, if you look at the media, it's all over the place. People are discussing about it. The movie stars are getting paraded. It's about the drug abuse or drug use. So it depends, how you want to take it, abuse or use. So I think you are the legal person. You are the best person. I think the law
Right.
is called NDPS Act. I, why don't you tell our viewers about the NDPS Act?
Yes, certainly. Actually, it is very interesting. And rather than use, mostly it is abused and misused. And drugs are not something that can be recommended to anyone except if it is for medicinal or scientific research purpose. But it's an interesting enactment, and it has some history, which I would also like to throw some light on. As the NDPS Act, which is currently in existence, is of the year 1985. However, as you are aware, that the narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances are basically divided into three categories. That is the natural drugs, the semi-synthetic, and synthetic drugs. So, natural drugs which are derived from cannabis, also known as hemp, or the opium poppy plant, or the coca plant, or from the coca leaves, have been in existence for more than 1,000 years, and they've been used in several different traditional and cultural purposes in different civilizations. In fact, coca leaf has been widely prevalent in South American tribes, and they've been using it for a lot of variety of purpose, including cultural purposes. And similarly, cannabis, which is known as hemp, has been used, and its derivatives have been used in India for probably more than thousands of years. And India, as is known as the land of Shiva, and on Shivratri as well as Holi, even today, people consume what is known as bhang. Basically, bhang is also leaves and seeds of this cannabis plant. So they have been in use, in fact, widely has been in used in cultural and traditional purposes since thousands of years. And even interestingly, during the British era as well, the acts which were in existence were the Opium Act, and which was first introduced in the year 1857. Interestingly, that act also did not prohibit the use of cannabis or hemp. And also the later act of 1878, and thereafter another act of 1930, which was again Dangerous Drugs Act. Mostly it prohibited opium and its derivatives and these psychotropic substances. However, the use of cannabis or hemp was never prohibited until lately, when the international pressure uh, was there, and there was an absolute campaign of say no to drugs, and all sorts of drugs in the natural form which are derived from cannabis and hemp were also prohibited, and there were international conventions, and ultimately India also had to succumb and bring into force the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Act 1985. And it has very stringent provisions and very harsh punishments. And ultimately, this act also now bans these three forms of natural drugs which are derived from the cannabis hemp. the opium poppy, and also the coca leaf. So though it was widely prevalent, though it was used in several traditions and was a custom usage, but still it ultimately had to succumb and had to prohibit the use and cultivation, and it has to regulate it very heavily. And these offenses are also so strict that if you get caught, then there are very severe punishments. But it also divides the this drugs and psychotropic substance into small quantity and commercial quantity, which also I'll be talking with you in this session. What is small quantity? What is commercial quantity? And what are the punishments prescribed for small quantity and commercial quantity? Yes, it's a very interesting how it has developed so far, this act and the provision.
So, Jeet, you have put very nicely about the history of this particular the issue that we have at hand, and I think by and large there are many countries which has imposed death penalty if you are found with drugs. So there are some very strict laws, and India also has very strict laws. But what we are seeing nowadays is a lot of educated people are, using it, and I'm sure a lot of people know that drug is a bad thing, drinking is a bad thing, smoking is a bad thing. So these bad karmas or bad, these things are bad. So that is why people say don't smoke, don't drink, and then obviously having drug is definitely very very bad. In spite of, you mentioned culture. Now, in spite of having as part of the culture, it was never considered as a very good thing, getting into narcotics. So why you, I don't know whether you will like to dwell into this subject where the educated class or really the creme de la creme is now getting into the drug abuse. Is there a reason
Yes.
for this drug abuse?
Well, basically, if you see now, though 80s, 70s was a different era, but now even a lot of countries which had heavily tried to restrict these drugs like cannabis, hemp, have now, in fact, taken a different turn and has now legalized and regulated the use of cannabis in a lot of countries, like Canada and Netherlands also has regulated its and permitted the use of cannabis. Also, USA, a lot of states have now relaxed their provisions regarding the use of cannabis. So, but though, of course, it can't be recommended, it can't be prescribed, or it can't be said that everybody must do this. Ultimately, it's a personal choice, and every individual has an autonomy to decide what is best for him. And that privacy and that decision should be left. That is what my personal belief is. Be left to each individual. And the state, though, has an important role. Of course, it must be seen that abuse has to be restricted because it is neither morally good for the country, even economically is not good, because the best the best people, the best brain, the resources of the country are drained out, and certainly it is not something that should be used so prevalently. And there should be curbs, and it should be restricted, and also there has to be severe punishments for cultivation and illegal use and sale of such substances.
So
But culturally, yeah.
So you mentioned that the educated class or really the creme de la creme is now getting into this, and this is where the government challenge is to stop it, because some of the role models might percolate it downwards, and it is not good for the people. So how much is the quantity? Is it permitted at all? First question, and part two is there a limited quantity that people can have legally?
Well, actually, no quantity is a permissible quantity except it is for the use of for medicine or for scientific purpose. There are authorities prescribed from where licenses have to be procured, and based on such licenses, the permissible use can be done for medicine purpose. But also with regards to medicinal purpose, a lot of day-to-day medicines which are taken by probably all of us also contain some form of narcotic, synthetic or semi-synthetic drugs. If I give you an example, codeine, which is also a very prevalent substance abuse, which is abused, is used in a lot of cough syrups. So a lot of people get addicted to such cough syrups and they are being abused. Also, morphine, which is also a psychotropic substance, is used in a lot of painkillers. So is opium. And all these painkillers are provided over the counters and people can easily buy it. And however, a longer use can is not good for health, and also sometimes people can get addicted to such medicines as well. So uh, I would say that every individual has some or other way has consumed these drugs, but purposefully doing it for recreational purpose alone and then getting addicted and being abused by this drug is something which has to be regulated. And yes, as the government is now coming down on all these celebrities, because as you said, they are role models and people look up to them. If they get into such activities and openly do it, then yes, that will create a big problem for the country and the future of this country. So what is permissible limit you were asking, and what is the is there any limit which can be permitted? According to the Act, the NDPS Act has classified these limits into small quantity and commercial quantity. So if somebody is found to be in possession of any of these narcotics, in fact, there are more than 200 substances which are being prescribed under the Act, and every substance has been given a limit. So, for example, if you say weed, which is known as ganja or derived from cannabis plant, the small quantity is prescribed as 1 kilogram, and more than 100 kilogram is prescribed as the commercial. So, if somebody, it is not that it is legal or it is permissible to have less than 1 kg. It is also an offense to have even 1 gram. The difference is this, that if you are found with lesser amount than prescribed for small quantity, the offense is not so serious, and the maximum punishment prescribed would be less than 1 year or a fine up to 10,000 rupees. But whereas if you are found with a commercial quantity which is more than 100 kgs, then the punishment can be more than 10 years up to 20 years, depending on the quantity, and also your antecedents. Because if you are found, if this is a second or third case against you, then there can be death penalty as well. But I may just quickly go through the provisions. If I can just, what is the uh, quantity prescribed for small and commercial quantities? So, so the popular, which you might be aware of, the drug called cocaine. For cocaine, small quantity is 2 grams, whereas commercial quantity is more than 100 grams. If a person is found to be in possession of less than 2 grams of cocaine, then the maximum punishment which is prescribed under the Act is of up to 1 year. And if he is found having more than 100 grams, which is commercial quantity, then the punishment prescribed is more than 10 years up to 20 years. But if it is between 2 grams to 100 grams, then the punishment can be up to 10 years, any period of imprisonment up to 10 years. So another narcotic drug which is also popularly used is codeine, which I just said is used in cough syrups. So there the small quantity is 10 grams and the commercial quantity is 1 kg. So if somebody is found having less than 10 grams, then the punishment is much lesser, up to 1 year. But if it is found with more than 1 kg, then it is up to 10 years to 20 years. Also, ganja, as I said, is 1 kg is the small quantity and commercial quantity is 20 kg. Heroin is also one of the mostly abused drugs, wherein the small quantity is 5 grams and commercial quantity is 250 grams. Another one popularly known as Mandrex, which is the methaqualone, known as methaqualone, wherein the small quantity is 20 grams and the commercial quantity is 500 grams. And morphine, which is also used in a lot of painkillers, is the small quantity is 5 grams and the commercial quantity is 250 grams. For all these drugs, the small and commercial quantity are prescribed under the schedule, and based on that, the prosecution presses the charges and the punishment is accordingly prescribed. This is the difference, but nothing is. It is not that less than small quantity is legal or it is permissible and it can be used. It is absolutely an offense. Even a smallest quantity of any sort of narcotic, psychotropic is an offense. It is illegal. You can't use it. It is you can't sell it. You can't even have it in your possession. And the provisions are so stringent that even if it is found in your residence, in your car, in your office, or wherever it is found in your area which is in your ownership, then the law presumes that you had the knowledge that it was in your possession, and the law presumes that it is with your knowledge that you had this sort of drug. Also, another why this is very stringent is that normally under the criminal law, the presumption of innocence is always upon the accused, and he is presumed to be innocent until found guilty. After the trial, ultimately the court decides whether he is guilty or innocent. But till then, the presumption of innocence is there. But in this act, it is a reverse presumption. In fact, he is proved to be guilty unless he himself tries to prove that he is innocent. Therefore, these are very stringent provisions and very strict punishment, harsh punishment, and law is also very strict in that.
So, Jeet, I think you put it quite nicely. It is not good to have any sort of narcotics with you or any connection of any sort. So, I think the message is very loud and clear coming from a person like you who's a legal luminary, telling the people that not to have anything to do with any sort of drug. Now, uh, I think you mentioned in the beginning that there is a culture issue, and bhang is used mostly. I mean, we know, I mean, during Holi, the bhang is used, and also we have the folklores and also the songs coming out,
Right.
which are promoting use of bhang. So, what is bhang? Is it a drug or it's not a drug?
So yes, well, bhang is another controversial topic because basically bhang has been used since a long period of time, and it has some cultural importance as well because it is consumed during festivals like Holi and Shivratri. And the lawmakers have left a loophole, and very smartly so, because when the Act of 1985 came into existence, in the definition of cannabis hemp, they very smartly, I would say, did not include the seeds and leaves of the cannabis plant as a narcotic substance. If I may just quickly refer to this definition of cannabis, cannabis, what is also known as ganja, that is the flowering or fruiting tops of the cannabis plant. But the lawmakers excluded the seeds and leaves when they are not accompanied by the tops, that is the fruiting top. Fruiting top is the ganja. The what is derived from seeds and its leaves is usually what is mixed and known as bhang. So under the NDPS Act, the seeds and leaves are excluded, and therefore what is derived from seeds and leaves does not include in the definition of cannabis and is not a narcotic. And there are some judicial pronouncements of Rajasthan and Chandigarh High Court, which has also taken the view that consumption and possession of bhang will not be covered under the uh, NDPS Act and is not a narcotic. And therefore, you cannot prosecute someone if if he's in possession of bhang. But then every state has its own different enactments, and Gujarat basically has a Gujarat Prohibition Act, which has in its definition included bhang as a cannabis. Therefore, though NDPS Act will not be applicable if you are found having possession of bhang or if you are found consuming bhang, but you will certainly violate the Gujarat Prohibition Act and you will end up being in jail, not under the Narcotics Act, but under the Gujarat Prohibition Act. But under Rajasthan and some other states like Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, I think NDPS Act would certainly not apply, and even state legislation does not put it as an offense. Therefore, you find some licensed government shops in Rajasthan and some other districts where bhang is legally being sold in those states, especially in some of the areas of those states. So bhang has been left out, and because of, I think, because of this cultural importance and the the attachment that it has to these festivals like Holi and Shivratri. So therefore, bhang is not not covered under the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Act of 1985.
So I think we would like to still recommend that people should not have bhang also, because you don't know where what law applies. So until unless you have
Yes, sir.
clarity of what is legally permissible, you should not get into certain things. So now
Right.
we will come to the moot point. Uh, so many Bollywood people and senior creme de la creme is now getting paraded in front of National NCB, which is the prevention for National Bureau of Prevention of Narcotics in India. So,
Narcotics, right.
so basically, do you think they have committed some offense by exchanging the WhatsApp, which has been intercepted, or probably that has been shared in the public domain? Or do you think there is no offense?
Well, it's difficult to say whether they have committed any offense or not, because if you see from what is coming through media, I don't think any celebrity has been found to be in possession of any drugs, because possession is one of the most important aspects to bring any of these offenses. Though use and selling and even permitting someone to buy would also be covered under the offenses, but they have not been found. I think, except what I come across through media reports is that Riya Chakrabarti was having possession of, I think, weed and some hashish, which was recovered from her possession. But that quantity was also very less, and that quantity cannot in any way be brought under the commercial quantity. So there was very less quantity, a small quantity, and also no other celebrity has been found to be in possession. And however, what investigations are going on is because some chats have been found where it appears that they've been referring it to something as drugs and talking about it. But with respect to if such chats and if some details come about, then the NCB, that is the National Bureau for Narcotics, would are certainly, it is within their reach and jurisdiction to call for information, and they can call for witnesses. They can summon the witnesses, and the witnesses are under an obligation to provide the information or whatever knowledge that they have to share it. And ultimately, it is for the NCB to decide whether any charges are can be brought against all these celebrities or not. But ultimately, it depends on what investigation is carried on, what is recovered from there, and what are the proof available. Otherwise, only on the basis of chat and which is not very clear, charges cannot be pressed against all the celebrities.
So, Jeet, sometime back you mentioned that if the quantity is recovered, then there is a clear evidence available. And if the quantity is not recovered, is there a provision, or how does the law looks at the circumstantial evidence, which is some sort of, somebody says, hey, I've supplied the drug to this and this person. Will that hold any water?
Right. Confession, basically, confession to the officers of the NCB are admissible, and that depends on whether they come out and say the same thing before the court or not. Because their statements made to the NCP, though being admissible, will ultimately be put to test when they come and depose during the trial. During the trial, if they retract or say that this confession was under coercion or under force or due to duress, then that will depend on the other relevant evidence which has been gathered. So basically, confession under the Indian law is a very weak evidence, and Only under the NDPS, there are provisions that say that confession can be admissible, but that will also have to depend on other evidences which have been collected. Otherwise, under the Indian law, confession made to the police officers is absolutely inadmissible and cannot be used against the accused. That will be a very weak evidence.
Yeah, so I think the last question we have in this program is, in that case, since there is no evidence to link the celebrity with the drug, do you think it is right to parade all the celebrity in front of media, in front of NCB?
Well, it is within the jurisdiction of the NCB to call for information, to call for witnesses, those who they think have some knowledge of any offense having been committed. So it is not wrong to call them for investigation and to investigate or inquire from them and gather information which is relevant for the investigation that is going on. But unnecessarily trying to parade every other celebrity, I don't think that is the intention of that should be the intention of the NCB. But in order to gather information, they can certainly call for these celebrities and ask them and inquire from them and investigate them.
So I think we had a very wonderful discussion today, Jeet, and I think our viewers would know about what is right, what is wrong, what is permissible, what is not permissible, and also a little bit about NDPS Act, which governs all these aspects. So it was our pleasure, and I look forward to meeting you again, discussing about some other legal matter very soon.
Right. Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Even I had a it was very nice for you to call me, invite me for this session. I also really enjoyed the session. Thank you very much.
You have a nice day and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
What's up, guys? This is Akul Mac Live, and my name is Chandrakant. I'm your host today, and today we have a very important topic to discuss, which is how do you impress using your communication on a social media. And to discuss this subject, I'll be joined by my friend from UK, a very famous personality, Mr. Neighborhood. So I will just step out for a moment, and we'll be back along with my guest. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. So today morning, let me welcome Naval to the show. Naval is also chairman of Mindfilm Limited and is also 29th ranked global influencer. So welcome to the show, Naval. How are you doing today morning?
Good morning, Aquamac. Communication is the subject of today's CK, so I thought we'd start communicating. You heard that quite well, didn't you?
It was very loud and very clear.
Very loud and very clear and very, very one way. I wasn't expecting anything while I was saying it, and yet it might have switched people off, but it could have switched people on because they would have recognized it as Good Morning Vietnam from Robbie Williams many, many years ago. And it was his signature tune. And that's the first message we've got today. Have you got a signature tune? Some people call it a jingle that people can relate to immediately when they see you or your product or something else. So, CK, does that make sense? Have you got a signature tune now?
Yes, absolutely. And Akulmac Live is our signature. You know, whenever we come on the show, we always say, welcome to Akulmac Live. And that is our identification, also our cue. Before we proceed further, this show is going live across 6 social media platforms, and people can communicate with you, can indulge in our show live using the chat function. So viewers, if you have any questions or any comment, observation, feel free to shoot it out and we will respond immediately. So Neville, I think the subject really today is many times you don't know the other person when you're communicating using social media on Facebook or LinkedIn, and then you use your English language. You know, sometimes you use it or overuse it, and you may not start building the bridges. In fact, you even before you start building the bridge, you start removing the bricks out of it. So I think this is one problem that happens. Many people do this mistake, and even if they start the communication, they actually put the other person off. So what is your opinion, how we can solve this issue among people?
It's a common question that I get asked, and it's a common question that's actually out there in the Google world. How do you engage with your audience? The question is in the answer is in the question, because it's about engagement. You and I have often had a discussion about how do people sell? How do you engage with your audience? How do you get known in the digital arena when there's millions of people, in fact, billions of people that are out there doing similar things to you? And the bottom line is really quite simple. You need to understand the phrase, people buy from people. And you and I have said this many times before, CK, but the thing about that phrase is it's always truncated, because it's the other end of the phrase that's really important. People buy from people they know and trust. Now, let's differentiate between 2 types of products. One's that is freely available. It's on Amazon. You can become an Amazon affiliate. You can sell it like anybody else. This is just a commodity. It's something that's easily available on the marketplace. And actually what the result there is about price. That's fundamentally what people are going to do. They will run a mile, go the extra mile to get a rupee discount, because that's what it's all about. That's what most people are motivated by. If you look on Facebook Market, you always see, and eBay and all of these other marketplaces, you always see that people are given a rating. And if someone's given a 99.9% seller rating, inside your mind, you're attracted to it. And that's why Facebook and eBay do it. They're recognizing what you're going to be attracted to. Why would you go and buy from this person? So even if you don't know anything about selling and you start to go and sell something on eBay that someone else may have, by the way, you know, you're just drop shipping from somewhere else. It's really down to that percentage. And that means they know and they trust you automatically. You don't even have to do the work. The interesting thing is you're doing all the work because you're responding to people that are buying from you. Even if it's only one person that's bought from you, you can have a really high rating. So you can manipulate these things if you go down the nth route. But the point I'm trying to make is Facebook are trying to tell you what's important. eBay is trying to tell you what's important. And it's that rating that's important. How do you get to that rating? Does this make sense, CK? You've seen all these things Facebook are doing us a favor, aren't they?
Well, I think you have made a very important point, and whenever I buy stuff from e-commerce website, I always look at the customer reviews, and I actually don't look at the programmable customer reviews, because those are biased. As you said that these things can be influenced, I go down further. You know, I think you have to go down further, especially if you're on Amazon, and you have to check the real comments from the customer. So I actually check that, and because of that, my speed of ordering on e-commerce website is not very good, because I spend too much time, you know, because I burned my fingers by ordering without looking at terms and conditions. If there is no return policy and if there is no feedback from the client, it turns out that the product that you buy is not up to the mark. So the customer feedback is very important when you buy. So I think when you make this point, is absolutely make sense, because you know, whenever you're selling on e-commerce, which is like selling yourself on social media, the feedback is very important. And I think it's very, very true, in my opinion, that the first impression is the only impression you have today. and if you spoil that chance, well, you will lose an opportunity. That's what I feel, Neville.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the reason I ask you, you're my little guinea pig here, is because your opinion counts. Your opinion is like many other people out there that are thinking that way. And yeah, like you, I'm doing exactly the same. I will look at what the customer feedback is. And if there isn't many customer feedbacks, then typically I'll steer away from it. And the interesting thing is, on these big sites, and this is where you can go and experiment. It won't take you a long time, but if you're into selling on the internet, selling a digital service, go and have a good look at Amazon. And go and have a look at a commodity that's freely available anywhere. Not freely, but easily available anywhere. And just go onto Amazon and look at how Amazon help you in your purchase. Not only are they giving you advice of where it comes from, in other words, who's the distributor, not necessarily who's the owner, but who's the distributor. And they compare it to 3 or 4 other products that are out there, could be exactly the same product. And if it's not the same product, they even give you a list of, there are 10 other available at this price. So it gives you all of the things you need to know about making that purchase. And we can learn, as business owners, we can learn a lot about that mentality, that process. They've invested millions in their sales process. So just take a leaf out of their book and have a look at what they're doing. It's not difficult to do. No, I can tell you lots of things, but frankly, you can learn lots of things in 20 minutes just by playing around on the Amazon profile. Even Alibaba, go onto Alibaba and look at the same sort of thing, because these platforms are helping you click out, because that's how they make money too. Remember, they're on commission, so they're trying to make life easier for you. So let's look at the tricks that they use. But fundamentally, they're going back to people buy from people they know and like. And all they're doing is trying to accelerate that process so you can get to know them. And you can get to like them. And it may be you like them because they're a rupee cheaper than anybody else. And that's absolutely fine. You're making the decision. You're the informed customer. So what is it then that is wrong with your digital process, with your sales process? Are you getting people to know you? Or are you doing, as I see, an awful lot of stuff these days, and it's been going on, you know, since the internet was created. People put a YouTube advert on there, and all they do is try and sell it to you. They don't educate you. They don't entertain you. They don't have a laugh with you. They don't make it funny and engaging. Notice we're using one letter here, E. Entertaining, engaging, empowering, because that's what these videos and the communication that you've got needs to. It needs to empower the user. Hello, we've got this. Lots of other people have got it too. I want to help you make the best decision about where you're going to buy it. Because there's lots of products that are out there that actually there's a Me Too, and another Me Too, and another Me Too, and another Me Too. And if you noticed, all of those Me Toos in the main are saying the same thing. And if they're smart, they're not overcomplicating it, because all they are is just a middleman. But when you've got something special, this is the thing that I find really frustrating, CK, is when people have got really something special and they don't know how to sell it. Because the thing is, they're trying to sell it, but they shouldn't be trying to sell it. The whole point is we should be educating, entertaining, and empowering someone else to buy it. Why are they buying from you? Are you a nice person? Are you not a nice person? Maybe they don't need to know that, but it depends upon your product as to whether they do need to know it. Any of this making sense, CK? I see you smiling away there, and I'm sure you've had loads of experience and loads of questions that have come to you over the years about this very same thing.
Well, we have a viewer actually who's appreciating, and this is a message from Mr. Amit Singh, who's saying, congratulations, this is incredible. And he is thanking us for sharing the wisdom. So thanking you, Neville, for sharing your wisdom. And he says that keep inspiring, keep igniting, and educating. So thank you so much, Amit, for appreciating the work. And if you have any question, please shoot it out and we will answer that question right away. So Neville, going back to your question, I think the whole point is that when it comes to e-commerce, we have the comfort to check the customer reviews, and based on that we can make a decision. But when it comes to LinkedIn type scenario where you're dependent on the kind of communication coming from the other side, even though you have written long essays, if the communication is not proper, then you are actually spoiling. Instead of building bridges, you are actually spoiling the whole thing. And that is a mistake a lot of people do actually. When it comes to Facebook, it is okay because you can communicate using a messenger and you can do always back and forth. So messenger is more instant. But on LinkedIn, because that is more professional, where a lot of senior people are hooked on, and when these people communicate, sometimes they brush the people in the wrong way. So what is your suggestion when it comes to trying to build bridges using this social media, not so much on the e-commerce, but more on the social media?
Well, it's a great question, CK, and this is all about context now. So for instance, let me give you a stark context. If I go to into a meeting room, if I start to network, and I go and introduce myself to someone, and typically the conversation goes down, what do you do? Okay, I very rarely say, what do you do? I'm more interested in, how do you make your impact? So immediately you're asking an intriguing question apart from, oh, what do you do? Because the manual says, ask the question, what do you do? And I see you smiling away, but so many people do it. This is about people buying from people, remember. They need to, the whole point of a network arena is getting to know someone else, having a bit of fun, finding out exactly what they do. So when I ask a very direct question when I'm in networking, where do you make your biggest impact? Now, that's a really simple question to ask when you're face-to-face like this, and you can have a face-to-face discussion. But the last thing you want to be doing on LinkedIn is throwing a question out there and say, where do you make the biggest impact? Because people are going to ignore you. Equally, are you interested in personal development? It's a great question, but it's not relevant for that audience. You need to put a story together. And if you notice on LinkedIn, they're now telling you, to put a story up, as they've been doing on Facebook for the last 2 or 3 years, you know, put it to your story. Again, think about what these brilliant platforms are doing and why they're doing it. So, what is it about a story on LinkedIn that's important? Because it tells a story about something that someone has achieved using what you do. Not your achievements, because frankly, that's just standing at the top of the Matterhorn, you know, with a huge sound blaster saying, "Look at me, I'm wonderful." And I'm afraid just that doesn't work. It never did work, you know. Not even the big influence in the world can actually stand on the top of Matterhorn and do that. And even the bigger ones might stand at the top of K2. And the real big ones will get to the top of Everest. I mean, you can see where I'm going here. You know, don't do it. It's a complete and utter waste of time. But it's about your storytelling capability. Can you tell a story? I'm getting messages coming in all the time about, yeah, stories really important. Yeah, thanks very much, Neville, you know, and I can see these coming in on a live feed. And it's exciting. It is about storytelling. But how good are you at storytelling? And my question is, you never get good at it until you start practicing. So on LinkedIn, you can do lots of practice. You can have lots of failures along the way. Remember, Edison got to that light bulb over 9,999 failures, apparently. Maybe it wasn't as many as that. Maybe it was more. Does it matter? The point here is he kept trying until he got a formula that worked for him. And then it worked for us because we've got lights everywhere. So it's really about your story, CK. I can't make it simpler than that, really. And if you need to find out how to write a story, Google it. I can tell you. But remember, it's not their story. It's your story. And it's your story not about you, but about somebody else. Somebody else that's benefited from what you do. And then people can relate to that story. I'm afraid you're going to have to become a journalist, CK, if you're going to get any business on LinkedIn.
I think you are right. And that brings me to the next question, which is about canned messages. And this is very important, Neville. I seriously want to ask you about this. See, it's like this. In my opinion, I may be wrong also, but let me repeat what I feel. If you have a canned message, then you can spend your time in choosing the right keywords so that in minimum possible time, you convey the right message. Because you mentioned that, hey, you ask, hey, are you interested in personal development? Which people are not, because they think, all of us think, hey, we are best people on the world. Who needs personal development? So nobody would need that. But if you design your canned message and you choose the word correctly, appropriately, and you convey the message in like 50 words, and then you use it as a canned message. Because many global gurus says you should not use canned messages because you're not warming up to the people by using canned messages. The way I feel it is, you know, if you try to warm up, it'll take a month. And it will take a real communication back and forth. By the time you realize that, hey, there is no business coming from this person. So warming up will take a lot of time. But instead of that, if you can just send a canned message, you can reach out to 100 people. Out of these 100 people, probably 2 will respond back to you, understanding what you do properly, because you have conveyed a message. But what I'm saying is totally against the global gurus theory. So I wanted to ask you, what is the right practice? Should you send a canned message to an unknown person and convey what you do, because you don't know the person anyway? And if you're telling him that this is what I do, if you like, write back, hey, I'm interested, etc. And then we can warm up to each other. Or you want people to warm up and then say, hey, this is what I do. What is your opinion on this, Neville?
Well, and another great question, CK. And my simple answer to that is try it. because these gurus are only gurus because they've seen something that works today in certain areas, and they're just explaining to you what works for others. If you notice, most of them have never tried it themselves. So for instance, we introduced the Good Morning Echo Mac. Now, a lot of people will have remembered that from Good Morning Vietnam. So what you're doing is you're triggering a thought, you're triggering a memory, you're triggering an experience. And if you notice, interestingly enough, the gurus have got it wrong quite clearly, because all of the adverts on TV are those little messages, 30 seconds. We have lots of adverts in the UK here now where companies actually sponsor programs. They sponsor channels for particular times of day. And there's a particular one that's about travel, and it's a travel company that's sponsoring, I think it's UK drama. And all it shows you is literally a 10-second video, and it says such and such a company sponsors UK drama. And in the background, there's lots of lovely music going on, and all you see is a picture of a big boat going down a canal past a castle or something that's there. It's very visual, but it's like 10 seconds. And it draws you in, and that's the whole point. It's that 10-second or that little meme, that picture that you will send to someone, and it draws them in. And if they're in the right mood, and you can't guarantee what that right mood is. We'll come to that in a minute, okay? Because in the digital space, they suggest that you can actually improve that mood time. But if they're in the right mood, something will trigger up here. So all you've done is you've sent them a picture, you've sent them a little video, an animated video, it could be anything. And if you've sent it to them often enough and they suddenly realize what it is, it starts to trigger the memory, and it comes from the subconscious to the conscious. And when it comes into the conscious mind, you're winning because now they're thinking about you. And we've seen lots and lots of examples here, CK. I remember one of the best marketing examples I've seen was going back to the 80s when Microsoft launched Windows. And we saw, if you remember, there were 4 parts of a jigsaw, and Microsoft had that jigsaw up there for years. It was all part of their marketing. So now you see Windows and it's got this squiggly line, or I think even that's changed. But in the first time, Windows had 4 bits, 4 different colors of a jigsaw. When they launched that, they just sent one piece of the jigsaw out. And all it said was, coming soon, Windows. And everyone thought, what's this? What's this? So you raise anticipation. Now, Microsoft were a very big company then, of course. They're, in comparative purposes, they're probably not as big as they were then, actually, because they were quite unique. Now, today, there are far more competitors out there. But the thing is, string people along. Get them into, and that's not stringing in a nasty way, because you're a nice person. You want them to buy from you. You're offering something that they really should be looking at. So, does it work? Yes. Are the gurus wrong? Quite clearly, yes, because big industries are doing it in a slightly different way, and they wouldn't continue it if it wasn't making them money. Makes it make any sense, CK? I bet you've used it in the past.
Well, I think I got a confirmation from you saying that, there is nothing wrong in sending canned messages, because instead of reaching out to just 10 people using canned message, you can probably reach out to 2,000 people. So I think there is nothing wrong, and that is a confirmation. There is a question, Naval. Very interesting question from Neetu Kaur Singh, and she wants to know, her question is exactly, how can we pitch by hitting hard? Would you like to answer to Neetu?
Well, I probably need to know a little bit more about the question, but let's try and think about what she's asking there. Hitting hard, the hard hitters. I'm sure you've seen it on YouTube. You know, if you don't do this, this is going to ruin your life. You know, it's a bit like the COVID hitting hard issue that the governments have got. You must stay at home. You've got no option. You know, if you come out, we'll shoot you. I'm joking. I mean, but in essence, that was the feeling people were getting. So you can do hard-hitting messages. You know, if you don't go down the gym, you won't get muscles like mine. Well, perhaps I don't want muscles like yours. You know, so you've actually got to think about what that hard-hitting message really is. You know, COVID will kill you if you don't take look at the messaging, the hard-hitting messaging that some governments are using about the COVID vaccination. Just take a look at what messaging they're doing and look at the response they're getting. You're always going to get a backfire effect from people that say, who do you think you are? You know, well, how are you? What do you mean you're telling me what to do? You've got to be prepared to respond to that backfire. But if your hard-hitting message is telling people the truth, and I'm all for telling people the truth, but remember, some people on the other side need to hear the truth in a soft way. Other people need to hear it in a hard way. And we've only got another hard arena here, you know, global warming, true or false? Now, at the moment, we've probably got 50-50. We've got 50% of saying it's nothing to do with me, and 50% are saying we're going to lose everything. But the point is, it's a hard-hitting message. You've only got to look, you know, several years ago, the Vice President of America, when he, you know, retired from the post, he went out and he went around the world and he was going after this hard-hitting message about global warming. For some people it worked, for others it didn't. So you need to know who your audience is as to whether it's going to work. No? Does that make sense, CK? I mean, it's about audience participation. It's about knowing your customer, knowing really what they want to hear.
Yeah, yes, Naval, I think she agrees with what you have explained to her. And I think we've already answered that you can actually choose the right keywords in your canned messages. So, you know, Neetu, if you're hearing us out, I think we understand that you now agree with us and your question is answered. If you have any other question, please do type in and, you know, we will respond to your question. Now, there is another question from Danisha Singh, which says 100% of you want your business to carry out a message that resembles what you offer or what you believe in. Always make sure that it's true and factually correct and know your audiences. So this is observation from Danisha Singh. Any comment on that, Nepal?
Well, she's absolutely right. I mean, the last thing is know your audience. Remember, to have a successful business, you might only need one customer. You don't have to be hugely successful by the number of customers you've got. That one customer might keep you in business for the rest of your life. So it's a simple question, and it's a sort of economics 101 or business 101. If I've got a product and I sell for $1 million and I've only got one customer, is that enough? Well, the answer is, what's your margin? It's quite simple, really. If it's cost you $1,001, no, it's not enough, because you've not actually recovered your cost. But if you've got 1 million customers and you're charging them $1 and you're making a 40% markup, happy days. Because all of a sudden, you know, repeat business, after a while, you'll become a millionaire. So it's not rocket science that we're talking here, but it's a lot of common sense. But unfortunately, common sense isn't common practice. I'd just like to sort of leave on a message here of what just a quick wrap up to what we've been saying. Go and have a look. If you're in the world of entrepreneurship and you are what you might think is that you're a bit of a me too, or even if you're not a me too, this is a perfectly good exercise to do. Go on to eBay. Go and look at how these suppliers are shown to you. If you click on them, you will see lots of ratings. It will say seller confidence, feedback. This person gets 99.6% feedback. Then have a look at the feedback they're getting. You can do the same on Amazon, because Amazon do the same thing. I get it all the time. I buy quite a bit off Amazon. Some of it because I'm interested and I want to see what's going on. Others because I really do need the product. But Amazon will go back to you and say, have you given feedback? Did you like this product? What was it you liked about the product? So your challenge today, and it's a simple challenge, is go and have a look at what these big platforms are doing and learn from them, because it's the best learning place ever. I mean, they've spent millions of dollars on their platform. They have hundreds of thousands of sellers on their platform. Some are very happy about being on the platform, some aren't happy. But just take a look at what other people are doing. You're not copying them, you're just taking best practice. And this is about common sense. Common sense is about taking good practice from somewhere else and applying it in your arena. It's the simplest message we can have today, and it's all about people buying from people. So take the experience that's out there and apply it into your business.
Naval, thank you so much for finding time and giving your wisdom to us and our viewers. And thank you so much, viewers, to participate and ask questions, especially Danisha, Neetu, and Amit. Please join back tomorrow at 12 noon India time. We'll be back again with some other interesting business subject along with Naval. So Naval, I like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you tomorrow. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is it's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this, how this mechanism works and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right when you say that constitution is an evolving and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26 January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times. And any document which is created 70, 80, or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore, there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the Constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left, was a and Brij Bhushan was another was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19(2). So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19(2), which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars. And the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land of the for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court, and Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So this, the Patna High Court held, was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time was had the majority because it was the only government. The Congress had the majority, but the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament, and that provisional parliament uh, came out with a amendment bill to the constitution, and that was the first amendment, and it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15, Clause 4 in the Constitution, which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed. Even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be changed or amended by the Parliament, and that power is not with the Parliament. So certain basic features of the Constitution, like the preamble, the Part 3 fundamental rights, uh, these were the certain basic structures of the Constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the Constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the Parliament. But rest of the parts of the Constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the constitution. In fact, till date there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the parliament with respect to the constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the parliament feels that are required and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure. Then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the jamidari system, as you said, and there was a mechanism which was also I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his, and that is a kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. If you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the Zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But because of this first amendment, what is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right. We could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision. But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system was the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented, and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things which were very important. um, However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that anything that we come up with, any amendment to the constitution, is should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time. And after the 73, the amendments, you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78, and 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the Constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under Article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented.
Excellent.
But with respect to yes, yes. But with respect to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the Constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So,
Absolutely.
but that judgment was yes, yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the first amendment, which was made in 1951 to our constitution in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Assimilate Live and I'm your friend Chandrakant. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. But today's discussion is very interesting. Have you ever wondered that whenever you go and buy ready-made clothes for yourself, they don't fit? Same is the case with shoes. And many other things, So I think there is something that is missing, especially when it comes to the measurement for Indians, and this is exactly what we want to discuss today. So if you look at the standards. Then we already know that these standards are not fitting everyone. If you look at the market segment, it is not fitting the everyone in the sense that there is no size which you can buy, because we are forced to follow the standards which are prevalent in US and UK. In fact, if you go out and see the labels as well, they will tell you exactly that whatever shirt you're buying or whatever material that you're buying is basically a US standard or a UK standard, and that is why 30 to 40% people the standard will fit into 30 to 40%. What we need is a different measurement system which is India specific. And the India specific measurement system is basically may fit up to 70% people. So I'm not saying that it is going to fit the 100%, but at least 70% of the people. And that is why so far, even after 75 years of independence, Indian government has not done this kind of a survey. They might have done this survey in the past, but they have not come out with their own standard of measurement. And that is why the Ministry of Textiles and NIFT, which is the National Institute of Fashion Technology, they have teamed up together and they are going to conduct a survey in a very unique manner. The survey will be conducted across the sidewalks in multiple cities. And basically, when we are doing this kind of measurement and this kind of survey, what it takes to come out with the standard for Indian sizes, it's basically we have to take numerous different measurements of different variety of people and then average them out. And that is why we need to take this average across the length and breadth of the country, because India, being a very large country, has people of different sizes and different races. Therefore, if we have to come out with an India specific standard of measurement, which will include your clothes, also your shoes, then a lot of measurements are needed to be done. And once this survey is done, the average out of this will then form the all over India matrix for measurement across India. So if you see, how it will benefit the people, in one way it will benefit the manufacturers, because then they will basically make things which are meant for Indian population. They can very well say that, hey, my produce, my product, my clothes, my shoes, my wearable, whatever different things that I'm producing in my factory will be is being manufactured for Indian sizes. So if you can then very safely say, hey, this size will fit. Unlike the current situation, if you have a person like me will have to go for double XL, which may not fit me, and it may not fit me perfectly. So that is why it is going to benefit a lot of manufacturers who can then use this measurement to produce and to basically make sure that their measurements are fine-tuned to Indian population, and hence Indians will be able to choose whatever sizes they want to choose, and they will be very happy. So on the other side, the consumer will also get a lot of benefit, because now they don't have to follow US and UK standard. They can follow the Indian standard, and there will be a totally Indian measurement matrix. The survey is a very difficult thing, because you cannot spend a lot of time in making measurement, and it will look very odd when you're doing on a standing on a sidewalk and asking people to come and give their measurement. People will not come. So therefore, NIFT has devised this apparatus which will be put. It's going to be inside an enclosure, and it will have multiple sensors. So the people who are going to manage this booth, so they will create sort of a booth with all these sensors inside, and they can invite people, hey, we are doing some survey, please walk in and help us. So with that, if there is no measurement, there's no inch tape required, people will not hesitate. It's just a walkthrough. And as you walk through this apparatus, the measurements will be taken. So I think this is a very different method of taking the measurement, where the NIFT and under the consultation from Ministry of Textile is going to take thousands and thousands of different measurement across multiple cities, and they will be doing on the sidewalk of prominent places where there are a lot of people walking around. So for instance, in Delhi, it will be in an area called Connaught Place, and so on and so forth. So there will be public places where these apparatus will be kept, managed by people from NIFT, and they will ask people to come inside, walk through, and the sensors inside this apparatus will take the measurement and build the database. Once the database is built, the averaging numbers will then help Ministry of Textile to come up with India-specific size matrix, and then they will publish it so that different manufacturers can use this to manufacture, produce, and the consumers can then very safely buy the material which they can actually want to wear, and it will fit them perfectly, not like compromise, only 30 to 40% population is happy right now with the US and UK standards, and nearly 60% population does not have the fit. So therefore, this will solve this issue, and I am very happy to bring this information back to you. Before I go, a word from our sponsor, and I will catch up with you next time with something even more interesting.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant. Welcome to Akul Mac. Today we would like to discuss something which happened last week, and it was amazing. It was the landing of Perseverance, or rather touchdown, a smooth touchdown on the planet Mars. And we would like to discuss something which you have not heard so far in the news, in the Google, apart from the usual news. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Space, the final frontier. Anyone remember what program that came from? Well, we're going to spoil it. It's the Star Trek arena. And this is one step further than we did with the Apollo missions and the International Space Station. And now we're on another foreign planet, although it looks like it's already been colonized. So not necessarily by mankind, but certainly by robots. So, CK, let's have a look at what's actually been happening on Mars.
Well, you mentioned about the Star Trek. I think it has a relevance here in our discussion today, because the scientist who actually landed the rover successfully on the surface has an Indian connection. She was 1 year old when she landed into US, and at the age of 9, she was mesmerized by Star Trek serial, and that is when she decided that she will get into the space development exploration arena, and she landed up at NASA, designed the whole mechanism, and it has been for the first time used. And why it is so groundbreaking? Because they have used the sky crane for the first time on a different planet, and all of these are series of experiments which will eventually help us land in future on Titan. So we should not look at perseverance success in isolation, because it's it's a small step towards reaching further. And as you said, the final frontier, the other frontiers like Titan, Europa, which could be habitable in future. So the sky crane is a very important aspect of landing the rover on the surface of the Mars. So let's share some pictures before we start our discussion, Naval.
Yeah, go ahead, CK.
So this is a very large spacecraft. This is twice the size of the previous ones. It was quite heavy, and it is carrying a lot of these different kinds of sensors, and a lot of different kind of experiments. So we would basically focus on those experiments which the Perseverance is carrying. And one of the major experiment it has is the drill, because the objective of drill is to get the samples and study the material which is available on the surface of the Mars. Because in future, if humans have to settle, they cannot carry material from Earth. They cannot carry metals. They cannot carry the construction material from Earth. They have to get it locally there in Mars. So basically, Perseverance is actually a sort of a scout, which is scouting and selecting the area where they can set up their first base. And for that, you need to get the ground samples, how stable they are, what are the composition, can they be used like a limestone here as a mortar we use on Earth. So things like that. So one of the objective of Perseverance is to collect about 30 samples from different locations and sterilize them, put them in a sterilized bottles, drop them at a designated place, and then there will be a future exploration. There will be a future spacecraft which will land in 2026. The objective of that one would be to collect all these bottles and shoot them off from the surface of the Mars for Earth, so that a much deeper study can be done in terms of material of which the Mars is made. And then in future, if people land on Mars, can they use these material for construction? So this is one of the major item that needs to be discussed in our program today. Naval.
Absolutely. And what we've got here is a little bit of a Heath Robinson vehicle. We can certainly see a camera at the top. And if you look closely, that camera can extend upwards and be brought back downwards. The arm of the drill can go to a distance. It's probably got a maximum distance. So that means the vehicle's got to get fairly close to where it needs to be drilled. And if any engineers out there watching, you also know that as you start to drill downwards, it puts pressure on the back of the vehicle. So the laws of physics are still happening on Mars, if not the same effect as they got on the UK in the world. Sorry, I'm always lost for words with this, because I'm just absolutely fascinated by where we are as a global nation. And I know this has been led by NASA, but already, CK, you mentioned an Indian girl that probably wasn't born in the early Apollo missions, wasn't born when the first Star Trek program was put on TV, but was inspired by a TV program. And we all can do that. I mean, I loved Doctor Who when I was a kid. And you knew that, and Thunderbirds. Remember watching Thunderbirds? You know, hello, Mr. Tracy. And you could see the strings of these people walking around. Well, the thing is, this is now reality. This has become a reality. All of those creatives that put together these funny-looking machines, and now this is the reality of where we are. And we're exploring a new planet, just like an entrepreneur would be exploring a new opportunity. And everything on here, I mean, look at the different size of wheels. They're there for a reason. And you've got to be careful when you look at this because it is 3D. And by the way, this isn't a photo that's been taken from Mars. This was prior to going to Mars. If you look at the photos that are coming through the NASA stream feed currently, they're actually very similar to this. I mean, it is quite amazing where these people have been testing the arena. And that's another issue. They've been testing it in real life under, gravity conditions here on Earth, but they've been testing in real life on similar arena as they would be on Mars. So they've gone the extra mile and they've found parts of our planet where they can go and play. This is the testing ground. And as you say, the reality is this was parachuted in. It was dropped literally onto the surface of Mars. And again, engineers will be looking closely at seeing all the suspension on here because that thing actually hit the ground with the wheels. So, and if you've seen armed forces, dropping vehicles, parachuting from the back of transporter planes, that's exactly what happened here. So the technology is pretty sound. But again, as you said, CK, this is the first time it's been done anywhere off the planet. We've not even done that on the moon yet, have we? So this was the very first example of doing it somewhere else. So just think, as we go through this program today, not just the very clever design that's been here and the thousands of people that have been involved in creating this particular vehicle and the thousands of people that have been involved in making sure that it landed safely. As they say, it takes a village to raise a child. Boy, what a child we've got on Mars, eh? Let's move on.
So the difference between Earth and landing on the moon is simply because the Mars offers very peculiar challenges, and why this project, especially landing on Mars, is so different from landing on the Earth and landing on the moon. Simply because Mars has some atmosphere, and the atmosphere is only 1% of the Earth's atmosphere. That means it's like, I mean, you will, if you land on Mars, you will not even feel if there is something blocking the movement. Like here, you feel the air, but on Mars, you will not feel anything because the density of the atmosphere is so less. And because of that, the atmosphere does not offer enough friction for the spacecraft to slow down. Because when you're sending the spacecraft from here to Mars, it is at a considerable speed, and in order to land at a softly on the Mars so that it does not damage itself, it needs to first perform certain series of maneuvers to slow it down. And upper atmosphere pressure is one of the key element of slowing down the spacecraft, but the Mars does not have enough to slow down these spacecraft, but it still has atmosphere. So it is very peculiar because it will heat up the spacecraft and it will burn it probably if you're not careful, but it will not slow it down. So that is why this maneuver was so critical, and it's a very precise maneuver where you enter and you actually have a heat shield to prevent the burning of the actual spacecraft, and then you slow down, use a parachute, and then eventually at certain distance you fire up your sky crane and then gently land the Perseverance down on the surface. So it is basically series of steps we had to take to land such a heavy spacecraft for the first time on a larger planet, because moon is still smaller, the larger planet with the gravity 1/3 of the Earth. So I think these are certain salient features of this particular land. Now, what this Perseverance is going to do, it has to roam around in a crater, because the crater has been chosen as a place where they want to explore further. The belief is that this crater where it has landed was filled with water uh, many billion years back, maybe a billion years back, and they want to see whether the water is frozen there in the surface of the crater and a permafrost, and can they leverage the water, can they take the water out and use it for their own benefit. However, Perseverance is carrying sort of some new experiments this time. And for the first time, this spacecraft is carrying these remarkable experiment. I think I will just change the slide. And this is the one, which is the oxygen generator. And Naval, as you know, that oxygen generation has been going on since 1960s, or even before that, even during World War, when, the mustard gas was used, soldiers used to wear a mask to filter the mustard gas. So it's not a new science, but this is something new for the first time. Why? Because Mars atmosphere has more carbon dioxide and less of oxygen. So this device, using the electricity, can break down CO2 into O2 straight away. So this is why this is so unique, because in the past, when the astronauts or cosmonaut goes to the space, they convert water into oxygen. They don't use atmosphere to convert their oxygen. They use the water. So water is a very heavy element to carry in a spaceship. So for the sake of breathing, for the survival of astronauts, a lot of water is being sent in the spaceship. But this device is groundbreaking because this will convert Martian atmosphere into oxygen. And now this is an experiment. This is a very small box. And this is going to generate about 2 kgs of oxygen every hour. So if this is successful experiment, then in future, NASA plans to send a huge machinery like this, not small one like this one, a big one, a big box, maybe multiple boxes, so that when the humans land eventually, they have enough oxygen available for them to breathe. Your opinion, Neville?
Well, as you say, this is a very small box, and you can see how small it is by just the top right-hand corner. You'll see someone's hand holding it. So it literally is just almost like a little packing box. So this is incredibly small. But as you mentioned, when we eventually land on Mars and we colonize it, these will be much bigger, and there will be a number. We won't rely on one. What entrepreneur relies upon one system? We don't, actually. We make sure we've got a backup and more backups, and especially in that particular arena where, assuming we human beings are going to be those people that are on Mars, we need oxygen to survive. So this is absolutely critical. This is mission critical, really. So it's an important little test. And as we'll see over time, this is a small box. And there are many similar type small experiments that are going to be going on from the one rover. So we've seen the drilling arm, we've seen this small box, and I'm sure now you're going to show us another little experiment that's going to be going on, CK, in your little box of tricks you've got here today.
Yes, Neville. In fact, I'm not going in detail about the science behind this particular experiment, but this is going to use the electricity from the rover. And there are a lot of fine balances, because using the different foils within this device, it will break down the CO2 into carbon and in oxygen, basically ionized oxygen, which is the single atom, and then combine the oxygen into O2, which is like 2 oxygen atoms combined, and that becomes the oxygen, which is breathable. So it is using the rover electricity to do this. So I think there will be a fine balance between how much electricity will be given to this. If the rover has extra electricity available, then this experiment will work. Otherwise, the rover will conserve its energy for other things. So I think this is a very exciting experiment, because if this one succeed, a larger version of this will be airdropped or paradropped, or using the sky crane, dropped multiple numbers in advance before the humans arrive there, so that these machinery start working, cranking the oxygen out, and then when humans arrive, they have the oxygen to breathe. So the next experiment, important one, is a powered flight, because once humans go there, they need to go from place A to place B, And as you know, as we have seen the pictures of Mars, it's not a very smooth place. It is filled with boulders and rocks and sand. So you need to get from place A to place B, and you need to fly because you can't construct road. So the best method to do that is make an aircraft. The challenge there is usually aircraft has wings and which glides on air, a cushion of air. Now, the Mars atmosphere is not thick enough to hold an aircraft. It cannot hold the aircraft in the air. So that is where the challenge is. At the same time, gravity is 1/3. So it has less gravity. That means you would require less power to lift yourself. But the air is not able to hold you there. So what is the way out? I think the scientists have figured out a way. One is longer wings so that you have more surface area to utilize the cushion of air when you are airborne, and the speed at which the wings are moving. So this is another experiment. It's called Ingenuity helicopter, and this helicopter has a solar panel and it has a lithium-ion battery in it. It's a self-sufficient independent system. It does not take any power from the rover. It generates its power, but since this is an experiment, a single powered flight can last only for 90 seconds. So it's like a trooper which will fly for 90 seconds, explore the area, and land safely, giving all the details back to the rover, and then rover will move. So this is how it's going to work, and it's very exciting because if this succeeds, we know that what kind of aircraft humans would need on Mars for their commutation.
It's brilliant, and as you can see, I mean, look at the rotor blades. There's a curvature on there which we wouldn't normally see on a helicopter. There is a slight bend on a helicopter, but you can see these here. These are really curved. You know, as you said, CK, there's no air effectively, or there's very little air, and it's actually got to work with the system that's there. We can't just create air overnight. We can't put it in a bubble. There is no bubble there. So it's got to utilize what is currently there. And I'm going to link it back to being an entrepreneur. This is the reality. Work with the reality. Don't work with perception. If these engineers hadn't known the reality of what they were working with there and tried to recreate that reality here with a few tests, and I can bet your bottom dollar that just like Edison, that threw away the first 9,999 light bulbs just to get to the one that worked, I'm sure they had several tests along the way that improved what they were doing. So this is a real test and measure. And as you can see, this is just a little tripod at the bottom. Doesn't have to be very complicated here because there's no one going to damage it on Mars. The only person damaging it is the person flying it. That's you and me, or the robotic algorithm that we've put into the system. The other thing it's testing, of course, is the connectivity between a remote vehicle and another remote vehicle. So there's lots of things that are being challenged here. 90 seconds doesn't sound a long time, though, does it, CK? I wonder how far it can travel in 90 seconds.
Well, I think it's not going to be too far, but I think that would be enough for it to do the surveillance or reconnaissance, as we can see, and tell the rover that this place is safe. There are it's like smooth. You can come over, you can drill, and things like that. So there is going to be AI-based decision making, which is going to work because every time they cannot send message back and take inputs from the Earth station. So for between the aircraft and the rover, there's going to be some decision making software which is going to run. Important thing is that this whole Ingenuity helicopter weighs less than a kg. It is so light, and as you can see, the length of these rotors is like 1 meter. So it's a significantly large aircraft with very little weight. And these wings are made of carbon fiber. And as you can see, these are special. These are not something which is run of the mill. These are specifically made for Martian environment. And on Earth, helicopter rotor moves around 300 revolution per minute. But this one, each of these will be going at 2,500
Wow,
rotations per minute.
that's one rotor. Wouldn't get in the way of those. Don't put your hand in. Don't put your hand in when those are moving around. You mentioned something that's really important. We need to bring people back to is that this is 1 kg,
Right.
but we are talking at the moment. It's 8 months away from Earth, so that 1 kg has utilized a lot of power to get from the NASA the NASA launch pad to Mars, where it currently is. You know, millions of miles away, and it's only 1 kg. But the cost of that 1 kg, we're not going to tell people what the cost is because, frankly, I haven't even looked it up. But it's in the millions of dollars. This is not a cheap exercise. And again, we've put a lot of faith in lots of engineers that have said, yes, this is going to work. And eureka, you know, it hasn't taken off yet, this little drone. But I'm really looking forward to the live pictures when it does take off, because that would just be absolutely fascinating.
Oh yes, they are using a lot of these cameras this time. You know, in these rover and also in the Ingenuity helicopter, also in the Sky Crane, they have actually used a lot of visual imagery for during landing, during entry into the atmosphere, and also this. So there are a lot of cameras this time. In fact, there are cameras which will imitate the human eyes, so you can actually see for the first time in 3D. All the images which will be sent back will have much higher resolution. So going to the next thing, you know, why we are doing all this? We are doing this simply because we want to send humans, and the target of SpaceX is to send a million men and women to Mars. But you know, when they go there, they would need place to live, they would need place to survive, they would need things to do. So I think human just cannot go pitch a tent and start living on like a hiking mission on Mars. So there has to be some preparation. So I think these are all preparatory steps that we are taking. Right now, we are in the phase of R&D, where we know what samples we need to get. What is how is the soil of Mars? Can it grow our plants, our food? Can we use it for construction, etc.? But eventually, if things are looks promising, we would end up sending another robot in future where it will have a 3D printer, a large 3D printer, which will land without any humans being there. And this robot will construct a structure like this. And as you can see, these are multi-floored buildings, and they have used the Martian material. A 3D printer is basically start constructing this whole thing. As you can see that it's layer by layer erected, and it will have an opening at the top, so you can see the sky probably when you live there, because looking at the sky is also important part of human psychology. And then it has multiple uh, floors where you can have storage in certain areas, you keep your machinery in certain floors, living quarters, your freshening up facilities, study, and communication. All of those things will be taken care in this building. This building has actually, this design rather, has won an award, and this has been chosen so far as a viable design for Martian buildings so far. It can change in future, but right now this design has got an award, and this has been selected for as a viable building that can be constructed on Mars by a 3D printer. And all the machinery will also be placed before the human arrives. So the whole idea is that we should have some sort of dwelling already developed. Oxygen production plant should be already there. Water generation plant should also be there, so that these buildings can be pressurized with Earth-like atmosphere, and we have drinking water, and also some sort of cultivation can be also provided on surface of Mars. So until these 3-4 steps happens, perseverance is the first step towards that. I think we are still 20 to 30 years, or maybe 40 years away from landing the first humans on Mars.
Well, according to SpaceX, of course, he wants to take 1 million people there before 2060. So we better get a move on, haven't we? But just looking at these buildings, it's quite interesting that you take one. When I saw these originally a while back, the first thing that said, it's a windmill without the windmill. Because it just looks like if you were to go to Holland, you would have seen lots of these things side by side, you know, taking advantage of the wind. I mean, there's no windmill there as such, but it's certainly the foundation of what we would see right the way across Holland in particular, but certainly right the way across Europe. It would be just a bunch of windmills. I mean, I would love to be one of those people that actually steps foot on Mars. I think, sadly, I'm not going to be there, so I'm just going to have to look at the pictures and imagine the movies that are going to be created from it. But we're just showing a little insight today as where we currently are. We've got an unmanned spacecraft that's landed on Mars. I think it's interesting it's called Perseverance, because you do need a lot of perseverance to get there. And as you notice, there's the other names of the other vehicles, the helicopter, that's even got Ingenuity, isn't it right? Ingenuity?
Absolutely.
And again, that is another fantastic word out of the dictionary that we can all conjure up and we can all imagine as an entrepreneur. We need to be ingenious. We need to have perseverance. We need to be working all hours to make sure it works. So there's lots of similarities between entrepreneurship and being that first robotic explorer on Mars. And I saw a little news clip today where the engineering team that designed all of these, the parachute and the connectivity, and even the person that was using the robotics to land this vehicle on Mars, when they were in happy hour, they were literally in a local bar, all celebrating the fact that things had happened as expected, which was probably way beyond their expectation, frankly, that everything actually went to plan. I'm sure it didn't, but perfectly. But nonetheless, they were really celebrating. They were in a happy hour in a bar in the US. And the first pictures they even saw were put over the TV from NASA. So there you got a bunch of engineers, all with little NASA insignia on here, all swilling away with a Bud Light, you know, having the whale of a time, celebrating an amazing feat of human engineering. And the first pictures they see are literally put on the TV. So they saw them at the same time that we did. And they said the elation, I mean, the place just, it went quiet for a moment. And then the uproar, the sheer jubilation of what are we really seeing here? We're not seeing artificial pictures anymore. Like we've shown everybody, those are not the real pictures. These were the pictures that created prior to taking off for Mars. But they're seeing live streamed pictures. And you can just imagine the excitement of saying, yeah, this is really happening. This isn't in a movie anymore, but boy, does it look like a movie, you know? So this is a real fascinating arena for everyone. Just to, you don't need to understand all the engineering around it, but just dip in and see what your fellow humans have done and imagine what you can do. How can you help?
Certainly, and this is the first step. There will be one more in 2026, and there will be one more next one on Mars in 31, as per the plan of NASA. But all of these three missions that they plan to launch during next 10 years is basically establishing a very strong foundation for going to Titan, which is the Saturn. And these are the technologies which will be tested on Mars and beyond. would be implemented on making a mission on Titan, which will be sometime in 50s or 60s. We don't know. But I think it's very interesting to see these baby steps, these huge steps, and it's a baby step for our human exploration, our human race to expand on other planets in the solar system. So it was great talking to you, Naval, today about this amazing feat of engineering by NASA, of course, and it's quite exciting. We will probably talk to you on some other interesting subject tomorrow.
No, it's been a great pleasure, CK. And for anyone that's watching, just go on, just Google NASA, and you can see all these pictures coming in as live as anybody else. And it really is a fascinating arena. So good luck, good hunting, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye for today.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. How are you?
Yeah, we are enjoying the first day of total lockdown in India, but I'm at work. As you
Good. Pleased to hear it, even though casual.
Of course, because we are working from home.
Ah, now there you go. Because lockdown does mean working from home. And guess what? I'm in my study, so I'm working from home too. And that's the whole point, okay? So let's get people into the right frame of mind to continue to work, because an SME owner, an entrepreneur, needs to keep their business running. And what that means is, although we're in this physical distancing, this isn't social distancing, because you and I are being very social, but we're physically distanced away. And a lot of listeners and watchers on here are going to be physically distanced from their business and physically distanced from the people that they work with in their business. But that doesn't mean you keep the distance. You must have a routine and get on with it. So today, day one, is all about creating that routine. The good news is you and I woke up as normal. We got ready for work as normal, and we're in work as normal. But how many of the listeners have actually done that today? How many are physically in their little office at home with the kids running around, and maybe your parents live with you as well, shouting and screaming and the dog barking? How many of you have physically got yourself in that mindset to work? You have.
Well, as far as I can see from my window, there are people who think it's a holiday, and there are few guys who are panicking. They're trying to get or basically flock around the provision stores. So all kind of people, there are. I think it'll take 1 or 2 days for this feeling to sink in, and then people start realizing they have to work, and hence they will come back to their small home offices like you and me, start working.
Well, the point is, get ahead of the game. This isn't a holiday. This isn't, we haven't suddenly jetted off to sunnier climes. And the other thing is, in India, it's the first of 21 days. This is 3 weeks. And the point is, let's make it the best 3 weeks for your business ever. And the best thing we can say is get into a routine immediately. If you wake up in the morning and you get dressed and you do, your physical things, have a shower, get yourself clean, etc., do it. Do it every single day. Don't say, oh, I'm going to have a lie-in this morning. Don't even start, The government have given you the time off. You haven't given yourself the time off. The weekend's coming. That's time off. But today's Wednesday. So let's use this as a driving opportunity to get your business in the shape that other people are not going to be, because they're going to take it as a holiday.
So let's be smart. Get yourself ready for work, create the routine that you normally do, and the only thing about from that routine that you're not going to do is physically open that front door and get in the car and go to work. You know, but go through the motions, mentally go through those motions. And the most important thing is here, now take the opportunity to create a workspace at home that's just yours.
The problem,
away from everybody else.
You know, Neville, the problem is we are all so much used to getting stuck for 1 hour or 1.5 hours in traffic. So I recommend get a car game downloaded on your PC, and if you're bored of sitting in office, you know, start driving a car.
There you go. So we can do lots of things and make it fun. But the thing is, we need to create that routine. I can't stress it enough. You know, this isn't a prescription. We shouldn't be thinking other people are going to give me loads and loads and loads of advice. The simple advice is do what you did yesterday. The only difference is you're not physically going out the front door.
Right.
But now what you need to do is create that workspace at home. You know, it may be in the end of the garden. And the thing is, lots of people are going to be outside now in their gardens, in their backyards, you know, because it's a holiday. But it's not a holiday for you. Take this opportunity, take yourself away to a quiet place in your house somewhere and physically make that space yours. Create it as a workspace. And the other thing is, your colleagues, your business associates are now all at home. Don't lose contact. That doesn't mean to say you're on the telephone all day. You don't need to do that. You can be there socially engaging with them on Twitter, on Facebook, through your own website, on email, on LinkedIn. You can create all of this stuff that you've put off. Now's the opportunity to do it. And it's as simple as that. And I think what we need to do is that's a bite-sized chunk. Create a routine, find a space in your work, your home space now that you can call yours for 2 or 3 hours a day and get on with it, because life will not stop. And the businesses that will succeed are the ones that create that routine today. Day one. So I'll see you on day 2.
Right. So let's start with our work and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Good luck, everybody. Thanks, CK. See you tomorrow.
Have a nice day, Neville. Bye-bye.
And you.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. And you know that, we are all using digital mediums to communicate, and this has changed the world in more than one way. And one of the impact of the digital communication is that it has broken the barriers of various castes, creed, and even countries. And it has started a drive which has just begun. Basically, it's called the inclusive workforce. So today, this is a topic of our discussion, inclusive workforce, and we have a very important guest, a global leader of sorts and a celebrity. And we will start our discussion shortly. But before that, I'd like to tell you that there is a giveaway. So please stick around till the end during this outstanding show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Hello friends, let's introduce our guest today. His name is Jeremy Blaine, and he is a CEO of a very famous organization now, and also a best author. We will be talking about his book today, and the topic of our discussion is inclusive workforce. And Jeremy has suddenly become very popular worldwide because there are a lot of people reading his book. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Blaine, who will then give us his perspective about inclusive workforce.
Thank you very much for having me again, CK, and hello to everybody tuning in for this week's episode. Yeah, I'm very passionate about this, CK, because the one thing that I've noticed from a workplace perspective over this past year, which has been really tough, is that borders, physical borders, and in some ways borders of perception have been broken down. Many organizations, including my own, we've embraced remote working. Geographical borders don't matter. I'm not now working with people necessarily within 30 kilometers of where I live or where I work. I'm embracing a worldwide workforce from everywhere. And what we're seeing out there in many organizations is a positive impact on the traditional discrimination lenses that are happening in the workplace. So in fact, it has become more diverse and inclusive and more equitable in how we're doing business, because suddenly we've all found ourselves in the same boat. Everybody is here. Everybody is under the pressure to work differently. Every business is under pressure to find new ways of going. And these traditional things that happen often in our offices and workplaces, the office politics, the discrimination, the unconscious and conscious bias, it's removed because we're seeing people through the lens of a camera, and everybody is making an effort to support each other because we all need it. So what I'm hopeful of, if there is a hope to, as we emerge from COVID and move back into the new normal, my hope is that we take this forward with us and become a much more, not just diverse and inclusive workforce, but equitable, which is balancing an equal opportunity for many people. And as you rightly say, it's a theme actually that I talk about in my book, which is called The Inner CEO, Unleashing Leaders at All Levels. This is about the spirit of empowerment. And I wrote this, of course, before the pandemic, but it was released just kind of during the pandemic, if you like. And it's really quite interesting because I was arguing for this, and I was arguing that in a diverse, inclusive, and equitable environment, the spirit of empowerment can truly flourish. And of course, we're seeing evidence for that already. So I like to claim that I'm ahead of the game on this one, CK, because it's something that I was very passionate about in the book, and something very important, I feel, for workplaces and organizations everywhere.
Well, Jeremy, I think it looks like that you had forecasted, or and in the olden days, people used to say, "Hey, he has foretold the truth. What is going to happen." So, I think which chapter covers about this particular aspect?
Well, yes, I'm indeed a seer of empowerment. In fact, I talk about this all the way through because I feel that we've been talking about leadership at all levels for over 100 years in many organizations. You know this. In all the organizations that we've worked with, we need to empower our people. We need you to take ownership for what you're doing. But the thing is, it's not equitable in many of our organizations. Many organizations talk a good game, but they don't put the things in place at organizational senior leadership level for it to flourish. That's what you need first. And then you need a safe environment for everybody, regardless of any diversity and inclusion lens that has got in the way in the past, to be able to step up in their role and actually do more, go beyond, because it's been proved that's what people are doing this year. Not only have we been trying to, master our job role in the virtual world, but we've been supporting others in doing more. We've been on project teams. We've been working closer with our teams, and these barriers are coming down. So across the book, actually, this is a theme that I come back to because it's just so important. And I was able to include in the book things that were happening at the time when I was putting the final touches together, like what was happening in the US, of course, with the Black Lives Matter movement, with the debate still on gender diversity. In fact, there's something that I refer to, which I think is really, really important. I don't know if you remember the film, which illustrates the point for me. Hidden Figures in 2016. It was based on the three African American mathematicians, all female, who worked for NASA, who were doing the calculations about how to get to the moon and, you know, the rockets and so on. And they made vital contributions to the US Space Agency. It was Dorothy Vaughan, Mary Jackson, and Catherine Goebel Johnson, I think. And, you know, they had structural bias to get through. They had gender and race against them at a time when men ruled the corporate areas, they ruled the space race, etc. And also race was coming into it. And yet they made this incredible, inspirational contribution, which enabled the US to get men into space and men on the moon. And my point about my book is that I think we have many hidden figures within our organizations who haven't been given the opportunity to step up and shine and step out because, I don't know, because their face hasn't fit, it's not been thought, they're somewhere else, they're not in our office, they're based somewhere else. Some of these biases coming into it. So for me, the opportunity now is to look back at what's happened over this last year and celebrate the fact that actually many of these individuals have been enabled to step up. Organizations have actually removed some of these biases and found that more people can contribute more to the business as a whole. And I think that's something to celebrate out of what has been a terrible year.
In fact, Jeremy, when you say like this, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense. And, you know, what is happening right now is that there are new leaders which are emerging. So whatever network you have built over last 20 years or 30 years, you know, all these big wigs, their network has no meaning right now because somebody has to reinvent their network in the digital space. So they have to still go through the same process what a youngster would have to do right now. You know, when youngster is out of the college, is making his network, the same challenge remains for big wigs at this point in time. So really it has brought, this pandemic has brought equality among everyone, and it has broken down the country barrier. Like you and I are talking, we are like 7,000 miles away from each other, but we are talking and doing work. So I think it does not matter anymore which color, which country, the borders are dissolving. I think one thing which still remains is the currency exchange and free trade. Would you have any opinion on that? And you know, recently India and the UK has signed up a very big deal to promote trade. In the backdrop of what you have written in a book, would you have any opinion on a free trade policy across the world?
Well, this is actually an example of barriers being broken down, because many countries and economies that may have found it difficult before to trade internationally or to find new ways to get their products to market or to source products to come in, and services, of course, you know, have been caught up in the politics of it. We've just come through, well, let's not forget, before COVID hit, our economies and organizations were going through huge transformation, digital workforce transformation, the blended workforce, you name it. All these diversity lenses, we were tackling all of these big issues as a perfect storm. And of course, we had just had a 10-year global financial crisis. So many economies were looking at how do we accelerate again? And then COVID hit. And so there is a much greater need now to reduce the level of politics and to start thinking much more about, well, how can we do things more efficiently and effectively and quickly, so that we can actually break down traditional barriers, whether they're economic barriers, whether they're diversity lenses, whether they are cultural mindsets, whatever they are, to actually do things in a much more efficient way that benefits everybody.
Well, I think, cultural barriers are almost negligible because everybody is using Zoom or some platform or the other, which has the same ethos. It has the same function, same features, same menu, everything is same. So all you have to do is click and you're on, and you have to look good. I think rules of the game are the same while talking, and you have to develop new etiquettes, and it doesn't matter whether you're which race, which color. What remains is a problem which I feel as an entrepreneur myself, that in order to do trade, there are still currency bottlenecks. And in fact, the Singapore and Thailand showed the way recently. They actually merged two of their micro payment applications, allowing people to transfer money from here to there. And they have capped it to about 1,000 Singapore dollars. So this is what we need as part of inclusion. So inclusion on the digital platform is happening. I think people are more and more used to it. There are many programs which are running, but I think the governments have to move forward now in a real sense to enable inclusions of businesses. Otherwise, large corporations will continue to rule the whole thing, and the SMEs and startups will lose out because they will not have mechanism to make the payment or collect the money. What is your opinion?
Yeah. Well, I think this just goes back to actually the big discussion about a more diverse, equitable, inclusive approach to everything that we do. Not just the human touch, but to how we integrate digital, how we make it easy for people to transfer money. Let's say, for example, make it easy for all levels of society. And in fact, I think we need a new language. So for me, instead of diversity and inclusion, I think we need to talk about representation and belonging. So we need a representation, and it's a mindset, this as much as a language. Representation. Are we representing everybody in the right way so that they can thrive in the workplace, so that they can do their transactions efficiently as other people can, who have, much more at their fingertips that they can, and they have much more of the luxury of being able to find different ways of doing it. Perhaps, representation of the poorer people in societies and some of the poorer economies and nations, to bring them up to a level more rapidly so that they can work with the rest of the world on a level playing field. So I think that's the first one. And then move away from an unequal society and look at a more equitable society. So, and that goes beyond transactions into resources. It's famine and feast, isn't it? And fundamentally, clearly, in parts of the world, it's about that when we talk about food. The unequal distribution of resources is still a massive issue for the world. Climate change is impacting some of the poorer nations of the world, so they're not able to even secure their crops, let's say, for any given year. And yet the resources in the bumper crops where they have thrived in countries that are perhaps ahead of them, it's not being equitably distributed. So that is one thing. And it's often because we use the word bias, unconscious or conscious bias. So our biases mean that, well, why should we do that? We're not thinking in that sort of macro planet being a force for good way. We should start thinking, instead of bias, about tolerance. How do we become more tolerant to economies, people who may have struggled in the past, may have made some poor decisions in the past, but through no fault of their own, and need some help to get up so that they become part of the global family, and so that we can distribute resources more equally, we can transact more equally, and give people more opportunities. Because in many of those countries, and I think in Southeast Asia, I'm thinking about in South Asia, in Africa, in parts of Europe, even still in parts of Latin America as well, this transcends into very directly into race and gender bias, and back to race and gender bias as well. So you find then that the decision making around some of these things is still in the hands of the few. And I think if we get over this and talk about what we're talking about being more diverse, we start to have a much more broader diversity of thinking, which is an incredibly important addition that we all need to think about, CK.
taking the discussion forward and bringing the inclusion, and you made a lot of pertinent points, how do we actually do it? Do you think cryptocurrency plays a major role in bringing this up?
Cryptocurrency has benefited again the rich and the people who know and who have the access to technology and the resources so that they can use it as a trading platform at the moment. If this is again on a more equitable, inclusive and diverse platform, it may be different. But right now, I think the jury is out on cryptocurrencies about what is actually going to happen. Will the bubble burst? Nobody knows. All we hear about at the moment are the people that invested who were able to, because they had the opportunity and the finances to invest, over the last sort of 2 to 5 years and have made a lot of money out of it. That's really not great news for all of these people that we're talking about that don't have this opportunity, don't have the equitable platform to use it. So again, it's a tool of the haves, not the have-nots at the moment. So I think it will become a serious prospect once we make it much more inclusive.
Well, you're talking about all of these subjects in your book. Would you like to draw references on how you have provided solution of all these problems to the readers?
Yeah, well, I come back to the point about empowerment. If we take away some of these old lenses that we've got and we give people the opportunity to shine, to go beyond a job description, to be what we used to call them, a leader at their level, and to have ideas, to sponsor their ideas, to allow them to contribute more with different people across borders, taking down old barriers, then I think we will mine the diamonds within our own organizations and societies, because we're giving more people the opportunity to shine. The problem with talent strategies, so-called, and talent, is that it's with a capital T. That talent with a capital T is exclusive. It's for the few. In my book, I argue we should start talking about talent with a small t, which is a much more inclusive and broad approach to this that should give, while we acknowledge that not everybody will be able to or would want to step up, it gives much more people the opportunity to show what they can do. And who knows what will happen? Who knows who will emerge and become the next big idea in the organization, will drive the next innovation, become the next leader at their level that brings other people with them. This is really the thread of my book, that we have these diamonds within the organizations, and there is no better time as we emerge from COVID to unleash the potential of the broader organization, not just in the hands of the few.
Well, I think there is an English saying, and I cannot help mentioning that, I told you so, So I think
yes, well, I'd like to think I go back to this. I was a bit of fortune telling here, but yes, yeah, thank you. Carry on.
Well, I think all the viewers, you can read about inclusive workforce and much more in the Inner CEO book written by Mr. Jeremy Blaine. And it has become one of the bestseller right now, most sought after book, both on Amazon in soft as well as a paperback edition. So Jeremy, thank you so much for coming and talking to us about this very, very pertinent subject.
It's a pleasure. And yes, it's available on Amazon. And the news today is that within the next 4 weeks, I'm going to release the audio book as well. And that will be on all platforms like Spotify, Deezer, Amazon, YouTube, all of those kind of things too. So yeah, plenty of different formats, but go and take a look. The Inner CEO, Unleashing Leaders at All Levels, at your nearest Amazon store now. Thank you, CK.
Wish you all the best, Jeremy, and I'm sure a lot of people will get this book, audiobook, or whatever form they want to access your intellectual property and learn about, what is going on, how the new decade will look like. I think it's very, very critical for everyone to read. So thank you so much once again for joining us in our show. We'll catch up in the next event.
Thank you, CK.
Bye-bye. We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and in this series of Great Kings of India, we are discussing a great profile today, a great ruler, a great queen of India. We always see coins of Victoria as Empress of India, but somehow we have ignored our own queen who ruled for 2 decades around 1 century BC. So we'll be discussing this with our eminent guest today. Stick around to this episode till the end. You will get more information about this wonderful queen. Welcome back, friends, and today we are discussing a very important profile, a very important queen, a queen who left the mark. And to discuss this profile, this great king of India, we have a very eminent historian, Dr. Binta Paranjpe, who is a professor at Banaras Hindu University. She has done many research work, and she is a very, very thorough, learned, thoroughly read history a teacher and professor. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Thank you.
Well, madam, which queen we are discussing, and I know you have hinted, and I would like to really hear from you. What is the name of the queen?
Oh, today I'm going to talk about one very interesting queen from ancient world. Her name is Naganika, but sometimes we also get her name as Nayanika. But that year no is same, so she is Naganika.
Well, who was this Naganika?
See, in the region of Deccan, that is present Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, some parts of Karnataka, there was a mighty kingdom of Satavahanas. And these Satavahanas came to rule after the Mauryas, who were very prominent rulers from the north. So these Satavahanas started their rule sometimes around 2nd century BC, and Naganika is queen of one of the very important rulers of this dynasty, Satakarni first. And also her other identities from her parental side. Her father was a Maharathi, and his name is Tranayakayira, and we also get reference that he was from Amiya family. So we get a very good reference about who she was, and from both the sides, from her parental side and from her husband's side, she held a very important position.
Well, then, who were these Satvahana and who were these Rathis?
Yeah. Actually, this Maharathi word is very important. Sometimes some people try to say that instead of th, probably it was th. And then that Maharathi became Maharathi, and then Maharathi would be somebody who is good in warfare conducted through chariots, because Rath means a chariot. But that argument doesn't seem to be very convincing. The other identities, the provincial small kingdoms, fiefdoms we can call it, and they were called Rashtrikas. And Rashtrikas in the Prakrit language will be Rathikas, and the ones who are very powerful will become Maharathi. So Maharathis are small, powerful kings, and Satohanas, we have a little problem exactly about their origin, but maybe they started their rule as subordinates to the power from the north. So under the Kanvas, probably they started their rule, and but soon they became very prominent rulers of this region. So in fact, we can say that one of the first prominent kingdoms, independent, prominent local kingdom, was that of the Satavahans.
Do we find similar kind of example in the ancient history when we talk about Naganika?
Yeah, of course, of course. We have, if you remember our earlier episode, we spoke about Prabhavati Gupta. And Prabhavati Gupta was a daughter from the Gupta family, Chandragupta II. And her mother was from the Naga family. So very proudly, Prabhavati Gupta calls herself to be the daughter of a person coming from Naga lineage. And this Naganika also, she is feeling very proud in saying that she also had a lineage from the Nagas. So such kind of alliances between some kingdoms who claim themselves to be the Naga kingdoms, and the other ones who are maybe from the solar race, from the lunar race, or having their origin in some mythical beings. And they had their matrimonial alliances with the Nagas, and that must have helped them in establishing their kingdoms, making their kingdoms strong and powerful. Another example of such alliance is between Lichavis and the Guptas. So Chandragupta first married Kumara Devi, who was a princess from the Lichavi kingdom. So we have examples. Only thing is that this Naganika example is very old. What we are talking about, Prabhavati Gupta, is almost 600 years after her. So she definitely can be considered as the earliest example of having a very powerful matrimonial alliance between two important ruling houses, and Naganika as a princess from Maharathi family and getting an important position as the chief queen in the Satavahana family, the queen of Satakarni first. And why I'm saying that she must have been chief queen, that is also interesting, because in her inscriptions, she says that along with her husband, she performed many sacrifices. And those sacrifices are very important sacrifices to make a statement about unchallenged position of those kings, like Ashwamedha or Rajasvya. And she says that she was a part of that sacrifice. So unless she was a chief queen, she must not have got a chance to participate into those sacrificial rituals.
Well, how we really know about this great queen Naganika?
We are very lucky because we have her inscription, a very long inscription in one of the caves at Nanighat. We also have a statue label inscription, but unfortunately, because of the stone erosion, the statue is no more to be seen. But on the pedestal, we have these labeled inscriptions. So one of the inscriptions reads her name. Also, she is one of the earliest and rarest example of a queen issuing coins with her own name. So we get coins where Naganika's name is written. So we also have numismatic evidence for that, inscriptional evidence for her rule, and also this statue, as I told you, one of the rare specimens. So we have got different sources for that. And of course, for the rule of Satavahanas, we have got a lot of Puranic evidences also.
Well, you just now mentioned Nani Ghat. So where it is?
Yeah, I mean, and the name is also very interesting. This is Ghat means mountain pass, the hilly pass which connects two lands intersected by the hilly region, hilly track. So this Nani Ghat pass that joins the port towns from the western coast, like Thana, Chaul, Sopara, Kalyan. And you know that Thana and Kalyan are very important locations on the map of present Mumbai. So these are the port towns of ancient times. And on the land side, there were very important trading centers, very important cities. Like Nasik was there, Ter was there, Paitan was there. So this pass is connecting these two regions. So that is Nani Ghat. It is in Maharashtra. The Ghat side of it, I mean the place where it connects to the trading centers on the mainland, that is at Junnar. And this Junnar is very close to Nasik.
Okay, well, what is the era or what is the date where Naganika ruled in ancient?
Yeah, I mean, like many of the ancient rulers, we also have a little problem about placing her in exact chronological bracket. But more or less, it appears that she must have ruled in 1st century BC. We are already in the 22nd century, so 2100 years and 100 years before that.
So where was her capital?
Though we don't have any very direct or concrete evidence for that, but it appears that it must have been in somewhere in the region of Nasik, because her portrait, as I told you, the statues which are there, or her most important inscription which is there, or the find spot of her coins are also nearby the region of Nasik, Junnar and all that. So it appears that her capital must have been at Nasik.
Well,
on the banks of Godavari.
Well, you mentioned that a queen who issued we find coins on her name, so that makes Naganika is very important personality when we discuss about the kings and queens. So, what is the special achievement of this wonderful profile, wonderful queen of India?
First and foremost, as I said, that she, when we know from the inscriptions that she participated in those rituals, and as I mentioned that the rituals like Ashwamedha or Rajasuya definitely speak about the empire, the empirical position, like the one who was having the supreme lord position. And the queen is a part of that. So in all probability, she must have been a part of that administration while her husband was alive. But more important is the fact that unfortunately she was widowed, and her sons were very young at that time. They were not of the age that any one of them could have taken the responsibility of the kingdom. So she ruled almost independently the throne of the Satavahanas after the death of her husband Satakarni first. And we get the names of her sons like Vedashri or Shakti Shri, but we don't see them as holding the position of the kings at that point of time. And then, as I told you, that if she issues the coins, then that means she must be having the full royal authority.
Well, she was the only queen who was doing the same kind of accepting all these responsibilities of a kingdom running in the ancient India.
No, that is not the case. We have seen Prabhavati Gupta already. We have seen a later Queen Rudramma. But what is most important is that Like earlier, during the time of Ashoka, we get references to two queens, Karuaki and Tisharakshita. But those references are still not completely corroborated. So we are taking them as legendary sources. So then in that case, Naganika becomes the first queen to rule independently when her sons are young and her husband is no more. So though we have examples, but Naganika is being the first one obviously is more important.
So, what is very remarkable? Let us discuss about her personality, and I'm sure her personality is quite remarkable. So, we'd like to know more about that.
Yeah, I think she must have been very assertive about her position and very conscious, because had not that been the case, we would not have seen the kind of inscriptions or the statues or the coins that we see. So definitely, she is not a person who, it so happened that she was the queen, so she took the responsibility. I don't think so. I think she was very much capable of it. And for running any state, for taking the responsibility of a kingdom, you need to be trained into the statecraft. And if her courtiers accepted her superior position as the ruling queen, I'm sure she must have been well trained into that. She appears to be a very spiritually oriented person, because I mean, that could be because she was a widow, and it was a practice during ancient times that the widows would lead almost life of an ascetic, a person who has renounced most of the worldly pleasures. And in her inscription, we read that she became an ascetic. But very interestingly, the word that is used in the inscription is that she was house ascetic, like a person who would be discharging all the household duties, but will not be enjoying the luxuries or privileges or of being a householder. Now that also reflects a good amount of her own self-consciousness. Like she's not saying no to her duties, she's not saying no to her responsibilities, but at the same time she's following what should be followed as per the traditional values of family life in ancient India. And that for a ruler, I think, is very important, because a ruler sets an example in front of the subjects. So I think she must have become an example for other able women who should not consider themselves out of their regular possibility of discharging their duties, because now they have become widows. So a wonderful balance, that what the traditional values expect of a ruler or of a woman, of a widow, and what the political institution expects from a person who takes the responsibility. So I think she was a wonderful blend of this. And another thing, why I'm saying that she appears to be a religious minded or spiritually oriented person, is that her inscriptions tell us that she was observing a lot of fasts, doing a lot of rituals, and performing small sacrifices and different modes of worship. And all that is very detailed account of that we get from her inscriptions. And of course, she must have been a very kind and responsible mother, because she was not assuming the royal title. She's saving it for her son to become come to an age and take the responsibility.
Well, when we talk about enlightened despots, or when we talk about great kings, the foremost responsibility of any king or queen is to safeguard the boundaries. So, did this wonderful queen fight any wars during that times?
we don't have any direct reference to any war, but I'm sure she must have uh, faced some opposition, maybe from the neighboring states, because Satavahanas were engaged in a long struggle with the Kshatrapas coming from the Saurashtra side. And even if she had not fought wars, I'm sure she must have kept her army very act and on its toes, because we don't see that she lost any part of her kingdom either. So she maintained it, and she must have maintained it with a good command over her army. So that again goes to her credit.
Well, if this is the case, then she is maintaining the boundaries, she is safeguarding all the parameters of a good leader and good warrior. And that is possible only with a diplomacy. So she did any diplomacy at that point of time?
As I said, that since the references to her career are very limited, we don't see any direct historical reliable source on that. But what I feel is that, first of all, she must have taken support, help of her father, who was a Maharathi. And it's not just a casual occurrence that her father is also in that portrait gallery. As I said, that there are statues of the members of the Satavahana family in Naneghat cave. Her father is also there. And as I said, that she was proud of being from the Naga lineage. So I think on side of diplomacy, she must have taken help of her father and maintained the kingdom.
So now, for what we can really credit her during her rule and after that, how we can remember her and her contribution?
Right. Now, as I said, that if you see the history of important rulers of India, she figures out very prominently as the ancient most woman who ruled, and we have absolutely reliable data on her. So she is not a legendary figure, she was a real historical figure. Secondly, as I said, that her widow did not stop her from discharging the duties. So that is another thing for which she must be remembered. And in fact, we have a lot of references to the life of a widow in ancient India, and doesn't seem to be a very respectful life. It's life of full of hardships, and almost it's uh, she just would continue living after that, uh, trying to concentrate and on some religious or spiritual matters. But here we have a person who remains in the active life given to her duties. So that is another thing for which I think she should be remembered, number one. And number two, you know, very often we say that exceptions prove the rule. So definitely she's an exception. And but on the other side, I'll not say that she proves the rule that the life of the widows was also bad in ancient India. Probably some women got a chance to show their merit, and Naganika definitely appears to be one of them. I think that a tradition of the Satavahana rulers, where they identify themselves with the name of their mothers, and that tradition we see after Naganika. So we have got names like Vasishthi Putra Pulumavi or Gautami Putra Satakarni. Now, Gautami or Vasishthi are definitely names of women, and Putra means son. So, son of Vasishthi, son of Gautami, son of Madhuri. Now, such kind of very proud names that these subsequent rulers they are identifying themselves with on the name of their mothers. I think Naganika's illustrious career could be one of the reasons for this tradition amongst the Satavahanas. Though we cannot say it for sure, obviously, unless we have got more concrete evidence to say that this is what happened. But nonetheless, we can look at it as one of the possibilities, and that is inspirational in case of Naganika.
Well, I'm sure I'm very much agreeable with the point that being a widow and then again at the top of the hierarchy and ruling the country and taking care of the children, it's quite a tremendously difficult work. So I would also want to hear about any special achievement of this wonderful Queen of India.
I think the very fact that she ruled almost for 2 decades, that itself is a big achievement. Because when we talk about the ancient period and we don't see many widows having that possibility of taking such important positions. So that itself is an achievement. But as I said, that she promoted not only, like, she appears to be a Vaishnava by her following, because her inscription starts with invocation to Vasudeva. Vasudeva is one of the names of Krishna, because Krishna was son of Vasudeva, so he got the name Vasudeva. But she also is showing her respect to other gods, and then the Vedic sacrifices, and the sacrifices which were more as per the Dharma Shastras, Puranas. So a wide range of rituals that we can see her following. That probably is for making maximum subjects feel at home in her rule. Like anybody and everybody who has got different followings, they all would feel that their queen is with them. She also believes in the same godhood. So that is one. Secondly, when we say that she gave large-scale donations, what kind of donations did she give? She gave cows, she gave clothes, even to some she gave elephants, to some she gave chariots. She also gave metal objects, maybe some vessels or something like that. Now, when you say that so many cows were donated, now obviously a priest who receives large number of cows, it is not for the consumption of milk to that person's household. It's a kind of support to the economy. And she must have given a thought to it. Also, when we talk that she has donated these metal objects, maybe pots and all that, it is a support and encouragement to the craftsmen. So I think all that can be seen, put together in a personality like that of Naganika, that how she was promoting all this. And these priests, obviously in ancient times, they used to be well versed in various kinds of knowledge systems, like Vedas, Grammar, various kinds of poetics, and of course philosophy to a large extent. But interestingly, she also promoted local culture, I think so, because her inscription is in Prakrit, and that is the local language. And subsequently, we see the Satavahanas promoted Prakrit to a large extent. So, though she respects the Vedic tradition, though she respects the priests, though she respects the culture which comes along with the Sanskrit language, but she is also supportive of the local language. That means to the people by and large, and not just the learned population of her times. That again is a very
that shows that
thoughtful on part of a ruler.
Right. So that shows that she is a people's queen, because she is interacting with the common people in their language and in their tradition. So that is awesome. Now, as a ruler, did she assume all royal titles?
I don't think so. We don't have any evidence to that. And that probably could be because of her being a widow. Or she was acting as a caretaker. She was not acting as a person who assumed the throne. That she didn't. So maybe that's why she didn't take all that.
Well, she ruled for 2 decades, as you mentioned. So now, had we given her a proper position and proper credit in history, in our own history?
Nowadays, of course, many people have started talking about her. But if we see for last 100 years or so, she's always mentioned as one of the rulers. Like nothing specific, nothing special about her. In fact, sometimes I feel that old Indologists have tried to give more emphasis on her spiritual activity, religious activity. They also tried to make statements about her position as a widow, she as a mother to the future kings. I think that was all not really giving her full credit to what she did.
What could be the...
But nowadays, of course,
Yeah, but what could
the change is there.
What could be the reason for this? Because she is such a great and profound ruler of India. Why it is not done earlier?
I think because, the texts like Puranas or the other chronicles, they still show a lot of male-dominated thought process, or broadly we can call it a patriarchal way of looking at the position of women. So maybe that is the reason. And mostly in the recent times also, like in last 50, 60 years, we are paying more attention to women in history. But earlier, women always used to be like appendices to main historical narrative. So I don't think that anywhere good amount of treatment is given to position of women or their careers. So Naganika could not be any other example than that. So, but one good thing is that now people have started definitely paying much more attention to these women rulers, and Naganika has been discussed. Like if you see on those countrywide classroom lectures or YouTube videos and all that, people have been talking about them.
Well, later then...
And even you, now you are doing it.
Yes.
You had this special episode on her in your series. So this is again an example that how we have started talking about the queens of ancient India.
Yes, it's very, very important to know our own great kings and queens of India, and it is high time that even the children should have knowledge from which culture, tradition we have come. Now, what is the importance of studying the profile, the career of Naganika in the history and history books?
Right. See, because as I said that what does she exactly mean when she says that she feels proud of being from the Naga lineage? Her father's position as a Maharathi. So what does this political alliance mean to the Satavahanas? Coin issued by this queen. The inscriptions, the language, the script which is used for the inscriptions. The donations, the kind of donations that she's been giving as fees and all that. So if we see different aspects of history, political history, economic history, cultural history, and now we are talking about the gender history also. So Naganika provides us food for thought in all these different sections of historical analysis.
Well, as usual, it is so interesting to discuss this wonderful profile, this great queen of India, as usual, and lovely, and the way you explained it is awesome. I think all viewers will enjoy watching this and learning about this great queen of India. So We'll be meeting again with our next profile, next great king of India in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye and take care.
Yeah.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akul Mac Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Today's guest needs no introduction. She is a very well-known professional, especially in the senior pedigree in India, and she is a very well-known learning and development executive. So without further ado, let's welcome Aditi Palit.
Thank you once again, Chandra. Great to be back here on this platform. I hope you're doing well.
All well, thank you, Aditi ji, and thank you for joining the show. And today we want to discuss about the future of teamworks, because in past couple of years, many things have changed. So we want to pick your brains in terms of where we are headed. And I think I have one question for you, which is the type of changes you have noticed since you work with so many chief executives across India, within India, and also overseas in past 2 years. So basically the question is regarding the teamwork and the changes to teamwork in past 2 years.
Yeah, I would like to share my views on this. Needless to say, everyone knows that the transformation to digitalization had started a few years back. And with the onset of this pandemic, it has become an overwhelming choice for companies, organizations to switch to digitalization because of the nature of work, remote work and hybrid work. It's becoming more and more the option these days. So this overwhelming dependence of technology has its influence on teamwork also. We all know that, recent communication and collaborative tools have been discovered, and a lot of dependence on something like cloud computing, artificial intelligence, smart work, messaging, video conferencing. This has been dictating the nature of work across organizations. Now, with regard to teamwork, I believe with other aspects also of an organization's work, it has both its pros and the cons. Now, pros are, of course, plenty, because of which the people heading the organizations and companies have opted for it. Definitely much faster pace of work. And if not the physical touch, the touch, through the online touch, the virtual touch, through video conferencing and online meetings. Definitely scheduling and, operating by the team leaders, the departmental managers, which proved a little bit of a hiccup at the beginning because suddenly the pandemic pushed this nature of work for everybody to pick up and go forward with. This but took off. And, so what happened is the leader had to, of course, first adopt to the virtual means of communication and collaboration, which are the two vital pillars of effective teamwork. Now, they had to do that and then percolate these, the methods he or she had adopted to their team members. Now, this got on, and the timings and all had to be adjusted. Everybody in different parts of the country and worldwide, those who are working with global teams, all this had to be set in place. The hiccup came when the teamwork is, as you know, it's a common saying by everyone knows. Steve Jobs said that, great work in organization, in the workplace, is not done by one person. It is done by a team of men. So what is the great feature of teamwork is collaboration. Collaboration which results in attaining the goal or goals of the particular team. It depends on effective communication. Then that was what were the benchmark. Now the cons of this is not everybody in the team were technically savvy, or the rate at which they were picking up this was not the same. So there was a breakage in teamwork. Now the vital aspect of teamwork, which is not only does the teamwork do his part, but he or she has to help other team members achieve the deadline and complete the work within schedule. Now, what happened? Then the managers or the leaders realized that this required upskilling, in some cases reskilling of those members who were falling behind. Say a message, a message was delivered to the any representative of a team by the manager, and he or she had to send through emails the message. Now, how that the other team members received that and executed his or her part also differed. Now, on remote work, when you're not physically there, working together and discussing this, and getting overcoming your lacunas, this became a great challenge. But slowly, so what was the solution? Give that person, the team member, time. And again, I'll come back to my favorite term, empathy. Now, if the team leader or the team manager had to understand that he or she, that team member, is excellent in creativity. He or she suggests the best possible way of doing that work in a creative manner, which would lead to faster achievement of goals and, also make a difference to the overall performance and productivity of the team. If he or she lagged behind in the technological aspect, he or she had to be understood. Where the managers and the team leaders understood this, adopted understanding, manner, there the team functioned successfully. Coming to communication. Earlier, it was through emails mainly and phone calls. Apart, I'm not taking into consideration the physical meetings, which had to be done away with in the pandemic. Now, communication from the team leaders, if it is only on the communication tools, it does not work. I will stress again the fact that pick up the phone and talk to a team member who's not feeling very secure about executing his or her work virtually. So this is the main aspect which I wanted to point out, that there are pros and cons, and every organization had to fight through the cons.
Well, Aditi ji, there are certain things I want to highlight here is that when it comes to digital arena, there are a lot of collaboration tools which are available, and the employees today can work on these tools, collaboration tool using Zoom and whatever digital platforms they have. There are
Yes.
there
A
are
very common one is Slack. The people at Trello and Slack and all that have to be introduced and got used to it. There are there are a few popular ones.
So my question was in that case is that going forward, the platforms are becoming more and more like a norm. And earlier we had to use these platforms and go to the office, but now we are doing the same thing, sitting at our work from home scenario, using these platforms, collaborating, and working as a team. So again, extension of my previous question is how it has changed in last 2 years, and what is the role of team leader now in order to keep his team intact, especially when last year there were many resignations. So what they could have done special to retain these people, to basically cohesively hold his team.
That is, it has been discussed, and my view is also that instead of sacking an employee because of poor performance virtually, why don't the think tanks upskill or reskill that person? If his performance has been consistently good before this virtual aspect, total virtual aspect, came into dominance. That is where I think you're also aware that the leading MNCs are now going out of their way to stop this large scale attrition. Mental well-being has taken the topmost priority. If an employee is himself or herself sick, family member is or likewise, the constant threat of different forms of viruses coming into and playing havoc with our lives. Misinformation. I told last time on my stress management talk that there's a lot of misinformation. Some people are spreading unscientific news. So the first part take that there is the role of communication. Anytime the leader, the approach of the leader is that I am available all the time. You cannot perform something, talk to the group head. If he or she cannot solve your problem, I'm there, just a phone call away. This is a challenge which everyone is facing, biological warfare, as it is sometimes termed, along with what is called now the fourth industrial revolution in terms of the all-out use of technology. Here the solution is each company should make a happy marriage of technology and the human touch. It's everyone. Suppose an employee who's not from the science background. Nowadays, many IT companies are also taking in candidates from non-IT. I know the basic facts of using Zoom and Gmeet and now Microsoft Teams. That can be done, but maybe particular, collaborative or communication tool he or she is not comfortable with. The manager ought to sit, means virtually or over phone, on email. I prefer a phone call over all inanimate access. This constant, because it is not only what we have to focus. An employee is made of the practical side and the human side. You cannot leave behind the human side at home and start working and become a thorough and all-out professional. It is needed. He or she has to work out on his own also. The particular employee has to say, if the other members in my team is doing it, I better burn the midnight, a candle and light and get a hold on this technology, on this platform, on this software tool. Still, in spite of maximum effort, if it's not done, that doesn't mean you are given the exact, slip by the management. I always, when I talk to the think tanks, I always, request that before doing that, look at the past record of the employee pre-pandemic times. And if it's a new one who has been onboarded virtually, that means the onboarding has not been satisfactory. It is on the part of the representative of the company to find out why he or she is still not comfortable with the processes that are functioning in the organization. So technology will all get, increase. You know this very well. Technology is, maybe beating us in a way in its rate of changing, the nature, the types, but human beings are still the same. They need time, they need understanding, they need empathy. To lose a job in this critical times is still a big, big blow to those families who are depending on that breadwinner. As Mr. Ratan Tata, my idol in the present scenario in India said, when there was, initially there was a huge loss of jobs, that it seems India Incorporated has lost its heart. If someone is failing over and over again, then he or she can be warned. But please, it's a request, please do not let go of an employee because of the circumstances. Try to give him or her a second chance. That is my take on this. And each team member, if physically and emotionally is fully healthy, then only he can or she can contribute the maximum to the performance of the team. So the team leader, to get the maximum out of them, as leadership norms have changed, you have to lead by example. No more the age of issuing instructions.
All right. So before we move on to the next question, I wanted to share viewers that there is a link above. As you can see, this link, you can actually go to this website and engage with our various services. In fact, if you want to display your services, your offerings, you can actually subscribe to our services. There are many options. So moving on, Aditi ji, I think you mentioned the word skills. So for a productive team, I think there are new skills required. And what are these new skills required by the managers as well as the team members in terms of communication? I think you use these words very many times: communication, effective cohesiveness, empathy, etc. So what are these skills required and who is going to train them? And hence my question is, what are the alternative methods of teamwork that you would suggest going forward in the decades to come?
For me, to answer this question, as going by reports, not before 2024, this threat will go away in a way where we can be comfortable. I'm saying just by statistics and, talking to medical professionals, including my husband. Now, what I would suggest, what I support is a virtual method. 2 or 3 times, go to the office, limited numbers, do the physical meetings, the discussions, a little bit of where the team is failing, what is the next step. I would suggest the team members call the high-performing team members at one go, and then the ones who are finding problems. I have seen here, why still, employees are opting for remote work. Total remote work will not solve your problems. where you're having an issue, especially new joinees who have not interacted with the team leaders and the managers, departmental heads. The very fact that you are not trusting the company to carry on sanitizing methods, not to have too much of close interactions, not to opt for, I suggest, outbound activities, out of the office meetings, meeting at a near pub also if the cases are not a little bit serious. Don't call them to the office if they are not comfortable, but get them out of the house. And this onus is on the team leaders, team managers, the management. Without finding out or getting that, message of assurance, I see a lot of, young joinees saying, we will leave the job, but we will not go back to office because on us, on our health depend the family members. My trainees, I tell them that have faith. If anything untoward happens, more than you, the reputation of the company will be harmed. They will go out of the way to assure that. If it's an offer for 2 days in physical and rest from work from home, go for it. And above all, there is God. If you show sincerity and go along with the company policies, you are going to be rewarded. Teamwork, so this is another aspect which I wanted to point out is, if you see the employees are going out of the way, there is sickness at home, but maybe they made isolation, whatever, but not let his or her work get affected. The virtual work, reward him or her, reward that employee. Instead of, not those who are asking for leave, not to attend the meetings and, carry on with his or her part or go for discussion with team members because there is a person sick. I know it is I have gone myself through it. There's a constant threat of my son who stays out. He's a research scholar. He's working with a reputed company. The other day he said, Ma, there are 3 people in my lab have got affected. So my natural instinct as a mother made me tell him, stop going to work. He said, I can't do that. My part is still there. They have sanitized in front of our eyes. They've given us adequate, a protection. And my duty is to, give back to the company. So I would say that all of the employees also do take this measure, and on the part of the management, go out of your way and assure that we have done this. And if you come to office, if not office, somewhere near the office where we will hold open air, as I told, that having a medical professional as my spouse, even if we go out for eating or something, or dinner or lunch, which is a open space. An open space is less harmful. There are companies who are, and even especially in the West, who are holding in pubs, in open air, in gardens. Why don't we open our imagination and do this kind of meetings, team meetings, and ask the team members to work outside? This will, I'm sure, yield greater results than forcing those team members who are totally reluctant. But those who are going, please reward them adequately.
Well, thank you so much, Aditi ji, for giving such good advices. And as we speak, we know that we are actually going through the year of mass resignation. So while people have lost their job in 2020, but 40% of the workforce has willingly resigned. So I think we are passing through an era of change where the corporates are also thinking and strategizing what to do, how they recalibrate their hiring strategy. So all of that. So we will come back to this subject with Aditi in future because this is a very vast subject. Thank you so much for joining us, Aditi,
Yes,
for
I
giving.
would like to see that this, I would like to talk on that. And thank you, Chandra, again for giving me this opportunity to air my views.
Good morning. This is Chandra from Akul Mac Technologies. And today in our show, which is called Top Brass Likeable Leaders, I'm graciously inviting two global leaders in our show. One is Mr. Naval Gant, who's a global guru, and he teaches a lot of chief executive around the world. With 45 years of corporate experience, he is now the MD of MindFit Limited. See, so he will talk more about what MindFit is, and you can see the attitude which is written behind him. We will cover that during the discussion. One more personality we have today in our show, that is Mr. Satya Madala, who's the MD of Single Point Solution. Single Point Solution is a very light organization, a rather startup, which is making a buzz in the market, and they operate in the area of EV charge solution. So with this small introduction, I welcome both of you on the show, which is called Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Neville, today's discussion is about how to make a winning pitch, how to get more customers, how to improve results. What do you think should be done for a chief executive or by a company to improve our pitch so that we have more clients and we improve our results?
Well, thanks, CK, and good morning, and really nice to meet you, Satya. The simple answer is stop pitching. And I know that sounds a bit ridiculous, but if you talk to the best salespeople in the world, they do anything but sell. They have a chat, they have a discussion, they find out what the problems are that potentially people can fix. So you literally stop pitching, because whatever you're pitching, it comes over as you're selling. And nobody likes to be sold to, really. But on the other hand, we don't mind having a conversation, do we? Just like we're having a conversation here. You know, we've got thousands of people watching, and over time, even more people are going to be watching. So if we're having a conversation that they can feel part of, then you're not selling. I hope that sort of makes sense. It's very against the standard norm, but like anything else in the world of sales, we'll talk sales now. People buy from people. The problem with that phrase is that a salesperson has got hold of it because it's not long enough. So if you think of the phrase that we exist, people buy from people. The real phrase is people buy from people they know and they trust. And immediately you can't see the word trust because it's gone out of the screen. So what we need to do is get people to trust us. And you, Satya, are a diamond as far as I'm concerned, because you've got a real 21st century product. Let's call it a product. It's probably more of a service, but we'll get to that in a minute. And it's solving a real problem that everybody's got today. So let me just ask you a couple of questions, okay? Yep. So what is the problem that you're solving in the world today?
See, we are more concentrated on client pain points. Like I can say, actually, in an industry, when I started my career, with some sort of, BPO works. Then later we transform it into technology. then we transform into mobile technology, then we transform into IoT, then we transform into IoT automobile, which is into right now emerging solutions in the automobile sector, which is EV solutions. Right now, when I'm addressing your question, actually we are looking at, just when I go to a client, so I'll try to find out what exactly they are doing right now, and what can be inserted by what we can replace with the technology. So we find out that, and we are working purely towards to that, and we are trying to come up with a solution on hardware as well as in a software. So nowadays, actually, when I go to a client, say for example, if they wanted to track something, like we will try to find out what exactly they wanted to track, whether it is a human, whether it is a anything, or any item or any equipment. So we try to work towards to that. See, like sometimes when I sometimes I work with some clients wherein actually they wanted to find out what sort of equipment and what is the service equipment requires, and how many hours the equipment is worked, and how many hours actually this man is working with that equipment, and what is the production combination of this equipment and man. So these sort of solutions actually we provided some predictive analysis, and we provided some analysis analytics which will be useful for our management. So we so far we work towards to that in a IoT sector. Then we migrated to EV solutions, which is electrical vehicle solutions, which is pretty much going in the world, pretty much extensively using in the world, where actually we are into A to Z EV solutions. So A to Z EV solutions means from hardware to till software, we created an ecosystem wherein if anybody wants to create an EV infra, then immediately they can connect to our ecosystem. So automatically the machines will talk to the cloud. So wherein actually users can utilize the services directly by using their mobile phones. So this is what we are right now. It's a very brief. What we are doing is we are into IoT. So we are into IoT automobile sector. So we can apply our IoT solutions to any of the any of the solutions, any of the industry, any sector. We can apply our IoT solutions. So this is what we are doing right now.
Okay, you mentioned some real technical words there that a lot of people might say, well, EV, IoT, and you mentioned the word solution all the time. Yep. So let's peel that one down. Okay, planet. I want to buy an electrical car, and I want to know that I'm going to have the best solution and literally take away my problem. So what could you actually provide for me?
See, now actually we are work with some of the OEMs, and we work with some of the infra companies, and we work with we are going to work with users also. Now, say for example, anybody wants to buy a EV car, electrical vehicle car, so electrical vehicle. So what we are doing is we are providing a domestic charges wherein actually the user, the electrical car owner, can charge his car by using our charger with any of the plug. Like that plug can be a 3-pin plug, which is a 3-phase 3-pin plug, as well as actually it can be a 250 watts plug, or it can be a 160. But our charger will charge the car with a domestic charger, which is provided to OEMs. Recently we have given one domestic charger to one of the OEM. So that is that will do this sort of work. And another thing is now, so once the EV car is charged fully, then it go for from 200 miles to up to 300 miles. So now actually it requires some rapid chargers. It requires some rapid chargers to charge the car within a 20 minutes time. So where we come into the picture and we created some sort of commercial chargers on the road. So wherein actually user can, the EV vehicle owner can go to the charger and take the mobile application and put the gun into the car and take the mobile application, and by paying some sort of commercials, then they can start their charge, they can charge their car, they can charge their vehicle. It can be two-wheeler or three-wheeler or four-wheeler. So that sort of solutions we provided so far, and which is on into the cloud, and with our ecosystem, it is possible even to reserve the slot, also to reserve the slot of that EV charger in the commercial space.
Which is an iPhone. I've got a particular adapter for that iPhone.
Yes.
Every time I change my car, I have to buy a slightly different adapter to be able to charge my phone. It charges at the same rate, it doesn't charge at the same time. And if my children have got a Samsung or any other Android, it can't use the same charger.
Yeah.
So I've got to continually go and buy lots and lots of different charger. But what you've just said to me is, not only is it just one charger with a uniform arena, but actually I can choose the speed of how quickly I want to charge it.
Yep.
Which again, to the consumer, is absolutely brilliant, because one of the problems we know of electric vehicles today is that they've actually got quite a limited journey time.
Yep.
I mean, we hear of up to 300 miles. I actually watched a car program the other day, and Audi have made a vehicle that actually has only got 12 miles because they've made it for a very specific use. And the other thing we do know is that I'm old enough to remember the first mobile phones, where the actual phone was about this size, and then the batteries filled up the trunk. so I am old enough to remember those sort of things. But this is the key. We're in this 21st century arena. We don't need to be down that route. And I just think of what you're doing is absolutely fantastic, and we need to get that message out there. But equally, we need to get the message about you. Who is Satya? You've come on a journey, but now you're in a very particular market space. If I may say, you're probably a market leader. And having said that, I mean, it's a big global world here, but you are probably a market leader, as I would call it, and therefore you're an influencer. So let's just ask you a couple of questions about what motivates you. Why have you gone down this particular arena?
See, like when I see in the market, actually, I'm a pure techie guy. Actually, I started my career in 1998. So I started my career with I started my career as a Java programmer. So I worked in Singapore for 6 years, and I worked on so many technologies, and I worked on so many almost all operating systems, wherein I found some gaps wherein actually wherein I can come and create some products for the market, wherein actually that's what I found. Then later, when I came back to India, I saw some gaps where in the market there is no much services come and serve to these manufacturing industries and users. So I took that advantage, and slowly I started my company and migrated to many technologies, and finally landed and worked in mobile technologies, and later we migrated something like this. Then Then later part, actually, where I found a lot gap, actually, people are concentrating on normal, what do you say, like normal solutions, like, normal day-to-day activities, but no much competition in automobile sector. Not a competition. People are not actually much going through that automobile sector, wherein actually I took that advantage, and I came up with a product for the for a car, wherein actually, once you insert my IoT device in the car, it tells you what's the problem in your car. So, and at the same time, the car will let you know. Actually, the car always connects with your mobile phone, and say for example, if there is any service need, your mobile will alert you. Say for example, if there is any oil change required, your mobile will alert you. So that sort of IoT technology we developed in our company, and we are taking it to the market, and actually, some of the companies are using our technology. And the later part, actually, when I see in automobile sector, what is the updated one, what is the updations we can do. So wherein actually, when I see that updations, so EV sector, wherein actually, people are talking about the EV vehicles, but they are not ready to buy because there is no infra. So when there is no infra, why don't we look into that infra? So when it comes to first, infra means charging station. So why don't we come into that space, and why don't we build our own chargers, and why don't we build an ecosystem to connect all the infra companies to that ecosystem, and why don't we provide a solution to the user to charge their cars. So this motivated me to develop a particular ecosystem, and to develop a particular chargers. So, and to work with the OEMs also. We are actually, much we are providing some sort of ecosystems, and we are providing some sort of hardware, and we are providing some sort of software solutions for the users. So this is what we motivated ourselves on the automobile sector.
I get it. I mean, and I can see when people say that, or you say you're a very technical person, it comes over loud and clear. You are that in depth, Java type person. I can script it. I can see the problem out there. I can fix it. So you are if you like, a Mr. Fix It arena. But you, in many respects, what comes over you, you're a bit of an evangelist as well, because someone has to start to push the envelope.
Yep.
And what I'm getting from you is you are that classic entrepreneur. I'm not going to wait for anyone else to do it. I can do it, and I'm going to go and do it. And the interesting thing is, if there's a market for it, then we'll make it work.
Yes.
And that is absolutely key. So anyone listening to hear what you do as a person and what drives you on is now understanding why you're doing it. You're seeing an opportunity. But the interesting thing is that opportunity is a problem for lots of people, and they'll shy away from it.
Yep.
But we need innovation people like you. We need technical people like you, but equally we need other people that can convey our message elsewhere.
Yes. Yep.
And part of what we're doing today is trying to convey that message. So I talk a lot about being in collaboration with other people. I mean, CK was very generous at the beginning, so I had 45 years of international experience. That would probably make me nearer 70 than 60. But my background has been oil and gas. Now, it's the antithesis of what you're talking about. You're talking about clean energy, and I'm talking about very dirty energy. Okay, but the point is, we needed oil and gas to be where we are today. And one of the important parts about oil and gas that not many people understand is that they understand that it's very expensive, you know, because that's why we pay the ridiculous prices at the pump for our heating oil, you know, heat our houses, etc. But what they don't understand is what makes the industry tick, what makes the industry be as economical. I use the word not lightly, very strongly. What makes it cheap to run? And a lot of people will say, Neville, what are you talking about? You know, oil's very expensive. The point is, it would be a lot more expensive if we didn't work smartly. So if we didn't work collaboratively. And one thing that I know you're doing, so we're going to talk a little bit about that now, is collaborating with other people. And I know how difficult that is, because to collaborate means you need to look for a win-win. Yes. And not many people, I look at a win-win on a scale of 10. So you start with 10 and I start with 10, and we go in together, we have a discussion. And after a while, I've only got 2 ticks, but you might have 5 ticks. To me, that's a win-win, because at least I've got 2.
Yes.
But other people say, no, you've got 5, I want 5. If you've got 5, I want 5. Now that isn't a collaboration. You know, that's competition.
Yes, true, very true.
And coming from, you know, our respective backgrounds, we always want to win, don't we? You're an entrepreneur, you want to win, don't you? You don't like losing. No, you want to win every time. I mean, we all want to win every time. But the key thing is we need to be in that collaborative arena where a win-win might be you score 5, I score 2. That's a win because I've got 2. Equally, if you score 2 and I score 5, that's a win as well.
True.
Yeah. So just tell me a little snippet about a collaboration that you're doing currently. And I believe it's in the scooter world, isn't it? In the mini bikes or whatever you call it.
Can you elaborate a little more again?
Well, when you're collaborating with other B2B, B2C type businesses.
Yes.
And, you know, rather than I don't want to give away, you know, the crown jewels of the organisation or any confidential conversation you've got going. But can you give a very simple example of a collaboration that's started and it's working and it's succeeding and you're both winning?
Got it. Now you see, like earlier when I started my conversation with you. So earlier I told you I'm providing a hardware also. See, when it comes to hardware, actually, you know, a lot of work is involved in this. So the thing is, when I feel actually to start, manufacturing my chargers. I wanted to start manufacture some of my own chargers also with my own brand. So, and wanted to white label the charger. So according to a client requirement, that's what I thought to do. But when I see in the market, as you said, actually, you know, instead of reinventing the all wheel, actually, I collaborated with, some Korean companies and some Indian companies and some Chinese companies, and make it happen for my client. It's something like, you know, where I am working as a B2B and I'm working as a B2C also. So I'm working for a customers to get the technology from a different places according to their budget. Say they say, okay, I have a low budget, we have a solution, and we have a, you know, if they have a high budget, we have a solution. And we worked in a collaborative manner with the other vendors, we can say, or companies, we can say, or the people who are there in a competitiveness in the market. Okay, so we collaborated with them. So we never feel that okay, this guy is a competitor to us. Actually, we are into software solution. The software can integrate with any sort of hardware. When we say, okay, so we never feel that okay, this guy is a competitor to us, and we never look at the person, he's a competitive guy. As you said, actually, win a if there is an opportunity of getting 10 things, so you take two things, and I'll take according to our availability. So you take 10, and I'll take 2, or you just share it among us, and let us share it to somebody. So in this fashion, actually, we work with many companies collaborative fashion, and we invited people to come and join with us. Actually, right now we are also working towards to come up with EV vehicles also, which is in a three-wheel sector, and which is in a two-wheeler sector. So we collaborated with a few companies in India itself to come up with three-wheelers and two-wheelers. So when it comes to three-wheelers, actually we are introducing these three-wheelers on our ecosystem to rural areas, wherein actually we are providing some sort of e-autos for our rural areas. And we are providing, we are collaborated with another company and providing two-wheeler scooties, e-scooties for state tourism development to reduce some pollution in tourism places. So when it comes to collaboration, actually it is a good idea to collaborate with somebody who has a good knowledge or good ecosystems with them. So we are pretty much interested to do that, and we are doing that. And we are also ready to, if anybody, providing some sort of technology, we are ready to collaborate with them. And, if anybody wants to collaborate with us, we are open to do that also. We are open to, work with them, and we are open to accept their technologies. So any sort of JV, joint ventures, any sort of collaborations, we are ready. We are ready. So only thing, just what we wanted to provide, our single point solution aim is just work with anybody and provide a quality solutions to customers and users, and customers and business people. So like this, we are already doing that, and in future also we are pretty much open to do that. So this is what my idea, my opinion on a collaboration.
I'd like to add a few points here, Neville.
Yep, go ahead.
See, the electric vehicle is a very vast subject. It's an open opportunity for everyone whoever wants to enter this area, because the electric vehicles are slated to replace the petroleum-based or gas-based vehicles, especially the vehicles which are running on the road. So I'm not talking about the heavy machinery, but I think the individual vehicles which are running on the road can be easily replaced by electric vehicle. Why? Because electric vehicle and the petrol vehicles behave in the same manner. If you fill the tank in your petrol vehicle, it will last for another 300 miles. Same is the case with electric vehicle. One charge will take you to 300 miles. After that, you have to either refill or you have to recharge. So the effect is the same. Second point is the electric vehicle innovation has reached the peak because it has nothing. It has a body, it has an electric motor. And whatever research required to run an electric vehicle and charge quickly is in the area of battery, not in the vehicle. So I think there is an open field with regard to the charge solution. And that is why Single Point as a company is rolling out the, or rather focusing on the charge solutions. Because if there is no charge, there are no vehicles. So I think that is something that I wanted to bring from my side, that the innovation in electric vehicle is not actually in the electric vehicle, it's in the charge solution.
So basically, I wanted to add a word. Actually, it is a EV infra. We call it as a infra. Actually, when there is a infra, then the vehicles will run on the road. So we call it as a infra. So single point solution is almost concentrating more on infra, creating infra for EV vehicles. That's what single point solution is trying to work with the states and even central government also to I know central government is taking a big initiations towards this EV infra. By 2022, actually, they wanted to show a good quality infra for EV vehicles, so that people actually users or public can go and buy the EV vehicles in a two-wheeler or three-wheeler or four-wheelers. So that's what we are as a single point solution. We are creating some ecosystem around to this EV space.
And it's important, and it's good you jumped in there, CK, because let's get back to where we started here. We need to be pitch perfect. When we're promoting our organizations, we need to be pitch perfect. So in many respects, it's how, and I don't like the word pitch, as you know, because we should stop pitching, but we need to be listening to what the audience was. And just as we wrap up here, but Satya, you said it right in early on in your story, you listened to what the problems were of your client.
Yes. Yes.
If we can focus on those problems.
Yes.
And we can be collaborative in the fact that you may not have the solution.
Yes.
But you have a component of those solutions.
Yes.
But you know other people that can help fulfill the solution.
Yes.
Through a collaborative way, not a competitive, but a collaborative way, then we all win.
Yes.
And I think what you've demonstrated today, so thank you in advance, is that not only do you say you're open for collaboration,
yes.
but I truly believe you. In this short conversation, I truly believe you. And that is part of what we're trying to do here. Get people to understand who you are, why you do what you do, trust you, get to know you, and then guess what? They'll come back and ask you for your opinion on things you've never even thought of, because you become that, trusted partner.
Yes.
In a world of confusion and a world of competition, believe you me, that is very rare. So thank you for your contribution today. I wish you all the success in the world. I know we'll keep in touch going forward. This is not the end of our discussion, I'm sure. And thanks, CK, for setting this up as part of our roundtable approach. And just a big thank you to the two of you for those smiley faces, because without smiley faces, nothing is going to happen.
Yes.
Thank you, Neville, and thank you, Satya. Really appreciate you coming to the Top Brass Roundtable. And we have come to the end of this session today, but we will definitely find another opportunity very soon in future, invite you both to discuss on a new technical subject. And also, as you said, Neville, try to make a pitch by listening.
Thank you very much, CK, and nice meeting you, Navel. So see you again.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today, the Active Monday, and today we have expert. We will be discussing about one of the aspects of public relations. So let's welcome her first. Welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's so nice to be back here again on your show on Monday, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you.
Today is Monday and very lovely day because it's raining outside, and when it is rain, you sit down on a chair and think of an idea, right? And when we think of an idea, that means we are also want our idea should be accepted. So how we can do? Can we really do? Can we really do any propagation of idea through public relation?
Of course, we can, spread the idea among the masses. We can spread the idea among the set of people who are a target audience. And public relation is just right to do that because, in public relation, we identify the idea that has to be given to the public. Then we decide a storyline. And on that particular story, with a proper marketing strategy, we spread the idea to the people. For example, I would say there once upon a time, I'm talking about way back from mid 90s till 2010. There was an idea which was spread among the public that they should get their kids till the age of 5 years. The kids should get pulse polio drops taken every month. So there was this pulse polio campaign which was going on, and so a story was woven around the idea where Mr. Amitabh Bachchan was taken as the brand ambassador by the government of India, and he was just the right choice to let people know that why pulse polio is required, why should they give pulse polio to their kids. So because Amitabh Bachchan is a very well-known face in India, he still is a very well-known face, and people, they could relate with it. So if you have to spread an idea, you should always decide your PR campaign accordingly.
Well, definitely you have put forward a very popular campaign which was done for pulse polio. But now the question arises that once we are talking about business or any company, and if they want to start a surveys and there's an idea, so what are those pillars we can use, especially when we are talking about public relation? What are those features we should look into? And are those features and policies are critical to spread the idea? Can we do that through public relations?
Yes. Through public relations, we can spread the ideas, and it is always good that whatever idea we want to spread and to whosoever the target audience is, we should always do a research work, a complete research work. A project should be made, and accordingly, people should be given forms or they should be given some kind of situation, and where their feedback should be jotted down, and accordingly, one should decide, the organization or the company should decide the plan to move ahead. So, in PR, it's very important to do the research work, get the right feedback, and as per the feedback, then you decide, then you plan, then you formulate your policies. Because, anyone can do PR, but to be successful, to get the success, is not everyone's cup of tea. I see many people doing PR, they are doing various kind of PR, but they do the right result and a desired result. If you really want a desired result, you must give time to the idea. You should study your idea very well, should know the plus and minus points of idea, and as for that, you should plan your PR strategy. Then you will definitely get the success.
So, now I would like to ask you, when we are talking about the services, because when we talk about services, which is most of the services are related to the masses, and masses really get benefit of it. But when we are also talking about the product, so the strategy for product idea propagation and the service idea propagation, are they different? And the different measures are taken in public relations?
Yes. Spreading the idea and promoting the product among masses is slightly different, because I'll just give you one example. There was a time when in India, no one knew what vacuum cleaner is all about. So there was one particular company who started selling the vacuum cleaner. And before that, they adopted a very successful PR campaign where they focused on women. And that was the time when India gave stress on working of both the genders, men and women. That time, women empowerment was being talked about, the education of the girl was being talked about, and various government sectors would speak about equal opportunity of the education given to both boys and girls, and also making girls financially independent. So that time this company launched vacuum cleaners, and the target audience was especially the women, and they made a story where they spoke about keeping your house clean, and also that when woman is working, she does not have the time, perhaps she may not get the right help, she may not give the right kind of time to her home. So vacuum cleaners are there, you use them once in a week, but you keep your house clean for the 7 days. So it was the right story. And then later on, the vacuum cleaners was sold in this country, especially I remember in urban cities of India, in urban India. I think many households, they bought the vacuum cleaners, and that time it was a big success also. So, when you have to promote your product, you have to sell your product. And if it's a new product, you have to weave a story. Let the lifestyle of the people be connected with that product, service, or idea. So, this is the right way to reach the target audience. And when one set of the audience accepts the product, later on, the different sets of people do get connected with the product.
So what should be the duration of this idea creation and then launching any service or product?
Kanchan, I think there should not be much difference when you are selling out the story about any product or service. You should give some time, perhaps a few weeks or something, but then the product should be launched as soon as possible, because the interest and the curiosity which you create among the masses, it also dies. As we say, the public memory is short-lived. So you should spread your story for a few weeks, but then you should launch your product also, like it's done in the Bollywood. Before the release of the movie, they create so much of interest, and after a few weeks, the movie is released. So in the same manner, you should be doing it. You should not just sit on the idea which you are giving to the people, but launch your product and services also.
So I would like to know what is, in your opinion, which you like the campaign of any story or idea which you really appreciate even today. Would you like to discuss that?
Yes, definitely. I really like, about washing machines. We in washing machines are not a new product in India. They are there. They have been there for quite, I think, more than 2 decades. So there was a time when washing machine.
I was just talking about how this public relation can be in idea propagation, how it can help. So yes, that gives me something. Ritu, please go ahead.
Yeah. So now you see, actually, if you see the way they are doing the public relations, they are creating the story. Is right now the washing machine companies, they talk about giving responsibility to the men also. They do not focus on women. They do not speak about women using the washing machine, but they definitely show that men are using the washing machine. So I think it's a very right kind of a thing. They give focus on the automatic washing machines and how men are comfortable comfortable, how many are comfortable using the washing machine, how many are comfortable doing their responsibility towards the domestic cause. So it's a change in the idea. Initially, the target audience of all the washing machines were women. Now the target audience is not the women in the family, but the men in the family. So I think that I really love this kind of campaigns which are created. And, most of the time they do not talk to you that you should buy the washing machine, but they talk about the equal responsibility in the house. I mean, equal response, men and women sharing the equal responsibility, but nowhere they are making a sales pitch, but they are selling the idea.
What a wonderful idea, because that really is awesome. And I just think and visualize kind of public relation campaigns which is being done. Though today there was a little glitch while recording, but as usual, this is a very wonderful discussion regarding relation and using this public relation in idea propagation. So, Ritu, we'll be meeting again with some more thought-provoking idea next time in public relation. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, and we see each other again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we are discussing how crisis management is so important for companies and businesses. So stick around to this episode. We'll be meeting you after a few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have Ritu Gupta, who is having a vast experience in public relation domain. So welcome to the show. Ritu, how are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I am absolutely fine and feel so happy to be part of the show again.
Well, you know that we'll be discussing about crisis management, and you know that crisis management for companies is so important. So what is this crisis management?
Well, Kanchan, the crisis management is actually the public relations. In public relations, when you maintain relationship with your client, then there are certain problems also which can happen with your client, your own organization, you as a celebrity. So managing that, communicating right things to the media so that through media, those things are communicated in a right manner, the way exactly you want to present yourself during the time of crisis in a positive manner to the concerned people, like, the shareholders, your client, the people who have invested money in your organization. Those are the people, and also the general public. So that is crisis management. Crisis can happen anytime, every time it's happening. So managing the crisis, talking right to the people, writing the press release, writing exactly the right things in the press release, publishing that to various media houses, and talking to the people so that you have a positive image also at the time of the crisis. That means you don't have to press the panic button, but at the same time, give the correct communication to the people, but manage the crisis in the right manner, because you're always there in the public eye.
Well, you mentioned such a critical aspect of crisis management. So what are the steps one should take when we are dealing with the crisis management in a company?
Right. So when a crisis takes place, it is the media which can make or break your image. Like in my episode with you, I spoke about media relations. Now here is the importance of media relations. So whenever the crisis is taking place, give the information, the kind of information you want people to know, the kind of information people publishes in the media. So give that kind of information. Present yourself as the caretaker, as the philanthropist, as the people who care about the community. and give the right information so that people are not in any kind of doubt. But you have to also be careful that how you handle the media. Do not lie. People should not lie. The company, the organizations, the industries, they should not lie to the people. You should always present the actual image. But what you want to say, you have to play with your words. And at the same time, always keep your investors uh, with you. Always let them know that what is happening so that later on you don't get a bad image. That is what crisis management is all about. And I would just want to give one example about Tata's and Godrej. We all know that they're philanthropists, and there was a time when there was an attack in the hotel in Mumbai. We all know about the infamous, in fact, the hotel attack in Mumbai. That was the crisis. Mr. Ratan Tata was there present all the time outside the Taj Hotel. Now, the way he and his PR team handled the crisis, no one in the country gave any bad name to Mr. Tata. In fact, the way he managed everything, the people who were staying in the hotel, their families were given some kind of job, their families were given money. The people who died, the employees of the organization, their people, one of the person in the family was taken in by Mr. Tata in various companies. He has schools also. The kids were also given the admissions in the school. So, that is how you handle the crisis. You give the right information to the government, to the concerned body, and your own employees and the clients. You take care of them. And so that media write good about you, because here is the time you have to handle your PR image very critically. It's very important.
Well, it is so tragic, and it is so heartfelt incident which really happened at Taj, Mumbai, a few years back. Now, that is one case study which you have just mentioned, but I would like to ask you, what are those instances or those incidents when crisis management plays a vital role?
So there are few things. The PR team should always be, number one, should always be in touch with the media. Number two, the PR team should always be in touch with the management and the people who have been affected, because the role of the PR is they're basically the bridge between the organization and the various publics. Now, what you write, what you publish in the media is very important. You have to play with your words because it's a very sensitive situation. And how you want to, you have to help the management in taking certain decisions. This is a very important part, because management is not always in touch with the people who are affected, the clients, the employees. It is the PR team, the PR person. So you have to help out the management in taking the right decisions. So basically the things which you need to do is, whatever steps you take, you have to keep in the mind that you have to have a very positive image about your company, the organization, and the individual you are working. And sorry, I just want to add one thing. If you have done anything wrong, the company, the organization, the individual should always accept it. Say sorry in front of everyone, because that helps them out in a longer run also.
So, as I understand, is that crisis management is not a day-to-day activity, but I think it's case sensitive, right?
Yes.
So, what are those incidents which can affect company, and we deploy crisis management public relation team to handle that?
So there are many incidents. The very common one is that an employee dying while working at the workplace. Like, accidents do take place in factories. So that is one thing, that how you handle that thing. You have, when the person dies, if he's the only bread earner of the family, are there people you can give, some position in your organization? So I want to give just one example. 1 month back, I'm talking about in the month of July, I saw one advertisement which was there on social media also, which was there in Times of India also. Again, I'm talking about the Tata Group. So they have given one big advertisement, and they were talking about Women 2.0, that any woman and every woman can start her career again after COVID. They were talking specifically about their employees dying and giving jobs to their wives. They were talking to their employees who have retired or who have left the job for whatever reason, but they want to again restart. They will give them again a restart, and also to the common women also, to those who have left their career for whatever reason, they can look out in the various positions in various startup group of hotels and again restart their career. Now, this is also crisis. COVID, the pandemic is also a crisis. So this is also one kind of a crisis. Then, in your company, women face, in various companies, women face certain kind of harassment. So these companies, the good companies, they give you the legal aid. They do not cut your salary when you go to the court or the court hearings, and they provide you all kind of aids. This is what crisis management is all about, helping out your employees so that they can work nicely without any stress, and they give 200% back to the company.
Well, it is kind of a goodwill activity which Tata has done, and eventually it resulted in a good crisis management and good PR activity. So, Ritu, it was so wonderful to talk to you today and know about how important is crisis management. We'll be meeting again with other thought-provoking public relation insight and topic. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Last week, FATF meeting got over, and there are some interesting facts which have come out from this particular meeting of so many FATF members, and we are going to analyze one of the very surprising facts which has come out, and let me take you there. And this is about the Turkey, which is a very popular, very rich country, very European country, first world country, that has been, gotten in their position into grey list. So why Turkey has gotten into a grey list, we will analyze the whole fact and a little bit history behind it. And there is a grey list also, FATF grey list, but there are very few countries in the blacklist, sorry, and which is North Korea, Afghanistan, and Iran. But there are many countries in the grey list. The grey list consists of the list of countries which are involved in some sort of terrorist activities, some sort of money laundering, generating black money and routing it using some mechanisms, and eventually funding the terrorist activity. So FATF is one of the task force which has been created. FATF stands for Financial Action Task Force. It's a global community of countries which evaluate what is going on across the world, and then make sure that there are no terrorist funding or some nefarious activities being deliberately planned by different countries. So this is a group which ensures that, and this is backed by a global consortium of countries, and all the major countries are here. There are 36 permanent members and then others which are elected. And as you can see, all the major countries are here, including India and China, US, UK, etc. So it's a consortium of all the major countries who want to, and these are all democratic countries. I think that is also one of the important point. There are no dictators here. There is either there are multi-party systems in these nations or a single party system, and these are the countries which derives the freedom and also ensure that there is no nefarious activities being planned by anyone across the world. So we already know that our neighbor, Pakistan, has been in the grey list for many years now. They were put in grey list in 2015. However, India has been battling the proxy war from Pakistan for almost 3 decades. Initially, the global community did not listen to us, but I think they have now got a clear picture. They have given enough chances to Pakistan for not to harbor terrorists in their own country. And if you look at any terrorist outfit which have been banned by United Nations, you will find them there. So I think they have continued to be in the grey list. The FATF has given them a lot of tasks. They have fulfilled many tasks, but the major 4 tasks have not been fulfilled yet, which is to ensure that the United Nations designated terrorist group and terrorists to be tried and brought to books, the legal books by them, and they have completely failed in doing that, and yet they are harboring these terrorist group and terrorists in their country, which are creating a global pandemic of terrorism across the world. So yet again Pakistan has been duly selected go back to the grey list, which they have been already, and because of that Pakistan is facing lot of heat, lot of economic heat. I will explain why FATF grey list is not a very good thing. You should get out of grey list as soon as possible if by chance you get in there. There are countries which are in grey list, countries like free tax havens like Mauritius, Cayman Islands also are in grey list because they were the tax havens. We will cover more details about that in a bit. Interesting thing is Pakistan's closest friend is Turkey. Turkey not only provide them moral support but also financial support, and also militarily they also support them by giving them different technologies and all that. And if you know, Turkey has been one of the key ally of NATO, and there is a largest NATO base in Turkey in Europe. So they have a lot of know-how. They are a first world country. Their per capita income is 5 times of India per capita income, and it is a European country. And they were a rich country. I mean, all this while they were a very rich country. They had a big history also, art and culture. People are quite outgoing type people. They are citizens and also very open-minded. I think you need to also understand the Turkey geo position, global political positions. They are the sort of a country which creates a bridge between Asia and Europe. And if you see, they are in a very disturbed area. Their boundary touches all the bad places like Syria, Iran, Iraq, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and all that. So there is so much conflict happening in their neighboring countries. So they play a very big role in geopolitical environment. At the same time, what has happened is that, I mean, if you go back in history, they were a very rich nation. They were Roman for many years, almost like 2,500 years. Even after the fall of Rome, the Roman Empire continued in Turkey, present-day Turkey, until 1400 AD. After that, the Ottomans actually defeated the Romans, and after that, they converted the people forcibly into Islam. So these Ottoman Turks created an Islamic rule in Turkey, and they converted the population into Islam to follow the Islamic religion. So converted everybody from different religion, either Christian or Roman or anybody else, into Islamic. So their population is mostly Islamic, majority. However, the people carry a totally different outlook. Unlike if you take a name of any other Islamic country, you'll always get this feeling, hey, women are not allowed to go out. You know, they will have to put a veil on their face, and a lot of these orthodox tradition, the Islamic tradition. But in Turkey, because the people always have this feeling that they were forcibly converted, so they never really followed the Islamic values so vehemently until this current president came, I mean, they were doing something in 1800th century that we're not going too much back in history, but the Erdogan is the current president, and during his reign, the first 10 years, the Turkey has touched very good economic heights, and they actually improved their business manifold. And because Erdogan was able to draw power out of this success, and that is when he showed his real color in 2009-2010 timeframe, where he wants to bring the Islamic rule into Turkey. And suddenly he's changed gear and he's become more orthodox, and he wants to basically make his people more radicalized. So this is what is happening for last over a decade now in Turkey. And he is now helping all terrorist activities across the world. And this is one of the large bank called Halk Bank. It's a Turkish bank. They have been penalized, and there is sanction on this bank by the global community for funding billions of dollars in Iran and other places to carry out terrorist attacks across the world. So this is one particular example which is facing the heat right now, and there is a lot of backlash because of that. At the same time, the Erdogan does not like the liberal ways of doing things. He wants to take his country back to the Ottoman period, and he wants to implement the Islamic value system in his country for last 10 years. And I think he's become sort of a dictator, where he always says that it is my way or the highway. We will actually discuss more on that. Another thing I would like to talk about is this is the central bank of Turkey, and like any other country, there is a bond. Bonds are sold to people, and if you look at any country, the bond is the biggest deposit. So you give a return on the deposit. So a lot of money comes in the form of bond for any government. All countries do it. India does it. US does it. There are the government bonds which are provided, and these are typically long-term infrastructure bonds. So in Turkey, the return on the bond is now 20%. So if you compare the bond system in India, when you buy a government bond, which is a tax-free return, you deposit your money for 5 years, you will get about 5 to 6% return after every year, accumulated for 5 years, and then you will get your money tax-free. So this is how a bond system works, and this is by and large the bond system works across the world. But in Turkey, their bond is now return is now 20%. That means whenever the depositor come back to Turkey to take that money back, Turkey will have to give 20% return on year to the depositor. It's very high. So it shows clearly that how the money will be generated for this country. And at the same time, the currency has crashed, because when you are bringing this Islamic value system and you hate the interest word. In fact, Erdogan has several occasions in his speeches, he has said that the interest is the evil of all mother and father of all evils. So this is the thought process, and you're actually behaving like a dictator. That means my way or the highway. You're not listening to any sane voice in that country. You want to implement what you think. So the country's economy is sliding down, because you can actually behave like a dictator, but you can't control the market. Even though you are a dictator, you can rule over people, you can do whatever you want, you can always say my way or highway, but you can't control the market. So the market has stayed away from Turkey, and because of that, gradually over 10 years, their currency has been devalued. Now, I'll tell you that, as I told you, that Turkey was a rich country, and their currency was pretty strong with as compared to rupee. Few years back, their currency lira was valued at 25 rupees for 1 lira. And today, even though Indian rupees has also lost against US dollars, the lira is crashed so badly that it is now 7 rupees. So you see The Indian rupees has also crashed a little bit, has lost its shine against dollars, and lira has crashed so badly it is now 7 rupees. So it is completely wiped out, and it is almost like 1/3, more than 1/3 drop in their currency value. So nobody wants to deal with you. Nobody wants to buy your currency. There is no value in your currency. At the same time, there is a huge deficit on your economy of 210 billion. And the FDI is almost a deficit of 20%. That means whatever money you could have got by attracting foreign investors, by setting up different manufacturing unit in your country, there is a deficit of almost $20 billion in that country. So the country is passing through a very bad economic, from the economic point of view. On top of it, you are now put into a gray list. That means gray list is an indication of how risky is that country. So if you're in a gray list, it is the global community telling everyone that if you want to do business with this country, with anyone in this country, you are at risk. That means there is no chance of you recovering your, forget the profit, even recovering your initial principal investment. So this is the meaning of gray list. That means as it is, you have slided down so much in last 10 years, and now you are put in gray list. So this is a matter of concern. An interesting thing, which is sort of a laughable matter, which is that the few months back, Turkey promised Pakistan, hey, I will help you come out of the FATF grey list, but now they themselves are part of grey list. So they will have to do something drastic in order to come out. And then if they start taking these actions today, it will take some time for them to come out of this precarious situation they are in. So they are sliding down, even though there are countries like Mauritius and other countries, as I said in the beginning, they have been able to rectify their issues, and they have been able to get out of the gray list, and they are into white list now. So primarily because the Mauritius was a tax haven, and these tax havens are used for these different money laundering activities. So Mauritius has fixed those gaps, and now they are out of it. So Turkey has to now stop behaving like a bully, and stop promising other countries, small countries like Pakistan, hey, I will help you come out. I think they have to watch their own deeds and activities and ensure goodwill of their people, which are very good. Actually, I feel their population is very good. And I think they have to seriously come out of this dictatorial method of governance, and they have to see that, you know, how they can listen to their economic voices which are coming from their own country. So friends, this is something which happened last week, and I thought it requires our attention. Do send in your messages. I will reply to each one of them, and I will catch you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. As the economy is now opening up, most of the countries are going on a major vaccination drive, and that is protecting a lot of people from getting COVID-19 in future. Or even if they get COVID-19, it will not be so severe. It will not be dangerous to life. So therefore, people are now getting into groove of restarting economy, restarting their processes and business. And that has given rise to a new way of working, which is called hybrid work environment. Now, to discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior, very distinguished person joining us from Singapore. Before I start the discussion, I have to tell you that there is this QR code on the screen. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera on this QR code, and you will get connected with us instantly. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be taking a short break and join back with a guest. Welcome back, friends, and we have a very special topic to discuss, which is related to hybrid working. And for this discussion, I'll be joined by a very senior person from our industry, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom, and she's joining us today from Singapore. So welcome to the show, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Always a pleasure to be back, and I am so looking forward to this conversation. What do you have in mind?
Well, Farida, we are all working from home, and there is an emergence of many different kinds of techniques and tools today. At the same time, we have been hearing about something called hybrid working or hybrid workforce. So, can you explain from your point of view, what does it mean? What is the meaning of hybrid working, and how does it benefit the enterprises?
Okay, excellent. I think I need 7 hours to talk about this because this is a topic we have been talking a lot nowadays, but let me try to do it in an efficient, timely manner. Um, so, what is hybrid working? So, in my mind, hybrid is when you actually can have a mix of working from home and office. However, in reality, for the last year plus, most of us have been working from home. And the question is that, is this something that will actually go on? I do have a slightly different expectation as well as a slightly different opinion on this, but it really depends how things go, in the future. But with the vaccination rates going really high and most countries trying to vaccinate as quickly as possible, I think hybrid working will stay, but not to the extent that everybody is expecting.
So yesterday I was, just doing my usual work, and I got contacted by the country head of WeWork. And as you know, WeWork has been acquired, and they had a booming business. In fact, a listed company in the US, and they are saying that, hey, why don't you come over to our business center, and for free, no strings attached, just start your operations. And then I told him, look, lots have happened in last 2 years, and we have migrated our entire business onto digital platforms. So thank you for the offer, but I don't see a need to get into physical world at this point in time. So if that is the case today for a small, medium company like our company, how this hybrid workforce will benefit? In the sense that there is no physical activity which are being promoted right now. At least at least 60% of the business are actually going digital today. So what we have to do to get into hybrid work?
I think, look, the thing is that small and medium enterprises probably tasted blood. So, they kind of realize in this 1 year that it's possible to still continue running your business with some adjustments without having a physical space. So, I think that is something which is here to stay. But when you look at large corporations, I don't think that will continue to be so much about you can work from home, because what happens is that if you are in a job which requires you to constantly, meet with people and, brainstorm in person, etc., then that is impacted quite a bit if you are working in isolation. So larger organizations will not really kind of, allow this for very long. There are organizations which are pretty much, like B2C companies, or rather, their audience is B2C, but the business is B2B. If you look at large companies like Twitter, etc., they probably will go into, maybe permanent, remote, permanent, hybrid. Because for them, it's important that they are able to, get talent across the world. The talent is able to deliver what they need across the world, but they don't necessarily need to kind of invest in a large physical presence. They could still have smaller offices. But if you look at, say, for instance, banks, it is very difficult to do quality control, say, for a large bank's customer call center. It is very difficult to manage the quality. If you look at large markets like India, and I'm sure you and a lot of our viewers probably have experienced that customer service probably has dipped the scale, really, really south. because there is just no control. If people are working from home, one, there is no motivation. Two, it is really, troublesome to kind of manage the quality. There is, people could do anything, and it's just too much of a volume to start picking up where someone faltered or, what was not right. So unless somebody raises a complaint, it will never come to light. So those are situations I don't think hybrid or, remote is going to continue for very long. Even if you look at, say, staff, say in a travel agency, it is very difficult to continue working from home, because again, it is all about the ability to engage and the pricing and things like that, which is very difficult to keep looking at 5 screens, not have anybody to kind of consult or discuss. So I think slowly, as the vaccination rates go higher, in a year or so, we will be seeing a lot of large organizations moving back to offices, and hybrid might not stay like a permanent thing. It would be kind of something which will be more acceptable, but it might not be the norm.
All right. So, in order to get into hybrid work arena, is there is something that we need to prepare as a professional?
I think you mentioned the example of WeWork. So a lot of these, hybrid type of centers where you have an office when you need it, and otherwise you can pretty much continue working from the location you are at. For instance, I like to work by my pool, and I don't think any office can offer that. But that is in jest. But in reality, yes, I think for smaller businesses specifically, when you start going back, meeting with people, etc., probably it might be useful to have some kind of a place which is available, because a lot of small businesses, which I kind of keep reading and talking to business owners, they have completed their lease of their premises and they have actually handed it back to the landlords. A lot of them don't want to renew it because they don't know when they will be back in offices and if they actually want to go back to offices. So this is an excellent time to figure out what are the possibilities. So you have the likes of WeWork, Regis, Servcop. These are the larger names, and then in a lot of cities you have local communities which come up, which give you access to coffee shops and stuff like that. But that is more for informal meeting when you need a community to be with someone. But if you really need an office space sometimes to meet with your clients and stuff, it might be useful to start looking at those options now, because it's always demand that drives the pricing as well. So when everybody is going to go back to them, they might become as expensive as having your own offices. So it might be a good time to start thinking about whether you want to commit at this point in time, because again, the COVID situation has lasted long, but it's not going to continue forever. As the vaccination rates go up, and economy start opening up, travel starts opening up, we will eventually start going back to offices, because I don't think I am prepared to work one more year with a 7-year-old shouting in my background. I think I will completely go mad. So it's also for your own, mental peace, that you want to have a dedicated workspace. Right now, we all do it because that is the only choice that we have. But even from a choice perspective, people will prefer going back to offices, and employers will want the staff to come back to offices as well.
I think there are even features that I've heard of, which is coming in the actual scenario, and that is pay-per-use model. So now the business centers are also experimenting with this new payment plans, which is pay-per-use, even including WeWork and a lot of others like CBRE and a lot of other business centers. So I think that is also coming up. But I think the whole objection to this as a professional that I have is that now most of the business is going digital. So will it make any sense to kickstart the physical operations for digital players?
Probably not. Probably not, because as a digital player, you also need to walk the talk and make sure that you are able to give that confidence to your end user that this can be managed digitally completely. So, but again, these businesses did not exist in this actual form 3-4 years back. Now, as we go into the future, yes, a lot of businesses will become digital, but you can't just do away with complete requirement of brick and mortar. So like I said, for SMEs, the dynamics would be very different. The world for which we actually prepared ourselves no longer exists. It's changed completely. And so will our, engagement with business, our way of running the business is going to change as well. But for larger organizations, I think it is still a distant future. Just because you can work from home doesn't mean you will be allowed to forever. Yeah.
So, Farida, in case of a hybrid business model for a larger organization, what will be the emerging model for next 6 months or 1 year? Is it like once a month you have to visit the office, or you have to visit once a week? What is the trend that you see globally?
Um, Okay, yeah, I think trend is a better response to this because I definitely can't decide how they are going to work or not give my opinion as to what I think. But I think what I'm seeing largely is that offices, where people are going back to offices, they are allowing like 50% capacity, depending on the country that you are in. They are allowing 50% capacity or 30% capacity or, alternate day working. So I have a feeling that for the next one year at least, it would be like a 50-50. So people would work from home half the time and then probably be present in physical locations half the time. But this is only for very large enterprises. I'm not talking about SMEs, because SMEs probably want to use that money that they use for a physical office towards business expansion and building the digital capabilities, because that is the future any which ways. So I think with large offices, I do see an exceedingly rising trend that, things like, say, for instance, finance, which can be done from home, but it is not preferably, it's not a preferred model, because you still want the finance team to sit inside the office and do things, because otherwise there is no control. There is no governance. Operations, for instance, it can be done from home, but then you still prefer the team to be on site to make sure that things are run smoothly and there is coordination between different colleagues. Also, what happens is that, see, for some things, like, say, for instance, product management, these could be easily done from home. But then again, of course, we are living in a global world, so people work at their own times. And I, in fact, sometimes get emails. Like last night, I got an email from a senior partner in one of the big four saying that I work at my own time. Don't be compelled to reply outside of office hours. And people have started putting this kind of a tagline, in their signature. So still, like, for instance, if it is a very local thing, then you still need to work within those time frames. And when people work from home, it is you work from home, work at home. So there is, like, no actual distancing. Like, I have my daughter, dancing behind me in a Barbie dress in a lot of my meetings. And unfortunately, I can't do anything about it, because there is just no distinction between when you're working and when you are at home. So that also kind of starts taking a toll on people, because you are working 24/7. And now, since people work from home, if somebody reaches out to you on email, the tendency is to just pick up your phone and answer immediately, because you want to just respond to that email, WhatsApp, and whatever Signal, and I mean, how many things have sprung up. Yeah. So I think for that distinction and for people's mental health also, it's necessary that people start going back to work sooner or later.
So Farida, now we are moving into the new scenario where there'll be a hybrid work environment, and we have been hearing that most of the jobs will also get into a contractual kind of jobs. So with this hybrid work environment, will it have any impact on our job contracts?
I think yes. So increasingly, I am actually saying that there have been firstly subtle and then gradual kind of changes in the contracts. Like a client of mine, I saw one of the recent contracts from them. They are offering a $400 stipend addition to the salary as a work from home benefit. Right now, you get work from home benefits, but I think increasingly these contracts will start looking very different, because if hybrid is going to be the next wave of working and work life, or remote work is going to be the next best thing, then there is no way to kind of gauge how a person is going to perform, and you will only be able to see the results. So, lot of the pay would be tied to results. Today, still, people are being paid for their time, not for the results. But I think that thing is going to change in future. So we are eventually, even moving away from manager as a driver of performance to curator of results. And that is going to reflect in the pay scales as well. So maybe the fixed pay probably could start going down, and, lot of remuneration could be linked to results.
So the question that I have now is regarding your organization. What sort of role your company, or what sort of change your organization is looking towards leveraging this particular opportunity that is visible?
Oh, this is like, a consultant's dream, because the possibilities are, kind of endless. If I start unfolding all the reels of imagination that I have, then I can see so many possibilities. But very quickly, where we play a role is one, helping our clients adapt to this new way of working, because a lot of our clients are actually small and medium enterprises who probably, have worked hybrid or remote for almost a year, but still there is a lot that they need to do in terms of getting all this together, and piecing these pieces together, so stringing them together. Like, for instance, sometimes they do not know what is their business continuity plan, because now it is not a physical office where you have a different server room and things like that. So we work with them to kind of make sure that we help them to understand that who are people who will take over each other's job, because you are all in a remote world and it's very difficult to understand what the other person is doing. So help them and train them to be ready, future ready. That is one thing. The other thing is basically optimize resource allocation. Again, in a remote world, it's very difficult to optimize resource allocation, because sometimes it could be one person is overburdened, and another colleague might not have enough on their plate. So we help them understand what is the actual resource capability and how to reallocate work depending on the capacity. So it's like an airline where you make sure that all the seats are sold. They might be sold at a much lesser price, but you want to optimize the capacity. So we help them with doing things which will help them to kind of be a forward looking organization and understand how to leverage what they already have, rather than going and building something. So to kind of bring all this together, our service does not go and replace something that the client already has. Our service goes and fits in beautifully within their ecosystem, helping them to leverage their ecosystem better.
So it was very nice to talk to you, Farida, today, and I wish you all the best for the successes that your organization is looking forward, leveraging the hybrid work environment in the future, or for next 1 or 2 years. It has been a pleasure of mine, and we look forward to meeting you once again for something more interesting in future.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, CK, to be back on your show. And to all the viewers who are watching, stay well, stay happy, stay healthy. This is not forever. We don't know till when this situation is going to last, but the glass is half full, because a mask is better than ICU. Home is better than the hospital. So stay safe. Thank you.
Hello friends, and as you know that the Indian civilization is the oldest surviving continuous civilization. The whole ideology of Hinduism is the driving force of this civilization. And if you look back into our history, there are very good scriptures which are written which guides us on every step, and scriptures like Ramayana and also Mahabharata, and there are many more. But I like to ask you one question which is intriguing me also. For instance, if you talk about Ramayana, I mean, we all know there are many incidents which are listed in Ramayana, but I think there is one which I want to discuss today, and that is which changes the course of Lord Ram going for exile for 14 years. And that is because the stepmother of Ram asked for his this thing from his father. That means for 14 years he will not be near Ayodhya and he will have to be in the jungle. And that was the thing. We all know that. Don't want to repeat more on this. But my question is that Kekai could have asked for the lifetime exile for Ram. If she was so worried about her son getting the throne, and because she was so possessive about his son Bharat, and therefore he could have completely removed Ram from the picture and sent him to the lifetime exile. Yet she didn't do that. She only asked for 14 years of exile. Well, this is one case, and it has baffled me why she did not ask for lifetime or more number of years, and why only 14 years. So I think we'll come back to this question. Let us look at what more we can see from our scriptures. And when it comes to other scriptures like Mahabharata, similar incident can be recalled when it comes to Mahabharata, and that is when Duryodhana asked for exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years and not more. And he could have asked, they were the arch rival for Kauravas. He could have asked Pandavas to be exiled forever. There was no stopping him. He could have taken that, but yet he didn't do it. And as we know that the Duryodhana is supposed to be the ultimate villain, but he did not ask for lifetime exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years. Well, I think this is, in my point of view, this is because of the underlying belief system of Hinduism, where the belief is that there is nothing permanent in our universe. And that is the basic of Hinduism. This is what I feel. And since nothing is permanent, there is no point in asking for something which is like an infinity. So Kekai not asking for exile for more than 14 years, because I think back of her mind, she knew that, okay, 14 years is sufficient and there is no need to ask for the lifetime, because the underlying mechanism of Hinduism is that there is nothing called permanent and everything is ever changing, everlasting. Now let's go back to other examples where the other demons as described in our scriptures. There are different demons who always wanted immortality. They always use their powers to attain immortality. Now this is not new. I mean, if you look at any other powerful king in any other culture, the ultimate goal of that king would be to live forever, because once you have tasted power, and as far as Hinduism is concerned, the power is really not a strong attribute, it is actually a negative attribute. So once you become a very powerful king, or you also become demon king as per the scriptures, then the ultimate desire is to live forever and rule forever, and that is why they wanted immortality. However, Brahma never gave immortality to anyone, and he always refused immortality. So they have actually got workaround around it. It's a very long story, because each one of these demon king have their own nemesis, who can kill them, how they will die, etc., etc. Long stories. But I think the whole point is that even Brahma did not give them something which is going to last forever. This is something which is not permanent. And I think that is the whole, essence of Hinduism. That is a basic underlying essence, that we believe in the Kal Chakra. Kal Chakra is the wheel of time, and the wheel of time is infinite. You cannot compete with the wheel of time. The time will keep moving, you keep moving along with the time, and time is never constant, it is ever changing. So I think that is the belief of the Hinduism, and that is why since this was a belief in the Indian society, it survived for so long because there were no need for collecting material gains. For 10,000 years, humans living in this part of the world, especially who were following the Hindu belief, there was no need for them because everything was God, owned by God. And when everything is owned by God, you are only utilizing, you are taking permission from God and utilizing the whole resources which are available for your benefit for the time your journey starts on earth and ends on earth. So during that time you're not the owner, you're only using it and you're taking permission from the God. Now if you look at the kings also, even kings did not had the absolute control on the land. There was no concept of owning land, there was no concept of owning things. Kings were only the caretaker of administration appointed by the gods. So this was a belief system continued for very long time until the time we actually started getting the Islamic invader coming into the country. And before that, if you look at, if you look at all the kings that existed before the Islamic invasion, where are their descendants? Who owned the land? We keep hearing information about Mughals asking for Red Fort. Legally, they keep filing their applications in the courts, Indian courts, and they lay claim on the Red Fort. However, for as far as the Hindu society is concerned, there are no land records before the Muslim invasions, the first king and all that, first sultan, I beg your pardon. And these Muslim invader brought the concept of owning the land, owning the riches, owning gold, owning this, owning that. All that has come with this Islamic invasion, and because their belief system was basically transfer of property through generations. Whereas in Hindu religion, there was no such thing like that. And we believe that the God is omnipresent, God is taking care of everyone, God is life, God is also death. That was the thing, and we are only nomads in our, and we are actually living as a nomad, utilize the resources wherever we go with permission of the God, and therefore this is something which is so unique here. And for the first time, if you go and look at the land records in Indian record systems, you will see that the oldest records available are basically the right and title of the land given out as a benefit to the ministers and other courtesans of these sultans. And that was the first time. So these people started giving land, right and title to the people who they like, and they used to give them prizes in the form of land. And that actually gave right to feudalism. Before that, people did not own anything. They can move around the land wherever they want. They can live the way they want. Of course, there was law and order, which was maintained by, again, the religious system, because religious system was so strong that people used to follow this, and they used to literally follow, including kings used to follow this. There are certain ethics, and even kings also did not own anything. So if you look at the kings before the sultans, there is no record of their land, their wealth. We only learn about their buildings, their society only from the Chinese travelers who came to India and wrote about the society at that point in time. But there is no record of owning any land. So I think this is something which I thought I raised a question within myself, that why KK did not ask for lifetime exile of Ram. I think this is a basic reason, that since we believe, even if we are bad guys, we still believe that there is nothing called permanent. Everything is destroyable. If there is a birth, there is going to be an end to it. So friends, what do you think about this theory? If you feel what I'm saying is right, write in. And if you think that there is more to it, still I would like to engage with you. And I will play some of your good messages in my next Akulmek Live. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant, welcoming you to this section of the Likeable Leaders. Today we will be talking to a very distinguished personality who has traveled the world, lived in many countries. He has been coaching a lot of leaders. He has been interacting with a lot of chief executives and guiding them. This is going to be very, very interesting discussion. And, this is going to be pinnacle of what we can learn from such an experienced soul. So stick around to this outstanding show and we'll be starting our discussion in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And we have a very distinguished personality in our studios today. He's joining us from Singapore. He's CEO of a very different type of company called Global Nomad. His name is Mr. Kevin Cotton. Welcome to the show, Kevin.
Thank you so much, Chandra. It's wonderful to be here with you.
It is our pleasure, Kevin, and I think there'll be a lot of learning in today's discussion for our viewers. And you have been a very, very accomplished leader, globally known. We would like to know how your journey started, how you became what you are. We would like to enlighten us about your story.
Sure. I mean, it's quite a long story, actually, so I know I'll try to make it as short as possible for everybody. But when I'm Canadian, and I started my life on the west coast of Canada in a logging camp. So maybe many people won't know what that is. A logging camp is where you cut down trees, and it was very Canadian at that time. Then I went to school and I became a figure skater. So in my figure skating days, I became a Canadian champion. And then I went on to become a choreographer because I was also a dancer. And I was able to become a choreographer for National World Olympic Champions, so elite figure skaters. But also I reached out and I branched out to rhythmic gymnastics and also synchronized swimming. And so this was all wonderful. And then I also did very large productions. So one of the very, very large productions I did was the closing ceremonies of the Olympic Games. And as we know, it's all coming up in Tokyo very soon. And so I'm very excited about that. But that was part of my life. And then also very large touring figure skating shows, multi-million-dollar. And also, within that, I had to really spend a lot of time working with teams, and I think that was extremely important. Building teams, harmonious teams, ones that work together. Not just the skaters themselves, but in large shows, it was always departments, right? It's like the costumes, the lighting, the set design, everything there was, and even HR I had to deal with. So it was always that, because I was not only the choreographer, but I was also the creator and the director. But then after that, I thought, I want to move into something else. And so I moved into coaching. And even though I was coaching before, it was in a directive style in sports, but then it went into a non-directive style. And I thought, how wonderful would be this to be a full circle. And so that is what I did. And I loved the coaching. And so I started coaching at the European Union in Brussels. And in fact, I still am. And so that's one of the areas that I do coaching in, with heads of unit and managers and directors and secretary generals and director generals. So it's really the food chain, so to speak. And so, but then also I became an author, which was also very interesting to be able to do. And I never thought I would ever do that. But much of my life, I didn't really plan it well. It just sort of appeared. And most of the time, I just kept on moving on. And why did I move on? I realized only when I moved on, was maybe a few years ago, why I started to connect the dots of my life. And I realized that people kept on saying, why are you moving? Why are you changing your profession? Why don't you just stay put? You're successful, you're doing what you do, you love what you're doing, and you're making a lot of money. And I said, yeah, but I just wanted to continue to move on. And I realized that in fact, I was not running away from things or running away from responsibilities. I realized that I was actually running towards. And I was moving towards an expanded and evolved self. And that is my quest, not only for myself in this journey of life. And as you would understand, as we talked about, Chandra, we're just passing through this period in our existence. And I want to make the best of that. And so that is the self-discovery. And I realized that even though I was doing all these things, but I didn't realize I was actually self-discovering at the same time until the penny dropped. And I think that was something that was very exciting. And I realize now that I am a global nomad, and I've lived all over the world. And that I never, from a logging camp, you would never have thought that I would have been doing all this. And I never thought so either. I mean, it certainly was not in my family, and certainly not my surrounding. But so yeah, that's kind of where it all is, and it's been exciting.
Very interesting, Kevin. I think you have seen really all the transitions which happens with a lot of people. In fact, almost majority of people go through these transitions. So what are the learnings from these transitions? I'm sure there are a lot of learnings you have gathered all these years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the greatest learnings that I have learned, especially when I started to do very large shows, was that collaboration was extremely important. And the realize that I don't know everything is that it's important to have a lot of strong people around you, and there's a lot of people with knowledge. And as they would say, always surround yourself with very, very talented people, because then it'll make you look good, because then they will be supporting what you do. But also it was such a huge learning in that sense. So collaboration is one, and also to know that I don't know everything is another, and also to listen very deeply, to observe individuals, situations, everything, and to really understand that everything that is put in your way is a seed of opportunity. It's not a failure, it's not a success at that particular point, but it is a point of discovery. So the curiosity. And I think that's what started very early in my life, was curiosity of travel, was of different cultures. I remember the very first time that I ever came across Indian people. And so I had a client, and they were very well known in the area as a figure skating client. And the children, they're Sikh. And so I was fascinated not only with them, but they would bring me their food, and I always wanted to know everything about the food, and I just wanted to know about the culture. And to me, that was so exciting. Whenever I happened at one point, I went to teach in Kamloops in the interior of BC, and culture was interesting. I had a Japanese client, which I'd never had before. And I went, I'm so fascinated. And they started to teach me some of their language and their food. And I was just so fascinated. And I think that curiosity of people is really what the biggest thing is for me in my life. And I think for everyone ought to be, is that the human race is quite amazing. And we're so full of such great gifts. And from all different cultures, we see things and listen to things, and we do things in a very different way. But I realized when I was doing my journey for the nomadic culture, from the nomadic mindset, the book, is that when I was sitting in a tent in the Sahara, the master of it, he said to me, because he'd known by others telling him what I'd been doing and why am I sitting there in front of him. And he said, what makes us all similar? And I had to think, because I was never really asked questions like this. And I said, it's your humanity. And it was the humanity at the level of the base level of values and behaviors is actually very similar across all. We all pretty much want the same for each other. We want, and you know, and love is there, and heart is there, and being together, and belonging. All of these things are the same. And some of the traditions are the same in very different ways, but similar. And it depends on the environment. So they're shifted to environment, they're shifted to food, to language, to religion. And I think that's what the most important thing for me is humanity. And that's what I've learned most of all, the expansiveness of humanity, the joy of humanity. And the reason that I wrote my book, The Nomadic Mindset, was because I felt that we've become too narrow and we've lost the plot. Is that we need to explore, we need to expand ourselves, we need to get back to what is that base level of humanity, which I found from the nomadic cultures, which is there and rich within them. And so that's, you know, one of the reasons that I wrote that. And what I do now with clients is helping them discover and explore and evolve, but to find, you know, what is actually obvious, you know, and simple. You know, Chandra, so many of the clients, the businesses, they say, oh, can you help us on change management? Can you help us on leadership? Can you help us build trust? Can you do all these things? And when I ask nomadic cultures this, they look at me like, why are you asking such silly questions in many ways? Because it's like, this is just normal. This is just the way things are. You build respect, you gain respect, and then we'll trust you. But if you don't, we don't. That's as simple as that. You know, you walk your talk, you're consistent, and that's it. Change, why do you even talk about change? Because it's a waste of energy, because it is just always changing. So, you know, why we have this challenge? You know, and I think that COVID has certainly brought a lot of understanding around resilience. And I think that is something which is, you know, indigenous to us, is resilience. But we become too comfortable, and so we don't know how to bounce back. You know, so these are things that I've learned, you know, and which I think are rich. And I'm sorry that I've gone on too long, but it makes me very excited to talk about it.
Well, Kevin, I think it's very interesting, because my next question was about what are the learnings for the leadership, but I think you covered that. So, you know, in changing situation, you have been to Sahara, you mentioned, you have been a figure skater, you have been a choreographer, you have lived across the world, different situations, you've tasted and tried different foods, different cultures, and all of this require a certain element of leadership. I think you have covered that subtly, and our viewers will understand exactly where the leadership quality is coming from, the journeys that you have. And you have many accomplishments. What is the one thing that you feel that you did not accomplish? If you like to tell us about that incident.
One thing I did not accomplish. From a very early start, I have this running joke with a friend of mine, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to be a millionaire." And so, of course, in early days, you know, $1 million was like a fortune, absolute fortune. And so now it's really sort of like $2, so to speak. And so for some people, but so I have never made $1 million, and so that was one of the. But I've made $1 million, trillion in other things, and that is what I would say in my experience, and the knowledge and the people that I've met. That is more important to me than heaps and heaps of cash. You know, so I don't relate it to cash, or maybe I should, and maybe that's the problem. but I think that, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I haven't done is that. The other thing that I perhaps haven't done is travel to certain countries, which I would certainly like to. And I have never been to South America, which I would love to. I have only just started to touch Africa, and Africa is my next exploration. And so the journey hasn't stopped. The journey continues. It just keeps on evolving. And I think that that's the important thing for all of us, is to continue evolving. we take a rest and then we move on again. We take a rest and we move on again. You know, it's, you can't keep doing it like crazy. So, you know, accomplishments, I've had a lot of accomplishments. The biggest accomplishment that I love most of all is seeing the glint in someone's eye when they have realized they have made an achievement, or seen or come to an epiphany. And that is what's the most exciting thing for me, is for them to be able to see their potential. And that's what my life has been about, and it will continue to be about.
Kevin, you talk to so many chief executives, leaders, coaches, and your interaction on day-to-day basis is with these kind of people. What is the one or two essential ingredient of success, especially when it comes to senior leadership? If you can tell us that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, we come to that whole concept of what is success, because success is absolutely different for everyone. Some people it's just money, some people it's position, some people it's title, some people it's, you know, just finding themselves. So when I look at leaders, they're all different, and you know, most of them have in their mind the success of their company and bringing it to higher, you know, returns on investment and everything for the bottom line and profits. But I believe behind that screen is the actual humanity, is deep. They sometimes fight with that as to how to be able to bring that to the table and to be really authentic with it, because of the pressure from boards of directors, shareholders, you know, the stock market, everything, the pressure which is on them. But I do believe that the ones that I see are struggling, and they're struggling today and even before with not enough time to actually reflect on not only themselves and their life and their families, but they don't have enough time to reflect generally. And I think that that is one of the weaker parts that has come across very strongly from everyone that I've met in and been working with in coaching, is the time of reflection. And the wealth, as you know, Chandra, the wealth that comes from reflecting and sitting still and being and observing and just allowing that, what I say, to allow the mind to move, to go into a variety of different pathways, to be creative. And so this is one, I believe, as I said, humanity is at the base of all of that, for all of them. Some not, I would say. Some it's just money. And but it's hard to get past that layer, because it's all layers of onions, right? And you need to get down to the, and I believe that's the place that I move towards, is getting to the center of the onion, and because that's where you really get the truth.
Kevin, I know for sure that you are in the arena of you know, teaching the teacher, or leading the leaders, you know, whatever you want to call it. And I see there is a book which is on your shelf, and you have written that also. So what are the growth areas where you want to participate going forward from here?
Growth areas. I mean, I would say that growth areas are simply always, it's personal. It's the personal growth. It's the continual personal growth. And not only for myself, but also for clients. It's that continual personal growth of them and helping them to expand and to explore, because that's what I do, as I help them as a coach, to help them widen so they can see the bigger picture. And growth, I think, you know, growth in business, that's a different part of the layer, is to expand to as many different cultures as possible. and to be able to reach as many different organizations. But I'm interested in working with people that are really on the verge of moving into some sort of exploration, that they want to emerge, they want to evolve, they want to shift, they want to change, not only personally, but how does that help them? So that's my space, and I want to continue to explore the growth from them myself. How can I help them and guide them? But also how that can also be extrapolated from them, pulling it out from them. So growth is really, again, around personal development for me, and also achievement of that soul, bringing it out.
Friends, we had such a beautiful discussion. We learned so many things today in our discussion with Kevin, and I was personally energized after talking to him and learning about so many things. And obviously, 20 minutes is not sufficient to talk about many things. So we will request Kevin to join us in future again and talk about specific subject, basically to train our mind, and also prepare us for the future. So friends, I'd like to say goodbye, only to meet you next time.
Hello everyone. I hope everyone has had a good week so far. Let's today get started about discussing how sustainable we are. So in short, sustainability looks to protect our natural environment, human and ecological health, while driving innovation and not compromising our way of life. I have my three very able friends who are here, and let's get started. So we have CK from Akulmark Technologies, we have Neville from MindFit, and we have Kanchan from Akulmark as well. My name is Farida, and I'm the CEO of Career Zoom. Over to you, CK.
So good morning, everyone. And today we are discussing about the business sustainability post-COVID. And I think it's a very debatable subject. So we thought that we will debate it out, what is important for business, what is not. I personally feel the behavioral waste. I'm picking your subject, Neville. There is a lot of behavioral waste which needs to be undone, and new skills need to be developed by all organizations if they want to succeed post-COVID. And adherence to digital, acumen, and also promoting their teams to use digital platform as much as possible. So, Neville, what do you feel about this?
Well, as we coined behavioural waste, it really was with a sustainable theme around it. So if you imagine, what is waste? Well, waste is garbage. And frankly, we don't really know what to do with garbage. We just sort of package it up and throw it on a landfill or burn it, neither of which are very environmentally friendly. But it comes from a thought process. So now, I mean, in the UK, we have recycling. So rather than one bin and one garbage truck that comes around every week, we have 5 bins and 5 different garbage trucks that come around every week. And in those bins, we've put paper and cardboard. In another bin, we have plastic, tin, and glass. And in another bin, we have all of our food waste. And in another bin, we have general home waste. In other words, that which can't go into any of the others. And then we have another one, which is picked up every fortnight, which is garden waste. So all those grass clippings and tree cuttings and goodness knows what else that you need to get rid of. Now, the interesting thing is what happens to them. So we've now got the thought process of putting them in different bins, which is great. But what happens to them after that? Well, all the plastic goes to China, or used to go to China, and they used to burn it or put it into landfill. So all we've done is we've just exported a problem. So is that sustainable? So I think the thing we need to think of as an organization is, what is really sustainable? What can we do in our organization, in our everyday life, that makes ourselves sustainable, which might be eating well, by the way, and getting good exercise, but also makes the environment sustainable. So this is a huge topic. So, but fundamentally, it starts as Chandra said. It starts with behavioural waste, which is the 5 inches between these things, and we've all got them. Ears, holds our glasses on. So, so there you go. That's my 2 pence to throw into the pool today. Who's next?
Yeah, I think when we talk about sustainability and when we are talking about the organizational culture, that also plays a vital role in sustainability, because the business affect environment as well as the society. That's why we take up people from different cultural background. But the question is, then when companies and organization hire these people, are they willing to give some training of cross-cultural behavioral set, so that they can merge in the organization seamlessly? A part of this, we require to have a good business, and we require the sustainability clause for a progressive society as well as progressive environment. So I think it's also deals with the ethics of business ethics, and of course the morality of a personal morality. And when we combine both that, then the results are awesome. And I think organizations and companies should look into this, which is very, very highly recommended as far me is concerned.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, look, if we look into the backgrounds, even look where we are. I mean, who's got a sustainable light? Are we all into LEDs, or we are into old money, the old filament lights? I mean, in the UK, they've legislated so you cannot any longer have an old filament light for 5 years now.
Yes.
So I just want to bring into the subject that governments, communities are legislating some of this, and hopefully helping us to think differently.
I think I'll just kind of pick up the thread from here. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about meeting the needs of our future without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. That is sustainability, as Investopedia actually defines it. The concept of sustainability is composed of 3 pillars: economic, environmental, and social. Informally, we call it profits, planet, and people. Yeah. It's very difficult to break it down into each of these silos, because they are so interrelated. One of the things that I kind of read very recently was basically get your profits by attraction rather than coercion. So for instance, there are so many people who dream of an American life. This is a little bit on the tangent, but it's funny, but it's so true. People dream of an American life, the American dream. It's not because of the other things. There are a lot of things, but one thing which basically works on everyone's mind is the Hollywood movies. Because when you actually, when the planet is attacked by aliens, the way that they position the whole thing is the White House is involved. All the decisions are made in the White House. The president is actually on their toes and makes all the decisions. So there is a drone which would go in. So the way that, for instance, Starbucks, my little girl keeps asking me, I want to go to a high school in America and I want to see the locker room, because that's the way it's kind of, gone into people's minds. So sustainability, attraction rather than coercion is how the way should be forward. And this is something that every other economy needs to actually learn, as to how to use the medium which appeals to a larger mass to sustain the future. So this was a little bit on a tangent, little bit funny, but I just thought it's important to bring this up as well, because sustainability is not about today. Today you are fantastic at sales and your business is doing very, very well, but have you as an organization built the pathway to future where you can sustain and grow, or something better will come in and it will fizzle out? CK, I ask you, because you deal with so many people, you speak to so many leaders. Do you come across this particular subject with the people that you speak with, and does the audience actually focus on sustainability as something which is to be looked at very, very seriously, or it's not very evident?
To be very frank with you, you are absolutely on the dot. It is not at all in people's mind. They're not even focused on this aspect. And in spite of suffering, people are losing job, but they don't want to change their ways. And that is a reality, because as you rightly said, I talk to at least one leader from the industry per day, sometimes two and sometimes three as also. So I talk to a lot of people. I interview them. I ask them a lot of questions, but nobody talks about how they solve the issue, specifically with regard to post-COVID, where everybody is suffering. The GDP of the countries are suffering, but nobody is making strategies uh, to make sure what is the next path. They're just waiting. They're thinking that, oh, hey, COVID will go away after some time, and then the things will fall back to normal. Nobody is planning. So let me tell something specific, which is regard to our company, which is Akulmac. Now, we are not a very old company. We are 3 years old company, and we specialize in business consulting. And we had a lot of clients last year until 2019 December, and we are a small company. Now, even though we had a lot of clients, but then after COVID, when people are not buying things, then the clients don't need to sell anything. If nobody's buying anything, nobody's selling also. So demand and supply formula. So with regard to our business consulting business, it's slowly slided downwards. It took a downward dip. So what we did, we were concerned about sustainability of our own selves, because we are a small company and we had to sustain in the changing environment. So we changed our ways. We embraced the digital era very early. In fact, even before the lockdown was announced, we were actually evaluating virtual office platforms. And there is one platform from LA and there's one from Israel. And it was piece of cake for us to migrate to digital platform, even in the month of February 2020. So we were very friendly with the new ways, and we didn't lose much because we were concerned about just simple aspect of sustainability. There could be many other aspects. There could be for large corporation, there could be 1,000 other issues which they need to focus on and bring in their strategy. So this is what I feel. Kanchan, you can share your thoughts.
Yeah, you were talking about about how we have overcome the problems when this COVID started. But I also want to tell all our panelists that there was not an easy cake because we had to do a lot of brainstorming. But when we are talking about sustainability, not for Akulmac, but other companies who are coming a bit late in the market, or they are still in that thought process that maybe after one point of time things will be okay. So for them it is a difficult path ahead, because most of the people have left the company, And why not only they want to go home sometimes, and there are some other issues, personal issues also with the employees. A part of this companies are not willing to pay also. Now when we talk about sustainability, I think now companies should come out with some robust planning and functionality to get employees retained in the company. And I think that is also high time in education also, when we are especially in colleges, and they are doing some MBAs or business management courses, they should also have one topic of how to deal with crisis, or how to deal with uh, companies, and how to be part of the company in crisis. You see what happens. And when we talk about customer loyalties, when we go into market, we also have to be very much aware about the loyalty towards the company when an employee is working. What do you say, Farida?
Okay. Couple of things here. I think 2020 is a brilliant rule because we all know what went wrong when we look back. Yeah, when we look in the past. Secondly, it's like a contract. Nobody reads a contract until something goes wrong. So it's same with the current situation. Now this has happened. I'm very confident that the business courses will include, paradigms within the sustainability model, etc. Some brilliant startups could not sustain the pandemic. One of the startups which I was personally looking out for and I was gutting for them in Finland, NeoSmart Health, which is basically artificial intelligence in being able to detect diseases which a person might get as early as 10 years before the person is actually in a position to get them, so it can actually be reversed. They couldn't survive the pandemic, and that kind of really hurt me. But if a company like that, which is small, which has raised respectable amount of funding, they could not sustain this, what could they have done differently? So my personal opinion is that as a company, when you start, because sustainability, dealing with crisis is not an afterthought, it's not a reaction, it has to be something that's built into your work plan, it has to be built into your business plan. The training to be able to change gears needs to be from before. It's like it needs to be ingrained right from your education, when you actually start a company, when you start adapting, because afterthoughts are beautiful. 20 years back, if I did this, I would have done this. But what about now? So I'll give you an example. I started Career Zoom. I launched Career Zoom with your platform only. So some of the viewers who watch us regularly, they know about it. Career Zoom is not very old. It's about 3 months old. One of the things that I realized very early on in the in the process was that it was going to be difficult to start commercializing all the data that the company has. So I opened up our talent pool pro bono for clients who do not want to pay or who can't afford to pay right now. And that will not give me revenue immediately, and that's not what I want. But it is about sustainability, because once this model is well established, at some stage I can start commercializing it. So this is one of the strategy. Maybe it will help someone that everything, if you cannot commercialize something, at least keep it running, because then there is interest in that particular thing and it keeps going on and on. Yeah, because if you stop it completely, that I'm not able to sustain this, then it is again going back to square one, starting from scratch and building that entire IP again. So this is one such example, Kanchan. I'm sure Neville has something to add to it. Neville, what is your thought?
Well, what going through my mind at the moment is this word of training. We go to school, we're educated, we go to university, we get professional qualifications. I'm an accountant, so I've been a CFO. And there was a joke that was going around during one of the first recessions, before you were born, Farida, but back in sort of 92, one of the big recessions that hit the UK. And the CFOs did what every CFO does. They look at the budget and they cut. And they see what isn't sustainable. The word sustainability wasn't really used in those days, but they see what isn't sustainable. And the first thing they cut is training. And the interesting thing is, and here's the joke, okay? The CFO says, well, we need to cut training because if we have the training budget so high, they're going to leave. We're going to train them to be better than they currently are, and they'll leave. And the CEO turns around and says, well, what if we don't train them and they stay? Now, the thing is, but that's what we're locked into. So we need to be looking at the sustainability around not just the training arena. And for anyone listening, there are sustainable development goals, SDGs they call them. So if you look at the hashtag SDG, and you'll see hashtag SDG 2030 a lot of the times, because by 2030 there are particular targets that United Nations set out where we would have achieved. One of which is recycling materials, another one is education, another one is poverty. So these are real core deliverables, if you like, and there are 17 of them. So you can just literally go online and you will find one that's relevant to your particular industry, to your particular classification. And it gives you literally the whole plan of how you can go and do it, which is great. But as I have a laugh with my friends from the United Nations, this is nothing to do with the United Nations. This is about us as individuals on the planet. And the problem with it is they've got 17 brilliantly defined SDGs, but there's one missing, and it's SDG 0. And I'll give you a clue. It's the word behind me. Because if you don't have the right attitude, you're never going to do anything. If you don't think that planning is for you, guess what? You will fail. And it is, we need to go back down to basics here. You know, yes, we need to have the 3 Ps, you know, profit, planet, and people. But fundamentally, if people don't think how to make profits sustainable, how I'm walking on this planet and making it so that someone can walk in my footsteps, knowing that I've not damaged the planet. And the other thing is, and here's the irony, I spent 30 years in international oil and gas. I mean, I am Satan. I'm the devil, really, because we were an organization, and we had many organizations around the world, and we were taking our natural resources out of the ground. And the thing is, we can't replace these natural resources, but we can change them. So, sunlight, we all know about solar energy. Water power, we all know about water power. Hydroelectric power has been around for 50 or 60 years.
Take up few new new things, new way of thinking. I think that will always harm. So it's better companies and as well as individuals should come out with new, think out of the box and come out more relevant support to the companies and the society. So that makes a lot of difference in the thinking process and of course in working process. What do you say, Chandrakant?
Well, let me throw another example, because last time I threw example of my own company. Let's look at the automobile industry, because Naval was mentioning about the oil and gas, and one of the outcome of oil and gas is the automobile transportation industry. So what is happening? The oil producing companies are giving a barrel for free, And they say that, hey, different countries come and buy the petroleum, raw petroleum from me. I will give you $30 along with a barrel. So that is a sweet deal, you know. You're getting free petroleum, and you're on top of it, you're getting $30 per barrel. But the situation is that no countries are buying any petroleum. So I think the countries which are producing oil and gas, what is the sustainability model? They never saw this day will come when the petroleum will not be required by any country, even though they have a need. I mean, they still have a lot of vehicles, but nobody's buying because nobody's consuming any petroleum. So they should have thought about something. And you mentioned, Neville, the solar power. So all these oil producing companies have vast areas with a lot of sun. They could have planned the whole thing much ahead, because they are producing the energy of the world. And why not concentrate on solar power? Why they went buying very expensive cars and change them every 3 months? They could have used that money in a much more better way if they had this thing in mind. So similarly,
it's interesting. It's interesting you mentioned in 1992, I addressed an international group of very senior oil people, and interestingly enough, my presentation was about where do we go from here. And at the end of it, I just said, what if every oil company around the world, irrespective who they were, whether it was a state oil company or a small oil company, what if everyone donated and worked in a joint venture 1% of their net profit, and they put it into a pot, and all of the oil industry all of the industry companies could benefit from it, and looked at alternative energy. You could have heard a pin drop. It was almost like I was saying, this is heresy. You know, shoot this guy. Don't ever employ him, because he's actually saying it's the demise of the oil and gas. And the point is, I've just given a presentation which basically said we spend fortunes trying to maintain our oil and gas supply. The interesting thing is, although there are many big pools of energy under the ground that we've not found yet, and they will be there, you know, the point is, if we just spent our time looking for alternatives, knowing that wherever we find these big pools of oil and gas, because that's what they are, they're reservoirs under the Earth's crust, wherever we find them will be really expensive to extract. They'll be miles down into the Earth's core. They'll be underneath the Arctic Circle or underneath the Antarctic Circle, where you can't put a drilling rig, so you're going to have to drill from miles and miles and miles away. And the point is, technology, even then, was saying we can do that. So, but their mindset was, this guy's talking nuts. You know, we're only going to be here for 20 years, so I'm just going to protect my little chief executive arena, and then I'm going to go and take my pension. But what we need is visionaries. And unfortunately, nobody listened to me at the time. They thought I was nuts, frankly. But if we'd have had, you know, the whole oil industry works and keeps oil down at a cheap level, oil and gas at a cheap level, because there's this word joint venture. People joint venture together. So they share best practices, they share all of the real in-depth technologies around the world. So there isn't an oil company in the world that doesn't know what anyone else is doing. I mean, that is pretty unique. I mean, you can't say that about Microsoft or Google or any other organization out there. So if we could have just utilized that joint venture nature, and here's an opportunity for small businesses: work together, collaborate. It is actually one of the Sustainable Development Goals. They actually mention this word collaboration, which is amazing. So if we could collaborate together, imagine what your industry would look like. So these are real simple things we can do, but you've got to change your attitude, not just to your business, but to your competition. See your competition as collaboration. You know, Farida was mentioning, you know, the models are changing. You can't just charge things now, because not only people can't afford it because of the COVID arena, but they're scared. But that's why we've got friends. You know, when we're scared, we hold someone's hand, and they hold someone's hand, and they hold someone's hand. We can do that in business. And we're just going to get back to the grassroots here of how are we going to work and succeed together, not as individuals, but as together. So sorry, I've thrown that little bomb in as usual, because I think we just miss some basics, and people miss the basics out there because they're always looking for the 1,000% improvement, where they should just look for the 1%.
So let me take this forward. You know, the sustainability word is so important for any business and also for individual. And as Neville said rightly, the collaboration. I think the key message that we want to give today is that collaboration is the mantra for success, especially for the SMEs. And because, you know, there is a limit to what each company can do individually, but if they 4 or 5 companies pool their skills and resources together, they can achieve, and they can probably compete with large corporations also in terms of quality, in terms of speed of delivery, in terms of value for money, etc. So I think that is where the good message that we would like to give. And Neville already said that he threw a bomb in it, but I think the collaboration is one of the subject that is important for everyone today.
I'll take this.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have Roy, who is joining us from Ottawa, Canada, and he's the co-founder and CEO of
Bulletproof Traders.
Bulletproof Traders, yes.
Bulletprooftraders.com, yes.
So very briefly, tell us what you do.
Yeah, so we specialize in the foreign exchange market and the cryptocurrency market, and we are a team of very professional traders. Everyone had its own path, had its own journey, 15, 20 years in the market, and we decided to collaborate and provide a platform for traders, because trading is hard. Trading is very hard. So especially in the first few years, people need this reliable, credible guidance to help them, launch their trading career. So that's where we step in, and we kind of take these traders by the hand, and guide them and teach them and train them, but also showing them everything we do in real time, so they can actually copy and to copy that, that these trading activities to their own accounts, their own portfolios, and have a sustainable income, right? And also just to help them to jumpstart their trading career. So that's what we do.
Very interesting, Roy, and I'm really excited to hear the kind of work your company is doing. But we
Thank
are
you.
going through unprecedented times.
Yeah.
This situation that we are facing, in fact, the entire world is facing, is unprecedented.
Right.
And I can share from my side is the entire country of India is under lockdown. So of
Yeah.
the entire country, it's comprised of 1.3 billion people.
Yeah.
The entire country is under lockdown.
Yeah, I think most countries these days, even Canada, Canada is all about provinces. It has like 10 or 12 provinces. Now these provinces act as countries. So all provinces are in lockdown, and you can't travel. For example, right? I'm in Ottawa, which is like it's right on the border between Quebec and Ontario. But since I'm on the side of Quebec, now I can travel to Ontario, but I can't travel to Ottawa. I'm on the Quebec side, which is Gatineau. There's only bridge between those, and that's exactly where the border is crossing. You can go to Ottawa, which is like 5 minutes walk. It's crazy. That's how crazy it became.
Right. So in your city, you are able to go out of your home and move around on the street.
Only for grocery shopping.
Okay.
You have to have this. You have to have that excuse that you're going to buy food, right, or to the pharmacy. And from 6 or 5 p.m. there's a complete lockdown. Nobody there goes out.
And in terms of social distancing, what kind of laws or regulation that has been asked by the government?
Yeah, so where you go to the supermarket, you get this kind of explanation where before you get in there, you're being welcomed by someone who gives you instructions in terms of social distancing and wash your hand before you start. Wash your. They give they bring the cart to you. They give you that hand sanitizer, all that stuff. It's a little bit weird. It's obviously that's a bit of a weird experience, but what you gotta do, right? I mean,
Yeah, it is. It
gotta
is
do
for
what you
our
can do.
own benefit. So
Right.
how to do that?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but you cope, right? I mean, you adjust and then you just roll with it. Everybody seems to be playing along.
Right. So since you are a co-founder and a leader of your company, what is the type of impact you are seeing on your employees and your co-workers and as well as
Yeah.
customers?
Yeah, so I've noticed that the work space, the working space is like divided into two sections. There is like the physical, type of business, all the stores, the physical stores, right? Everything that's outside of the internet, they've been hit hard. Those that on the other side of that spectrum, which is online, seem to be doing well still, right? Seems to be unaffected almost. It's funny, but with my industry, it even got better a little bit because people now they stay at home, right? And some of them lost their income capacity, so they're looking for alternatives. And our market is still open, is still running, and people can do it from home. They don't have to go out. So we actually feel a little bit of surge in the demand for our specific product, which is trading, right? So that's, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, yeah. But so I can't say that I felt anything in terms of our activities, right? Our business activities had zero impact. So I guess that's a good thing.
Oh, that is very nice. But I think what we are seeing globally is that the way we do business is going to change now, because this pandemic is not going to end after 15 days. So we are seeing a lot of changes in the way we do business.
Right.
But it's I'm glad to know that your business is doing very good, and in fact you're seeing a surge upwards, which is glad to hear.
Yeah, yeah, and no doubt. I mean, the world is going to change from this point on, right? I mean, it's the way we do business, the way we travel. I guess is going to have some impact on that as well. That's going to change. Probably, we'll have some adjustments. But yeah, like you said, it's not, I don't think that's going to go away. It's probably, it can come back next year, and it come back in different forms. This is something that we should be aware of from this point on. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. The internet rules. At the end of the day, it's the best way to conduct business, because it has this social distancing built in.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But I think, Roy, if I may say so, um, it's important for humans to be social. And if we are not able to become social with each other, I think the physical
Horrible.
distancing is sort of misunderstood. I think we should start using the virtual world to become more and more social.
Yeah, that's a good way to bridge that, right? That's a good way to bridge that. But eventually, I think, right? I mean, even in frontational meeting, right? Like physical meetings, is still very important. I mean, it's nice to have virtual. I mean, you can't really kill all social activities, right? Like physical activities. It's gonna be that's what humanity is all about. It's gonna be horrible. But I don't know. I don't know. It's such a weird time to be alive in. I mean, I've never thought that we're gonna see this kind of phenomenon in our lifetime.
Very true. This is first time for everybody.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be, we're gonna. I never thought threats are gonna come from that direction. It's so crazy. It's just completely, crippled the world. And you know what? Just think about it. It's actually kind of. I mean, the virus itself is not really that aggressive. Just imagine if it would have been Ebola, having the same spreadability, like ability, but being much more aggressive. That could be the next one. So who knows, right? So we're gonna be having to adjust, like seriously.
So, what is the kind of attitude or behavioral problems have you noticed around yourself, around your community?
So yeah, I mean, the only time I go out right now is when I go to the supermarket, right? Other than that, you're not even allowed to get out. But when you go to the supermarket, you see people, you feel that they're jumpy, like they're a little bit, they're half panicked, like they look around, they keep themselves distance, and it's a funny way. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, people are shaken by this. And we live in Canada, which is one of the most advanced countries in the world. It's a rich country, but even here, yeah, you feel it all the way, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's as crazy as anywhere else.
Yes, I think the entire globe is going through major transition, and it is great to know that so far in Ottawa and Canada, people are able to have some conversation. They are able to go down a little bit, but there are places where you're not even allowed to step out of the home. It's sort of a curfew. So
Yeah. I mean, here you'll be fined if you'll get caught. Obviously, it's a problem to enforce this on a huge population where you don't have the army involved, right? It's just the police. They don't have that much manpower to enforce this everywhere. So it's, you can risk by going out. You'll probably be fine. But if you get caught, then you'll be fine. And these are heavy fines. That's what I hear, like really heavy fines. You don't want to be fined for that, you know. So unless you have a good excuse, I guess you're taking a bit of a chance there.
So, Roy, it was so much pleasure to talk to you.
Same here.
I wish you all the best for with your business because your business is online, so you're not adversely affected. I wish you
Thank
all
you very
the
much.
success,
Thank you
and
very much.
be safe and do
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure for me as well, CK. Keep up the good work and stay safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Good morning, friends. And today is December 18th. Welcome to Morning Brew. Temperature in Delhi, in fact, some time back I checked, it was 8 degrees, which is from Indian standard, it's quite cold. So what is there for us today? Let's understand what is the main items to discuss. So main item, as you can see, I'm checking the headlines on my mobile. The number one item is 594-kilometer long corridor, which is called Ganga Expressway, is being inaugurated today by PM Modi. What does it have? Let's go in detail. What is that being offered here? Well, this road will start interestingly from Meerut and go all the way to Prayagraj and connect all the major destinations which are around Ganga. So therefore, this is an interesting thing because, Ganga, traveling across Ganga is an experience by itself. If you have not done that, I suggest you do that because I've done it a couple of times in my life. Not very far off, but up to major towns which are close to Delhi. So I think it's an interesting development, and I think a good one. And I feel that this is something that we should be very happy about, especially people who want to go and live the experiences of pilgrim places in and around Ganga, and even in Bihar and also in Calcutta. So I think this is interesting that the work on the Ganga Expressway has already begun. What is the next story? Now we know that the Omicron is spreading. We keep hearing that every day there are, new cases found of Omicron. Now the study shows that if India sees a spike similar to what the United Kingdom has seen, then there will be something like 14 lakh cases every day, because this Omicron is very, very infectious. It is 30% more infectious than the old Delta variant. So I think this is something which is alarming, and we should always keep our guard on. We must wear masks and also maintain social distancing. What else important? Well, the US sanctions against China, it's all politics. I don't want to basically discuss that. Well, there is a lot of action happening in the EV and EV automobile arena. There are a lot of new variants are being launched. I think I personally believe there is a huge market for upgrading your existing vehicles to EV. So although there is a scrappage policy launched by Government of India, but I personally believe that there is an opportunity for getting your EV upgraded. So when you have your EV, you love your vehicle, and but it's an internal combustion engine, and especially now when there is a lot of EV and there is emphasis on getting EV, and I think everybody is conscious, but they also love their cars. So there could be a possibility where you can actually get your old car converted into electric vehicle. I think government must offer a solution like that. Like for example, I don't want to, my car is very well maintained. Even after 10 years, it is as good as new. In fact, if I get into my car, it smells like a new car, even today after 10 years. So I don't want to get, it will be a heartbreak for me to send my car on a scrape, into a scrapage, as a under scrapage policy. So I think there has to be a provision where people actually start upgrading their vehicles from petrol engine to electric vehicles. So I think there has to be some ruling around that. There could be a lot of companies which can come out with innovations. Like for example, there is a company called Kinetic, which is only producing kits for converting your three-wheeler and two-wheelers. So their end customers are the EV producers. So I think there could be some innovations like that. Let's see what more we have today morning. Today is Saturday, by the way, so nothing much is going to happen. Well, I think this is all we have for this for today. And I will be very pleased if you send me something that I missed, something important. And the program is called Morning Brew. So it is just the first thing that you catch up your headlines. So we are trying to analyze what are the headlines. So then I think that today's headline is PM Modi is going to inaugurate the 36,000 crore project of Ganga Expressway. So with this, I'll say goodbye for today, only to catch you again tomorrow. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about Mahatma Gandhi. You remember in 1922 there was a sedition case on Mahatma Gandhi, which was basically charged by the British government of the day. And in this particular case, Mahatma Gandhi said, I am guilty, because he said, I'm an Indian, I love my country, and I will talk for Indians. So if you think this is against your laws, please come and charge me. And he actually pleaded guilty. And he also gave a very powerful speech during his trial. So to discuss this matter further, I have a very distinguished guest in the studio. We will start our discussion after a short break. Don't go anywhere, as an outstanding show coming up right now. Welcome back, friends. And in today's session of the Legal Matters, we will be discussing something very, very interesting and something which has happened and related to Mahatma Gandhi. And to discuss this further, I have my friend joining from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show, Legal Matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss a very important part of history, the modern history in India, when Gandhiji was tried by the Britishers under the offense of sedition. And when Gandhi had put the entire colonial system on trial after being charged of this offense. And so it's absolutely interesting and very important event that took place in history. And is also a lesson that why sedition, which the Mahatma Gandhi preferred as the prince of the Indian Penal Code, for subjugating the liberties of the citizens of this country should have been done away with.
Well, I think this is quite interesting subject because sedition is still being used and the same law continues. And so what really happened and which year was this? And what are the background of this case? We would like to know more about it.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. In fact, there is a brief history because Gandhi ji had come to India after a brief stint in South Africa, where also he was involved in the freedom movement. But thereafter, in India, he completely devoted his time for the independence movement. Initially, though he says that he was cooperating with the Britishers and wanted to gain independence, but thereafter, due to certain events, which he mentions is that the Rowlatt Bill, which was placed in 1919, due to which the Jallianwala Bagh incident happened because there was a protest, and Gandhiji himself had protested by non-cooperation movement from 1919 to 1922, and that event led to Jallianwala Bagh assassination, and also certain other events which he talks about in his speech given in a statement given before the Ahmedabad District and Sessions Court. But he wrote 3 articles in a Young India magazine on 29th September, 15th December of 1921, and the third on February 23 of 1922. And the title of these articles was Tempering with Loyalty. The second one was The Puzzle and Its Solution. And the third was Shaking the Mains. Now, in his article titled Tempering with Loyalty in 1921, he noted that I shall not hesitate at the peril of being shot to ask the Indian sepoy individually to leave his service and become a weaver. For has not the sepoy been used to hold India under subjection? Has he not been used to murder innocent people at Jallianwala Bagh? Has he not been used to subjugate the proud Arab of Mesopotamia? The sepoy has been used more often as a hired assassin than as a soldier defending the liberty of the weak and the helpless. So this was the first article, Tempering with Loyalty, wherein he says the sepoy must leave his service and become a weaver. So this is showing disaffection towards the British government established by law in India. In the second article, he says that sedition has become the creed of the Congress. Every non-cooperator is pledged to preach disaffection towards the government established by law. Non-cooperation through a religious and strictly moral movement deliberately aims at the overthrow of the government and is therefore legally seditious in terms of the Indian Penal Code. In the third article, he says that we are challenging the might of this government because we consider its activity to be wholly evil. We want to overthrow the government. We want to compel its submission to the people's will. We desire to show that the government exists to serve the people, not the people the government. Free life under the government has become intolerable, for the price exacted for the retention of freedom is unconscionably great. Whether we are one or many, we must refuse to purchase freedom at the cost of our self-respect to our cherished convictions. So certainly through these articles, he wanted the overthrow of the British government because he had developed such disaffection towards the entire system of governance established by the British in India. So the British in retaliation had responded by framing a charge of sedition under section 124A of the Indian Penal Code against Mahatma Gandhi. Now, because of this offense, he was arrested on 10th of March 1922. And on 18th of March 1922, he was brought before the District and Sessions Judge in Ahmedabad, wherein his trial was to begin. Now, normally in every trial, we see that the accused do not plead guilty and they want a trial. But in this case, Gandhiji was asked whether you plead guilty or not. Gandhiji said that I plead guilty to all the charges. In fact, he was also tried with one Mr. Banker, who was the publisher of this magazine, Young India. And he was also charged with the same offense. And he also said that I also plead guilty. Now, the judge immediately wanted to hand over the sentence, but the Advocate General, Mr. Strangman, said that the procedure must be followed. And that was a great statement made by the opponent when he says that the procedure must be followed, because he wanted the procedure to be fair. And he wanted the accused should also be given a fair trial. So on basis of his request, he was heard and he made his submission. And thereafter, the judge asked Mahatma Gandhiji whether he wanted to make any statement, because on the basis of his pleading guilty, he was going to pass a sentence of imprisonment. So the court asked him whether you want to make a statement on your sentence. Now, to this, Mahatma Gandhiji made a wonderful speech in the Sessions Court at Ahmedabad, and he submitted that how, by from the starting, being a cooperator to the British system, how he developed disaffection to the entire system, and how he was completely he did not want the British to continue, and he wanted independence for the country. Now he says in his speech, well, he says that he took responsibility of the entire charge which was framed against him, and he also said that he also took responsibility of the violent attacks which had happened after his speech. He said that I wanted to avoid violence, as non-violence is the first article of my faith. It is also the last article of my creed. But I had to make my choice. I had either to submit to a system which I considered had done an irreparable harm to my country, or incur the risk of the mad fury of my people bursting forth when they understood the truth from my lips. So he said that I do not ask for mercy. I do not plead any extenuating act. I am here, therefore, to invite and cheerfully submit to the highest penalty that can be inflicted upon me for what in law is a deliberate crime, and what appears to be me to be the highest duty of a citizen. Because he said that freedom of speech and expression is not just a right, but is also a duty to speak your mind against the violence committed by the government. So therefore, he said, it is my duty, and I owe it perhaps to the Indian public and to the public in England to placate which this prosecution is mainly taken up, that I should explain why from a staunch loyalist and cooperator, I have become an uncompromising disaffectionist and non-cooperator. To the court too, I should say when I plead guilty to the charge of promoting disaffection towards the government established by law in India. So then he starts describing his journey from South Africa, and thereafter what the events happened later. And then he says that because of the events in Jallianwala Bagh and the Rowlatt Act, that he became, and also the events that happened with regards to the Muslims in India, that he had lost all hope on the British government. And therefore, he further says that I came reluctantly to the conclusion that the British connection had made India more helpless than she ever was before, politically and economically. A disarmed India has no power of resistance against any aggressor if she wanted to engage in an armed conflict with him. So much is this the case that some of our best men consider that India must take generations before she can achieve dominion status. So in light of this, he said that before the British advent, India was weaving and spinning cottages, and there was growing industry, and it was considered as a very developed nation. But it is because of this British imperialism of 200 odd years that India had, the people in India had come to such a state of penury that there was no life in them. So then he says that no sophistry, no jugglery in figures can explain away the evidence that the skeletons in many villages present to the naked eye. I have no doubt whatsoever that both England and the town dweller of India will have to answer if there is a God above for this crime against humanity, which is perhaps unequaled in history. The law itself in this country has been used to serve the foreign exploiter. My unbiased examination of the Punjab martial law cases has led me to believe that at least 95% of convictions were wholly bad. My experience of political cases in India leads me to the conclusion that in 9 out of every 10, the condemned men were totally innocent. Their crime consisted in the love of their country. In 99 cases out of 100, justice has been denied to Indians as against Europeans in the courts of India. This is not an exaggerated picture. It is the experience of almost every Indian who has had anything to do with such cases. So he says that this is how the system was used against the citizens of India. And the government, which is for the people, was using the people to enrich itself. So therefore, with regards to these all facts, he says that I have come to such a conclusion that there is complete disaffection against the government and the system. And therefore, I should be allowed to express my voice. With regards to this offense of sedition, he says that section 124A, under which I am happily charged, is perhaps the prince amongst the political sections of the Indian Penal Code designed to suppress the liberty of the citizens. Affection cannot be manufactured or regulated by law. If one has no affection for a person or system, one should be free to give the fullest expression to his disaffection, so long as he does not contemplate, promote, or incite to violence. But the section under which Mr. Banker and I are charged is one under which mere promotion of disaffection is a crime. I have studied some of the cases tried under it. I know that some of the most loved of India's patriots have been convicted under it. I consider it as a privilege, therefore, to be charged under that section. I have endeavored to give in their briefest outline the reasons for my disaffection, and I have no personal ill will against any single administrator, much less can I have any disaffection towards the king's person. But I hold it to be a virtue to be disaffected towards a government which in its totality has done more harm to India than any previous system. And India is less manly under the British rule than she was ever before. Holding such a belief, I consider it to be a sin to have affection for the system. And it has been a precious privilege for me to be able to write what I have in the various articles tendered in evidence against me. In fact, I believe that I have rendered a service to India and England by showing in non-cooperation the way out of the unnatural state in which both are living. So this is how he says that this is why I have come to the conclusion that I have complete disaffection towards the government, and it is my duty to write what he has written. So this is his statement, and ultimately based on his own admission, the court passes a sentence of 6 years of imprisonment. But Justice Broomfield, who had written the judgment, in his last para, quotes that the law is no respecter of persons. Nevertheless, it would be impossible to ignore the fact that you are a different category from any person I have ever tried or am likely to have to try. It would be impossible to ignore the fact that in the eyes of millions of your countrymen, you are a great patriot and a great leader. It is my duty to judge you as a man subject to the law, who by his own admission has broken the law and committed what to an ordinary man must appear to be a grave offense against the state. And I should like to say in doing so, that if in the course of events in India should make it possible for the government to reduce the period and release you, no one will be better pleased than I. So even while passing the sentence, he says that if the government remits the sentence, nobody would be happier than I would be. So this is how he showed the respect to the great man who was tried in his court. And he showed great respect because he said that you are a great man and no one has, I would be never trying a person like you. So therefore, the fairness, the respect that was shown to the accused, and the respect that was shown by the Advocate General himself, and the speech that was given by Mahatma Gandhi in this trial, makes this trial one of the greatest trials in the modern history. And this trial also shows that how the entire system, that the colonial imperialism period and the British system that took away India's greatness was in fact, so therefore this was what was on trial, the entire colonial system, and not Mr. Gandhi who was on trial. So therefore, this experience, this trial was a question of morality rather than the legal concepts of a trial. And he showed the world that how the British were trying to subjugate the citizens of this country. So this is a very important event that happened in Ahmedabad, and is a very rich heritage which has to be preserved, and this story has to be told time and again. And we must never forget what has happened with the people of this country and how India has attained freedom, and also the fact that how sedition has been misused, was misused by the Britishers, and it should not happen to the Indian citizens after India gaining independence and after the constitution coming into effect, giving the fundamental rights to the citizens of this country, which the people of this country never had before.
Well, Ji, this is very powerful message, and I don't want to ask you any question. I don't want to dilute whatever you told us today, because we are talking about the great soul Mahatma Gandhi. In fact, I read somewhere that who's the bravest soldier ever lived in the history of the world, and I was watching top 10, and number 1 was Mahatma Gandhi, because he was so brave. You know, you don't have to use any weapon to show your strength or anything, or use some technique like ninja and all that. It lies in the brain. So I think that was the bravest thing to do, what Mahatma Gandhi gave to India and to the world. So I think I don't want to ask you any question today. Thank you so much for coming into our show and explaining this about this very popular case. In fact, many of these things, I think everybody may be remembering it, but I think a refresher is always good. So thank you so much, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me.
I will catch up with you next week, and I like to say goodbye and have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Chandrakant. Same to you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and today we want to talk about mental health. I know that this subject has been discussed several times by many people, but today we want to discuss about how mental health can be improved for businesses, for individuals, and for family. And to have this discussion, I will be joined by a very good friend of mine from UK, Mr. Reval Gund. So without further ado, let's welcome him.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we've heard a lot about mental health over the last, let's say, 2 years while we've been talking about COVID. And I'm not talking today, I don't want to touch today about the medical issues that people have in the mental health arena. So those people that are potentially suicidal, they've got depression, those sort of arenas we're not going to talk about because those are medical issues. We're going to talk very simply about the things that we are in control of, and we know we're in control of. And we can take a great example, for instance, Novak Djokovic has eventually been deported from Australia, having literally tried to bend the rules, according to the press. I mean, we don't know everything, but effectively the legal system at the end of the day have said, you've tried to manipulate the rules and we're not having it. Because it's not fair to anyone else. It's not fair to Australians. It's not fair to any other athletes. Goodbye, go home. So we haven't heard the last of this, so you can watch it unravel in the papers. But let me ask you, CK, the simple question. As it's unfolded here, what's going through your mind as being questionable as to the mental state of this the top tennis player in the world?
Well, Neville, as far as I am concerned, it's just a simple jab. Just take a jab and get over with it and start playing Australian Open. And of course, you are the top seed player. So personally, I believe 2 reasons. One could be that he is taking some medicines, which because of which he doesn't want to take any other vaccination, which he wants to keep it secret. Otherwise, why, he would go all out with all guns blazing against taking a jab. Number two is, I think he's made it a ego issue where he says that, okay, my way is, because I said it first, that I don't want to take a jab and I'm following certain principles of my life. So I think he made it an ego issue, and since he knows that he is a top seed player, he can arm twist the government of Australia. I think these are the two reasons. What do you think about my assessment, Neighbor?
Well, again, what's happening here is we're seeing it in the news. I mean, we're seeing it plastered all over our news. I don't know about you in India. And it is headline news. But after a while, he's had a court case where the judge actually said, no, you can stay. You've met all the rules. And this phrase has been said several times. What else could this man do? And yet what came out in the court case was that one of the defenses that he had was that he'd actually contracted COVID before Christmas in the middle of December. But having contracted it, he then went in public arenas and made presentations. So the question there is, it's not that he hasn't been vaccinated. It's the fact that he had this highly infectious disease. And because of his personal schedule, his publicity schedule, he went into the public arena and made presentations. That's been challenged now. So what is the mental state of an individual that's got this highly transferable disease going into a public place saying, well, it's okay because you won't catch it because I'm the #1 tennis player in the world. That's more or less what people are saying, and I love the guy, don't get me wrong. I think it's fantastic, and the Australian Open will be very sad to see him not there. However, there is an issue, and we're starting this discussion really over someone who's a highly paid professional at the very top of his game, and you've got to question his mental health. What's it going to do for him now, having been deported? Because anyone knows that's involved in tennis, there is a circuit. They move from one tournament to the next, and they can't just turn it on. They can't just turn up in Australia one day and start playing the following day, because these are top athletes. These are highly prone individuals that have got a training schedule, that have got a metabolism, that have got an eating schedule, that have got a sleeping schedule. And if any of that is disrupted, they don't feel good, and mentally, they don't feel good either. So we talk about having, good, healthy mind, healthy body, and then you can be the best you can be. So he's just one example at the very top of the game where his mental health now is going to be challenged. How strong is he? And anyone involved in high sports, we do know that the top performers are a little crazy, or they appear crazy to the majority of people in the world because they are so regimented, they're so disciplined. And you've only got to look at people like Ronaldo, and David Beckham in the days gone by. They would religiously spend 2 hours after practice just practicing on their own, free kicks, keepy uppies, bending a free kick here, bend it over there. In fact, there was a movie called Bend It Like Beckham, if you can recall, sort of back in the 90s. So these are somewhat fastidious. They are probably in the OCDC like spectrum at the end of it, because everything has to be perfect. What time of day they get up, what the time the alarm goes, etc., etc. Now, for normal individuals like you and me, we don't have to be that regimented. I know some people are, but we don't have to be. But we do need some form of diary that we follow to make sure that we've got best mental health. So let me ask you a simple question. Have you got a diary, like a mental or physical, or a digital diary that keeps you on track for the day, that keeps you sane, keeps you smiling as you currently are? Have you got a diary that you could keep going with?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, I have a diary without which I cannot function. And the first thing that I refer in the morning is my emails. I clear my inbox. And second thing is my diary so that I know what are my appointments. And I find it very, very difficult to operate, because if I don't have a diary, I will have so much mental botheration on my head because I don't know what is going to happen now. So I maintain a diary. It's an ebook. It's a Microsoft calendar. And I insist with all my known people and friends to send me a diary entry. Otherwise, I will not be able to function.
There you go. And the point is, it works for you. It may not work for everybody else. I mean, I get people saying, "Oh, send me your email," and I say, "Well, why do you need my email? You've got me on WhatsApp." It's just the way people function, and this is the simple part of being mentally healthy, and that's having a schedule. And let me ask you another question, okay? I've got lots of answers for myself, CK, but the whole point about other people learning here is, what does it mean to you? You're the host of the show. So when things go wrong, what do you do?
Well, it's every day is a different day, and every day will not be right. There is bound to be some Murphy law playing its role on daily basis. There could be something wrong, but then you tend to find a way out and change the routine. Maybe sometimes go for a walk, or sometimes ignore whatever is happening. Continue with your job. I think ignorance is bliss. That is what I would say. Just ignore what is going on wrong, and things are going south. They will go south. You can't control it. But then just ignore it and move on. Think positive. That is what I do, Neville.
See, that's great advice, because she said, every day's different. Things do not go to plan. So it's not necessarily having a plan B. It's knowing when it's not going to plan, how it's affecting you. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people really struggle with. So rather than plow through it, as most people do, and let's just take, if you've got a headache, the obvious remedy for a headache is drink more water, because your prom might say to you, take a tablet, a paracetamol, an aspirin, whatever it might need. But the last thing you should be doing, I don't know anybody giving this advice that I'm about to say. Keep going, because it'll go away. Just keep plowing ahead, And you smile and you laugh, because I don't know anyone saying that. But guess what? We all do it. I do it. Hands up. Come on, CK. I know you do it. If you've got a headache, you just say, "Oh, no, I've got to finish this. I've got to plow through it." And the point is, it really doesn't do you any good. Yeah, good. Put your hand up eventually. But it doesn't do us any good. So what we need to do is to be aware that something's wrong and then break the cycle. So a headache is a classic. But let's just say you've got a blockage in your thought process. Do you just keep plowing ahead, and then the diary comes up, because CK, you've got a diary, and it will tell you 10 minutes before you need to know what you're doing, and it will come up, and then you say, "Oh, I still haven't finished this." It's putting pressure on you because you weren't aware of the pressure you were putting on yourself. And all of this is internal pressure. It's your calendar, it's your diary. You can do what you like with it. But all of a sudden, we're now, I've got to call this person. That's what the time I said. Rather than saying, hang on a minute, if I call this person when I'm in a mood, we're both not going to be happy about it. So I'm not saying don't call the person, but it's a choice not to call that person. But what you do need is the right choice now. You need to break the cycle. As you said, CK, you go for a walk. No, sometimes I just physically get up and walk around the room. and look at things and get my attention changed. So I'm not thinking of the same things that actually were making me mentally unhealthy. And this is all about your mental health at the end of the day. And we can do so many simple things, but we have to be aware of what's happening. So do you feel, CK, that you're pretty much aware of all the things that are happening that start to drag you down? Or on occasion, do you get dragged down and then you go, why didn't I stop earlier?
Well, if you ask me, my case may be different, but I don't, since I have a diary, I will follow a schedule and continue doing that. And if something goes wrong, I take it as it comes. I don't plan things. I don't do any risk analysis of having taken one step, because if I do, I will not even take 2 steps. So I don't do that. And I think coming back to this top seeded tennis player, I'm avoiding his name. I think he has set up a very bad example, because there are other top seeded players also in other sports. All of them have good mental health. They have given good example of having good mental health. Whereas this person, he's so senior. He has the ability to move masses. Look what impression he is now giving to people. There are 2 kinds of impression he is giving. One, because I'm a powerful person, I can flout the laws of the government at the cost of people. That is the first message that he has given. Second is that, I'm a big guy. Why should I go what other small people are doing? What should I do and get the jabs? Because these are, for small people. I'm God. So I think, obviously, there are some mental issues, mental health issues here, which are being visible and setting a very wrong example. In fact, I'm a great fan of him. I'm a tennis player myself, but I think this is a very bad incident, Neville.
Well, so as far as he's concerned, I think his personal mental health has taken one hell of a shot. In fact, it's probably an ace, and he needs to recover. He needs to recover from that serve, and I'm sure he will, but he'll need time. These top athletes do need time. I mean, you've only got to look at the stories of some of the biggest athletes in the world. Dame Kelly Holmes, the double gold winner at the Olympics. Her story is interesting. I mean, she really struggles from depression, and some of the big performers on the stage. It's a fine run thing, having that adrenaline feed you through the day, as opposed to being scared. I'm really scared to walk on the stage. So all I'm saying is we've all got it in us. So the upshot of today is just think about what you do when you do. As you said, CK, you don't do a risk assessment on the fly. That's because you did a risk assessment before that actually works for you. So your risk assessment was probably the first time that you actually created that diary, and then worked to it and found out, do you know what? Yeah, this really does work for me. I can do that. And that's the whole point. Get a system in place, or a process, preferably a process, because processes always work. You can pinch these processes from anybody, but they will all say, the top people will all say very similar things. Create a schedule and stick to it. Don't create a schedule that is so tight that there's no flexibility in it. I think Warren Buffett famously said, my diary is mostly empty, but I always get something to fill it. So that's the way. He's still got a diary. It may fundamentally be empty, but he knows how to fill it. And the other thing is, we do know that your 24 hours is exactly the same as my 24 hours. It goes tick, 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 tick. Your second is exactly the same as my second. But as we do know, when we're having fun, time flies. So I'd like everyone for time to fly. Because if you're having fun, your mental health actually is being added to. It's on the positive side. So maybe, you know, whatever it is, create a schedule that works for you, because that will help you and it will help your friends, your family, your colleagues at work, your supply chain, your relationships in the business world. It will make life a lot simpler for you and for them. And then, if it's making your life simpler, guess what? You'll start smiling more because things will start to happen. And I can see that you're already reflecting on that, CK, because a smile came across your face. And that's the whole point of these little sessions, is all we're doing to say is, what would this person do? What would that person do? But more importantly, what we want to know is what you would do. Have you got a schedule? Do you keep to it? Has it got enough flexibility so that you don't panic about what you're doing? Because again, panic is a bad state of mental health. Don't want that, don't need it. Are you aware of when things are going wrong to get up and break the cycle? Go for a walk, have a cup of tea, phone a friend. Or just imagine sitting on a beach in Hawaii, whatever it is that will really break the cycle. And when I say break the cycle, you've got to really break it. You can't just think about something else for a nanosecond, because guess what? You will go back to the cycle. You really do have to take yourself into a completely different place and have a different thought. So hopefully that's been useful today. And as Frasier Crane in the program Frasier in the US that I used to love watching, good mental health.
Good mental health for everyone. I think these are very good advices you have given. Go out for a walk, get inspiration and solve your issues. I think this is something that is great advice from you. Neville, as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you today. We will catch up in the next event. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, everybody. Have fun. And if you don't have fun, break the cycle and go and have fun.
Well, friends, did you hear such good words from my great friend, Mr. Neville Gund? If you want to get engaged with us, you can actually use this link, which is down below, and you can get associated with us, and you can talk about your products, your offerings, and also get associated with us in whichever way you want. There are many options. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandra, and today I would like to talk to all my startup and small medium companies and give some ideas on how you can take your product and your knowledge and your services to right people, right audience. And this is something that I have personally tried, and I would like to share this information with you all with the intention that you can also leverage this and probably take some of these action points, and if you like, you can implement them and also grow your business. One of the things which I would like to mention today is the marketing strategy of all the people today is by and large based on the email. And while we get so many emails, we also individually delete all those emails which are hitting our inbox. So the chances are that if we are sending our emails, somebody else is deleting those emails. So there is a risk of your email messages not being reaching to the right audience or the intended audience, or even if they are reaching, they are getting deleted. There is very little analytics that is possible on what you can do to increase the interest level of the recipient. So that is one of the issues that there is, which is plaguing all of us in the field today. And the other issue is there are a lot of compliance related matters which we have to take care. So while there is a social media and many organizations are leveraging social media to take their messages and they are moving away from email, I personally feel that time is right to move away from email marketing and get into the social media marketing completely. For various reasons, there are a lot of advantages. One of the advantages is non-intrusive. That means whoever is seeing those messages, the control is in his hand and he can actually control what he wants to see. And suppose he doesn't want to see your post, then he can simply move on and see something else. So it's completely non-intrusive. It is not interfering in any privacy. At the same time, you have leverage of reaching a lot of people globally. So you can now address a bigger segment of people on social media. The challenge on social media is how do you send your messages and the same version to all of these different social media which is available today. So we can help you with all these new techniques, and if you go to the link which is there on the website, that is topbrass.akulmac.com, this is a new platform that we have created which will help you do all this at a very low cost. So I think my ideas, my suggestions are in line with what you are thinking. My sincere suggestion is move out of email marketing as soon as possible, because you're spending a lot of money in building the infrastructure, buying client databases, building CRMs, running campaigns, and the ROI is not visible. So start using social media as quickly as possible and you will see the difference. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. This is January 1st of the new year, which is 2022. So from all of us from Akulmac, we want to wish everyone, every viewer, a very, very happy and prosperous new year. So moving on, I think we talk about prosperity and we must talk about the tech world, what is going on in the technology, especially in India. You know that India is being promoted as one of the major manufacturing destination for the global business, and as part of this initiative the Indian government has directed the Apple to start manufacturing, to increase their manufacturing investment in India. Currently, or let's talk about 2021. In 2021, Apple India generated a turnover of $3 billion, a substantial amount. $3 billion is not a small amount, it's a very big amount. And year on year, if you keep making this kind of profits from Indian people by selling their product, I think it's about time that Indian government takes some action. And this is exactly what has happened. Indian government has directed Apple to increase their base by investing up to $10 billion to start manufacturing their products out of India. And the second direction is to have manufacturing worth $50 billion in next couple of years. So this is something which is very, very interesting. Apple products are acclaimed worldwide, and they produce some of the best mobile devices, personal laptops, and other devices which are accepted by most of the professionals by and large. In fact, all the high-end activity, even people like painters and all that, they have moved on to iPad for painting their paintings, etc., because their stylus and everything is so sensitive. And a lot of musicians have moved on to Apple platform to produce using different applications on Apple platform to produce music. So I think the acceptance of Apple is very, very high. Their closest competition is Samsung. They have already invested in India big time to start manufacturing mobile devices and other units, other things which they produce out of India. So it's about time that the Apple must also do that. And when Apple like company is making so much profit from Indian people by selling their products, I think it's about time to also give some benefits to Indian people. So I think keep in mind there will be investment from Apple of up to the extent of $10 billion in terms of boosting the manufacturing of Apple products, and Apple will have to produce all the products worth about 50 billion US dollars in next couple of years. I think this is something which is very, very interesting because this is also going to strengthen the India initiative of Make in India. And as you know, friends, that the government of India is pushing very hard to get the Indian new chip being rolled out from India in next 18 to 24 months. So this is going to be yet another milestone by asking Apple to start producing in India, because overall the chip manufacturing or the high-tech IT manufacturing will get a boost because of this. Samsung is already doing that. Now Apple will start doing it, and in next 24 months time we will see an Indian chip being rolled out from Indian manufacturers. So this is interesting. I think let's keep a watch on what happens next, and I will once again like to wish you a very, very happy new year before signing off, and I'll meet you tomorrow again in Akulmak Live. Hello friends, this is Akulmak Live and I am Chandrakant. Today's discussion is going to be very, very interesting. It's about senior executives validating, cross-checking their corporate health as well as their mental health situation with a well-known global guru. And this has to be done while maintaining a bit of secrecy. So how this whole process works is the matter of discussion today. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a giveaway in our show. Stick around to this very interesting show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And in today's discussion, we want to basically touch upon the very important subject about therapy for senior executives. And to discuss this particular important subject, I have a very special guest in the studios. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and he's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you? Trust you enjoyed your lunch.
Of course, Mike, all is well. This wretched virus has also started reducing a little bit in India, and we have just started the great Indian summer. The temperature is almost touching 40, so we are enjoying the heat.
Right, yeah, very nice. So you don't need to cook on an oven. You can just cook on the bonnet of your car now.
All we have to do is just step out of the house.
There you go.
So I think the subject is quite interesting, and that is the related to the mental health of the senior executives, and how we all can be therapeutic to our own lifestyle, and how we can improve our mental health attitude towards others. So over to you, Mike. What do you want to say on this subject?
Yeah, well, not just mental health, mental and corporate health. I've been running this session for executives, board members. I tend to do it one-on-one because it's quite a, well, I also call it the executive therapist chair. It's sort of taking a couple of hours out to take stock. And I think quite often we can get so intent on our concerns in the business that we actually forget to sort out the wood from the trees, as we say. So take stock of where we're at. What are the key things we need to be focusing on? Are we focusing on the right things, etc., etc.? So for me, and I found I've had very good responses to this. And the nice thing is you can do it over the virtual meetings as well. It's obviously very good to do it in face-to-face, but it can also be done online. So we can do this around the world, and it's always been received well. So if you look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that people have said various kind things about it, and so yeah, it hits the right spot.
Very interesting, Mike. So can you tell us how does this work? It requires a booking of some time with you, or is it a repetitive process where you have to keep visiting and talking to you for half an hour, maybe once a week or twice a week? How does this work?
Well, basically, there's an initial session. If it's a one-man founder executive, I recommend, obviously we have an ongoing start of an ongoing dialogue, but we start with a 2 to 2.5 hour session. If it's a board of directors, I do them individually because I call it anonymized brainstorming. It takes the politics out of the situation. We talk about the key drivers, priorities, and what they feel is going well, what they feel is not going well, some situational analysis, what sort of things are sort of keeping them awake at night from a corporate perspective. What are the things that they wake up in the middle of the night and think, oh my goodness, I'm not happy about that. So we talk about all those sort of things. The idea being we then come through this sort of what I call the triple I process, which is ideation, thinking of ideas, incubation, and implementation. So after the session with each of the individuals, if it's a team, you've got a number of key ideas and thoughts and options, and then we bring it together for a group feedback session if it's a board. And all the responses are anonymized, so nobody can tell who said what. But for example, if there's 4 people and 3 of them are thinking these are the major things that are keeping us sleepless, or these are the best options, then those are thrown back into the mix and sort of helps to sanity check review the tactical, operational, and strategic priorities. And then what we can do is, say, 3 months later, have another either review session one-on-one. Instead of maybe a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, it would just be an hour to review where we were at from last time, hone it. So yes, it basically is booked. It's a booked session. There's a per head fee. And like I say, it can be done face-to-face or remotely. Remotely is more efficient on all sorts of ways. Obviously, it's much as it would be nice to travel to India. It's not possible to do that at the moment, but the session can be run remotely with a quarterly update review. It becomes very much a therapist chair type environment, because once you start talking, you start to get interested and involved in what the person's thinking, what they're doing. You then want to become, get better involved with it. Come to think of it, Chandra, I should do it with you.
I think I can offer myself as a guinea pig to you in one of these sessions, and we can probably record it to demonstrate to people how it works. But you know, I have a very
No,
special.
I wouldn't record it. I think it's very much. I wouldn't record it. No, because I think the information that comes out of there is what we call Chatham House rules. So you can say whatever you want in there. It doesn't go anywhere else. You know, I think that's very important.
Yeah, that was my question, in fact. So you clarified. Thanks for clarifying it. And I have another question, which is related to how people start opening up. I think that is the biggest challenge we face today, that people don't open up. So what is your technique of making sure that these senior executives who are well traveled, well educated, how you make them open their mind and be frank with you?
Well, I think, what apart from my natural charm, you mean? And my modesty. No. Well, the way it starts, of course, the best way is always to start by sort of giving a little bit of personal information, you know, disclosing, you know, like I tell them where I'm living or what I do and blah, 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 a little bit about me to show the human side. And ask them the same thing. So immediately there's more of a personal interaction. But then, of course, the best way to get anybody to do anything is to let them talk about themselves. So, you know, because we're gearing this towards a business angle, it's not a personal therapist chair, so it's a corporate therapist chair, executives here. So get them to talk about the situational factors, their business, what they do, where they do it, how they do it. You know, what was their vision, what's their mission. Get them to talk about that, and then they start talking. Because people like to talk about themselves.
Well, that's true, but you know, many times people just do a lot of chit-chatting, but they don't talk anything which is of any sense. And because of that, they may not get the value. So I think it's very important for people to be very frank with you, so that you can offer them a clear and concise solution. I think that is a challenge, and I'm sure you are having a lot of practice making sure that people open up with you, and it's a closed door environment. Tell me something, Mike. Do you also do this in a group, like unknown people, not a board, but people from different companies coming together and talking? Is like a therapy session?
Well, what we can do, and what I have done, is have the same sort of approach, but talk around a particular subject. So, you know, maybe it would be implementation of IoT in manufacturing. And we can have people to go through a session with a similar structure, but talking about the challenges of that particular environment. And the idea being, again, to ideate, incubate, and implement around that particular focused subject. So that's another way that it can be done on a group basis with lots of different companies. Maybe it's, you know, horizon gazers, maybe it's product specific. You can also do it within a division. So it could be a subsidiary or a particular line of business. It doesn't have to be the, you know, just the executives or the board. It could be a divisional team. It could be a global team. It could be a product team. You can work it in various ways, and it is, you know, it's a structure that I've put together after years of sort of living this and having the bruises from working in corporate life, to say, well, how, you know, because at the end of the day, what we need to do is find a good way forward. And some subjects are too sensitive to deal with face-to-face, and we need to do it in a confidential way. So, you know, you can do it in any way, but it's a bit like a brainstorming situation, in the sense you can throw a subject on the table. But I think if you're looking particularly around a team, say in a division, you've got to be very careful of the politics, because one particular member of the team may have it in somebody else, or the politics can play too much of a part in the discussion. So even with if it was a subject, throw the subject on the table, use the structure that I've got to actually go through the subject, that's fine. But I think if it's a division, if it's a team, I still believe it's better to do the one-on-one sessions and then bring it back with a collective review of what has been said. And like I say, if you've got a team of 5 people and 3 people in the room have said this thing, even though it might have been not the leader's chosen strategy, it might be worth reviewing and considering it as a good idea for the future.
Fantastic. So that brings me to the last question, which is how people reach out to you. Is there a web services based appointment system, or they just call you? How does it work?
No, they can reach out to me via my usual email address, via yourselves, via Scale Up Arena. If you go on to scaleuparena.com, you will find and type in executive therapist chair or strategic sanity check review or even my name, then you'll get the strategic sanity check review come up. There's a contact us button on there. Complete the contact us, and I will hot tail it across to you and sort out your challenge. Work with you to optimize your opportunities.
Excellent, Mike. I think this is one side of your offerings I came to know today, and it was very pleasing to hear the methodology and kind of work, which is very, very important and more relevant in today's environment. So I think people who are listening can reach out to us, Akulmac, or they can directly reach out to Mike, or they can go to scaleuparena.com and reach out to Mike through that route. So
and what I will say as well, Chandra, is if somebody comes through and says that they've come via Akulmac, I will give a 20% discount on the pricing.
Excellent. So I think this is an offer which if you're using Akulmac as a reference point, you will get 20% discount. So people who want to leverage this particular offer, they can. And Mike, it was lovely talking to you today. It was my pleasure, and probably we can have a session sometime this week or next week. But
Yep.
I'll catch up on our shows at the same time, same subject.
We'll schedule a 90-minute, and I'll go through it with you. We'll do an executive therapist chair for you, Chandra. And I'll see those furrow brow release afterwards.
Sure. Look forward to it, Mike.
Pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmac and smash that like button.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She is going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in. So it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team, why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. It definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels, because we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute. So there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So there is a lot of conversation that is happening. There are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most
Yes.
of us are working more. And my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially, I think we have just increased our engagement levels, because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier. And it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone, because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy. You're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased, and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is, because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity
Yes.
has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself. I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of, because there's always two parents, the small kids, babies. So all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you are also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We're able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level, because it's allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise, in office hours, you always end up just talking about work. But right now, you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are all
Sure.
under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully, not where we live. Thankfully, no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel. But it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community, um, are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens, across the balconies, or the terrace, that, oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, which is, I live in the west side of Delhi, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see a lot of, there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low. So it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. And I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues, because I do hear from colleagues and friends. Thankfully, we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy the provisions. So we have a supermarket in our community, and their main door is main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. The rules and regulation around who can go out and who can come in. So we are following that as a community.
Right.
We have built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is no.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need, and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. It creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I will have to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right.
One of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is, he's saying that he is grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which something I really appreciate today, because, as a leader also, he's grateful to us. So likewise, if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to my team. So what I'm planning to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them to be.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's very the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right, both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call, we're not going to talk about work but anything other than work. And being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought to be able to finish work. So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me. Hopefully.
Yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.